started it, so. All right.
You don't say.
We're on. Let's see if it. I mean, it looks good now.
Oh shit! I must have accidentally gone online.
Oh, for work.
I didn't close the app, and I must have. But dialed, and somebody thought they could get a ride for me. Nope, you cannot.
Sorry, Charlie.
I could have accepted
I
it
see.
and then been like, just texted them and been like, hey, you want to join our live stream? I'm not actually driving right now. Sorry.
Be like, you want to come join our cool live stream? It's pretty cool. I
mean, where could you have
night.
to go that's more important than sitting around and listening to us babble
Exactly
about freedoms?
Freedoms and shit. I actually stayed on until 2 a.m. last night. Hey, Colin.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think it would help if you are drinking that you could just go on for hours and hours as long as people are engaging you. Why not?
That's what's going on last night. And then Hex was like up for some weird reason, so he hopped on, and then like people were talking.
I saw his comments about in your comments about you must be tired, and I didn't obviously know why, but I was like, that's funny. So because he took a nap earlier in the day for like 5 hours and woke up, but he's 2 hours ahead of us. And then he had to work at leave for work at 6 or something. But he's like, I'm up. I'm like, all right, man. All good. Yeah. I can sometimes swing it on little sleep. Lately, not so much, because when you are sleep deprived consistently, then you have like maybe one good night of sleep, and then the next night you don't get any sleep. Then that's like, no, you can't really handle that so well. But
Apothecary job. Yeah, my Forest Mommy account is gone for good, but I'm at the Desert Daddy now. Not much going on, but fighting. Oh man, what you got to fight insurance for? And the tax bastards, yeah. Forget them.
I feel like Twitter has gotten more Facebooky lately.
It has.
It has. Yeah, like I was already like, I was calling it when people were already like, there was this word about Jack Dorsey like stepping down, and people were like, oh nice that Tommy is gone finally. And I'm like, why do you assume this is a good thing just because you didn't like Twitter before? You assume that they would replace him with somebody who is better. That's not a very smart thing to assume.
So dumb. I'm sorry. I hate insurance fucking around with people's shit. What's so weird too about the pain meds, dude? They like gave it out to fucking everybody willy-nilly for so long, and then the people who really need them, they're like looking at them with the like a microscope.
Or are they being stricter with prescriptions for pain medication?
I've had a lot of people run into troubles who like actually really needed them,
Dang.
But
I've always agreed like with like Dave Asprey, who has kind of put it as like this is the whole idea of prescriptions is ridiculous. Like you need a permission slip from somebody to get a drug, like
especially if the doctor fucking prescribes it, then it should be fine, It should be good.
I mean, I think it doesn't necessarily matter. I think that it's on you if you don't have a prescription and you do your own research and you get yourself into some drugs that you really aren't appropriate for you. It's like, I think people could eventually learn to, the real reason why I should talk to a doctor is that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And we have a right to self-medicate.
Yep.
It should be in the Bill of Rights, but I don't think that the founding fathers ever dreamed that the government would try to tell people what drugs they couldn't put in their bodies.
Right.
But of course, once you tell people what drugs they can't put in their bodies, eventually you can tell people what drugs they have to put in their bodies.
Except stoner. Well, exactly. That's exactly my whole thing about whatever your view on abortion is. Letting the government decide that means they'll get to decide on the other side of if you can have a baby. I remember thinking that when I was way young and that like didn't understand shit. And look, they'll probably try doing that now with like so stupid.
So I actually happened to go to a talk last night.
At your church thing?
Yeah, I went. It was called like biblical citizenship training. And I just figured I was interested enough to check it out. And honestly, like I appreciated most of what was said. It inspired me to want to maybe get involved with these people to see if I can talk some sense into them, though, because I think that, you know, they're just not really thinking things through. Like they're doing the same thing that the people that they're concerned about are doing, and they don't seem to realize it. I mean, it's the same on either side. And even if like the conservatives are a little bit more like justified in what they think is right and wrong right now than the left, still the going about it part is still, I mean, I think that they're in some ways giving the left permission to be terrible by suggesting they can use the same methods to impose their worldview on others.
What's up, Stoner? Yeah, content prescriptions came about because it was cheaper to advertise to doctors over trying to advertise.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. My dad actually my dad actually dated a Claritin sales rep for a while, and it was really just like, yeah, it was like this sexy lady in high heels, basically being a pimp for big pharma, trying to take my dad out to dinner, getting him to prescribe Claritin.
Oh, Escape, really? Starbucks? I saw the thing about Starbucks, but Great Britain did away with all their mandates.
What about Starbucks?
So Starbucks was going to make, where they had mandated all their employees had to get vaccinated, and they reversed it now.
Oh, good.
You don't have to go be vaccinated, which.
So I heard something on the radio yesterday that apparently Kroger is filing a restraining order against the strikers and the union that's striking right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I couldn't get a straight answer of what exactly they're striking over. I thought it was COVID stuff, but then
I thought it was too.
But then I read something else, and it was like, well, you know, they didn't like say it in the article. So
I would have imagined. Well, I've assumed that it was because of the COVID stuff, because we've heard of like the thing where they're docking like benefits and pay for people who aren't vaccinated. They weren't striking before that happened, and I saw Bernie Sanders getting on Twitter the day they started doing that and not mentioning anything about it. But I took that as like, yeah, that's what I would expect from Bernie Sanders. He's not actually listening to the people. He's telling them what they should be worried about or what they are worried about.
Liberty Thought said hi to you. So I met her. I hung out with her all weekend in Arizona. She wild. You wild, girl. But it's fun. Oh, she's young, so it's good to be around mommy because you're young and have good.
She's cool. She's like one of those people who I'm like, if she were around here, we'd all be hanging out, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's chill.
Just like, you can just hang out with anybody, which that's what I like about, like, when going to that thing, like, we're just hanging out, like, if you can't just get along with everybody, even if you don't like them, just fun get along in the moment, you know? Like, I don't know. So, yeah, we definitely had a good time.
Yeah, I imagine so. And did you get to meet Dave Smith?
I did briefly. Did you see the little video that Jeremy Todd posted? Oh, this is great. If you're still here, I'm
the one that like I ended up getting in an argument over?
Was it about Ayn Rand?
No.
Okay, no, hold on. Jeremy, we were all sitting around this. There was a little fire fire pit right outside my room. So my room was kind of the party room.
Oh, cool.
Jeremy took this video while we were kind of standing there the first night. And we're all kind of, it's just like creme de la creme, as I said, we're the creme de la creme. But this video people got mad about this video because at the end of it, you'll have to see it. It's just so perfect moment caught kind of thing. You know what I mean? Hold on. Okay. Let me turn it up. That's Keith Knight. I got to be Keith, hang out with him. She's actually just like the governor. Scott Horton.
Oh, my goodness. Scott Horton.
Did you said, have you read Atlas Shrugged? And people got so mad about that, but it was just like a perfect fucking moment. And this guy is named Thorin. We met him. He was a really cool dude. And she's talking to her future husband there. We met her future husband. So it was just such a cute video, and people got so mad about how she said. But they were just talking. It was just like a moment caught.
Yeah, well, I guess it's that autism thing again. It's like because I mean, I don't know what the context is. Maybe the build up to that made whoever was already hearing what she had to say. Maybe they already didn't like the way this person.
And then they like libertarians.
And then they're like
libertarians, and they're Atlas Shrugged.
So there were some outsiders,
or just the disruptor
just
kind of people
hanging around. And okay,
yeah.
Because I thought it was libertarians like cringing to the mention of Atlas Shrugged because like we're so far beyond that Ayn Rand stuff. Catch up, come on.
But there was that too where they're like, of course she's talking about Atlas Shrugged. But it was just such a perfect moment in the movie. And then like he said, if you heard the guy she was talking to really quick goes, I read the clip notes and he was just joking anyways because he was fucking funny too. That's like them together. Thought, and then this guy we met down there, Leo, they were like, oh, you guys were a fucking hoot the whole time. I was dying because we all kind of like, well, he was more involved a little bit, but since she came from out of town too, we kind of were there more party than be part of the business stuff, so like, oh my god, we were just laughing. They had me laughing so hard, it was killing me.
That sounds, I'm sure there were lots of good laughs, chuckles.
Yeah, it was a good time.
My former boss
called Dave Smith a woman hater because he would come on her podcast. But it's so funny that like it was all in funniness. Like I just love that kind of humor.
If it's and that's also kind of trolly too, because if somebody doesn't realize that you're joking when you say that,
right?
They'd be like, "Are you serious? Are you part of the loser brigade?"
Yeah.
Because that is a very loser brigade-y thing kind of to say, but it's so over the top though that I wouldn't assume it was like a real joke. A real like criticism.
It was a total joke. It was hilarious. And then
he won't debate me because he's a sexist.
So that's what she's like. Will you come on my my women's podcast? And he was like, no. I guess this is when they were on because they were staying at Airbnb, and then Jeremy Todd was driving him to his airport and stuff. And like she was loud in the car, just like because she's funny. She's just loud. Like she reminds me of my Italian family, and she's not even Italian. He knows you were joking. It was so funny. Just them telling me all about it afterwards. I was like, Jesus Christ. So it was nice to go down there and meet these
Dave Smith people. Won't debate me because he hates mustaches.
Yeah, he's a mustache phobic.
Jerk.
Anyways, that was a good time. Jeremy Todd and then Jeremy Todd did like a little comedy set before Dave came up. He brought up, I don't know if you saw the whole 12 shots thing that was going around with Dave, or like it was just stupid thing taken out of context, and like it was just fun because everyone was just making fun of everyone, and like it was great. He put me in a joke about it, and it was like a incest joke. It was funny, and I'm like, oh, okay, loved it. I met a bunch of cool people. So the one in March here will be really fun. I don't know how many people, but I know Dave and Robbie will be there.
I gotta try to make it to that.
It's the 12th. I kept saying the 17th, but it's the 12th, and it's here. So I mean, like you don't have. So it's going to be like during the day on Saturday at this like ranch and stuff. So you don't have to stay, and it's not that far out of town. It's just
the only thing is to make sure that I get a ticket on time.
I had it. Oh yeah, and it is actually early bird right now for a couple more days. I need to buy one.
Will you buy me one and I'll pay you back?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm broke as hell right now, but I promise I'll pay you back.
I couldn't do it. I spent all my money in Arizona, but we'll make it happen.
If you got, if you can't, you can't, but.
Oh, I'll make it work. Yeah, well, we'll make sure to go to that one because it was super fun. That one was nice too in Arizona because it was at an Omni Resort. It was just nice, and like we were at the bar the whole time, and the bartender loved us, and I think she was kind of more libertarian at heart. And
a lot more people are than you might think. It's exactly. Like it really is one of those things where people are just afraid of thinking and of speaking what they think about, so they kind of put on appearances just to make sure they don't have anybody in their face.
Exactly.
Because those crazy. I mean, everyone knows that they're crazy. Even when I was kind of part of the the sort of progressivist culture, like I already knew that those people were crazy, and I knew that there were some things that I probably thought that if I said out loud, I would get a bunch of shit for that. So I just didn't bother saying some things.
Right.
The kinds of girls that will just randomly, because it's a fad, say I'm a they them. I'm non-binary, and then when you're talking about them and they hear you call them she, it's like, excuse me, you just misgendered me. It's just like, oh, okay.
Oh, Jessica, everybody, we were talking about tickets for the Colorado Libertarian Convention. I don't know where you are, but if you're in Colorado, it should be fun. Dave Smith and Robbie are going to be here, and Robbie sold out, and I think they'll probably try and do more shows in Denver for people who aren't going to the actual thing, so should be good. Anyways, how have you been? How's your weekend? You worked?
I haven't been working enough lately, but I've been staying pretty busy.
Doing what?
Well, I'm getting ready to host a Monday night group at my place, and I've been, attending fellowship gatherings and such. Went to that thing last night.
Yeah, so you're going to do a Monday night thing at your house and then go to a Tuesday night thing now?
Yeah. The Tuesday night thing is like when there's not some kind of event happening, it's usually like small groups meeting up and stuff like that. So I thought I'd get involved in that. Why not? And we also have a Thursday night thing.
And build community,
Yeah, and it's good. I like the idea of being an ambassador. I kind of had the idea after last night. I want to be like a libertarian ambassador to Christians who are thinking they need to get involved in politics, and I want to be a Christian ambassador to libertarians as well. So I want to get more involved with the LP.
Whenever I take Allie to any of the meetups, my friend Allie, and she's always like, and they all just feel like church people to me. It has that vibe,
Yeah, well, I mean, because there's a lot of parallels. That's like why I get along. I get so along with Christians as I've kind of started to be in those circles more as well. Because those are the people who aren't expressly libertarians who already kind of see from that perspective, because the true believers are like the ones that are kind of trying to live like Christ would, and Christ isn't exactly about being a tyrant. So
right, it's kind of about just be the best. You have to be a good person, and that's what we think about. Seamus, Pork Fest. I know. I think I would rather go to Childerberg, but then I don't know if I want to go to Reno. I don't know if I'll have enough money for any of it. Anyways, I have some deals coming up, hopefully, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But the Childerberg one sounds fun, the one in Texas where they camp. That would be fun.
Yeah, I haven't gone camping enough lately. Yeah, and I think that probably our little black market dance party things probably going to have to involve some camping and stuff like that too.
Yes.
The way that some of those hippies put together, I knew some people that were just part of a local community that were camping near Cheyenne one time, and they had a bunch of DJs come out, and it was real low-key type music festival, but we could even do something like that. Everyone chipped in enough so that we could get a stage, and then I could put together a DJ set. We could get other people to come.
Quincy Absolutely. Just tried popping in. Come back, Quincy, if you're seeing this. He tried popping in there. All right.
That would be dope. Once it gets warm, we got to get on that.
Yeah, we just got to start doing outside stuff. When I'm Southern Baptist, very Christian demographic. Hazard to guess most of them will lean more Republican. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. And that was absolutely the air. She made a point. This lady that was talking at this thing I went to last night made a point to not tell anybody you need to vote for Republicans, but it was kind of obvious that she was kind of hinting that that's what she kind of expects people would do for voting their values. It's very much the sort of Charlie Kirk sort of PragerU kind of philosophy that they're kind of espousing, which I have some major complaints about, but at least I know I have a lot of common ground. I get what they're saying, but they seem to think that they can use this satanic commie system and make it tip it more toward Christian values, and it's I think you're gonna have to approach it differently. I'm sorry,
yeah,
kind of doesn't work. You can't use the enemy's weapons against them, especially when they have no principles, because then they'll use it back against you, and they won't even follow their own, because they don't believe in morality. Which that was it. They went into that, which I appreciated. That it's all based on the idea of moral relativism.
Someone asked about Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk has actually given a talk at the same church, and it's when I heard that was going to happen, I was like, I'm going to try not to be disrespectful, because I really can't stand that guy, but hey, he's actually somebody that I'd be very happy to debate. If I ever were to get a bigger platform or something like that, I would absolutely invite Charlie Kirk to debate me.
I feel like Jesus believed in the divinity of the individual. Yes, exactly.
I'm so sorry about that with the Fat Shack. I thought about it while I was on my way here. I didn't leave quite early enough because the traffic was slow. We've had some freezing drizzle today, so people have to be driving super cautious. If I'd have made a pit stop to get some mozzarella sticks or something, I would have been way late.
That's all right. Next time.
What would you want because I thought about also getting a hold of you ahead of time. If I do bring
French
Fat
fries?
Shack over here, you want fries? Do you want jalapeno poppers, mozzarella sticks, onion rings?
Yeah, maybe French fries and onion rings.
You don't like the fried cheese?
Well, is it fried cheese curds or
mozzarella sticks?
Oh yeah, get some. I'll do some of those too.
That's always been one of my favorite things.
Look at all that. I'm trying to get this in, but
I don't think I've had their fries except on one of their sandwiches because they make Fat Shack makes like Philly cheesesteak sandwiches that have like all this ridiculous stuff on them. Like they'll have a Philly with jalapeno poppers and chicken fingers and French fries.
That sounds good.
It is real good. Super filling for me. I'm starting to get a bigger appetite though.
Yeah, you're trying to gain weight, right?
Yeah, and I am realizing like the reason I don't feel like I can eat that much is because I've been eating like a bird in some sense for so long that my body's not used to it. It's gone into like high efficiency mode. Because I've got lean muscle tone, but I've been losing muscle mass like crazy because sedentary lifestyle plus like not that much protein.
You need protein, baby.
Yeah, I do. And for somebody on keto who's trying to bulk up, you're supposed to go for like 0.82 grams of protein per pound of body weight. So that's like at least 120 grams of protein a day. That's like the equivalent of like eating like a dozen eggs and like a full serving of whey protein.
Damn. Sorry, I'm trying to go with Quincy. What's that? Does that mean that's not sent? If it says there's like a red circle.
If it says try again, I'm guessing.
Well, no, I said try again.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I don't know what the red circle is, but that does kind of suggest fail.
Oh, there you go. Maybe it went now. Okay. I'm like, hate it. I'll eat any fries pretty much from anywhere.
I really like the style of fries they do at like A&W, where it's almost like battered. It's probably battered, which is
I do like
seems excessive,
fries.
but it's real good. It's got so much crispiness. I like the In-N-Out fries, but I honestly like I wouldn't try to sell someone on In-N-Out by telling them, oh, it's the fries, because while it's cool that they actually cut up the potatoes and fry them to order, they're not. They didn't knock my socks off.
Yeah. You eat a lot. You cook some of bacon grease, right?
Yeah, I'm all about soaked with that. Although my philosophy on the whole air fryer fad, because the thing about like oils, fried food, people think that it's bad because it has fat. That's not right. Fat itself isn't bad. A lot of the vegetable oils they fry them in is not a very good fat, but the problem is that it's high heat, and especially for those polyunsaturated fats, if you expose them to high levels of heat, they all get so oxidized that it's terrible for you. It causes all kinds of free radical damage. So if you have an air fryer, though, you can fry without any fat on it, and then you can add the fat, or you could put some oil on it first.
That's what I haven't done that, but my sister says she does that.
Best way to make popcorn, in my opinion, is an air popper, and then you pour melted butter on it.
That's what I do. I have air popper with my fancy popcorn, and then I put butter and a little salt on it too. I put the salt on it.
Today's National Popcorn Day, y'all. So I hope y'all got popcorn. Don't leave the stream to get popcorn though.
Hi, John. I mean, unless you want some popcorn.
Unless you want to. We're all about like do whatever you want to. But dude.
I'll have to buy it. I'm trying to buy these, but it's like not letting me for some reason. Everything's sold out.
Really?
Yeah, it's like it was like where if you auto-filled it, sometimes that doesn't count. Now it won't let me place order. Whatever. We have 10 more days to get them at cheap, so I'll do that.
Oh, so the pre-sale thing with the early bird?
Yeah, so half off basically.
Cool. Feel free to check in with me whenever you're doing that, and I'll see if I actually am broke whenever you are successfully trying to get it.
Oh, it's Spooner's birthday? Wait, which Spooner? Sooner or Spooner? Oh, Spooner.
I'm thinking of Lysander Spooner.
Oh, Lysander Spooner.
Is that who you're talking about?
I know, because there's a dog on Twitter named Sooner.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's my favorite Twitter dog and always has been.
He always shows up. He's great.
Yeah, because he's always in these ridiculous postures.
Yeah, he's just so comfortable.
And he's such a silly doggo. Hey, I was wondering why you didn't say hi to me. Now I'm talking about doggos. You know I like a doggo.
Oh yeah, Lysander. Happy birthday, Lysander Spooner.
That's awesome. Yeah, we should be celebrating. I mean, popcorn is still good, but I think that the official holiday for the 19th of January, that's Spooner Day.
All right. Outdoor air fryer. Like, is it a special brand? Is that where you're being secretive about it?
Yeah, what's outdoor air fryer?
Like,
why would it have to be outdoor? I am confused by this concept.
A certain outdoor fryer available. You can smoke with it too. I have a smoker. It's not the best one, but
I feel like I can smoke no matter what it is I'm cooking. Because I'm a grown man and and I can smoke weed and cook bacon and nobody's there to stop me.
Nope. Did you hear Biden talking today, by the way?
No.
Oh my God.
Was he talking about weed?
That came up. It was a fucking mess, man.
How the fuck is marijuana? I'm mad at myself for calling it marijuana. I'm really mad that cannabis is still federally illegal.
It's because it's huge and you can smoke with it. I only cook on hot rocks in the buff. I wish I could do that. Like, I wish you could just live. You have your campfire. The thing about Colorado is you half the time you can't have campfires anyways because they're on a fire ban all the time.
Which, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that kind of stuff is something I haven't thought a whole lot about. Obviously, libertarian purism would suggest that that's all bullshit. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it would be sensible when you're in a dry climate to at least strongly advise people to refrain from having fires because people know what they're doing generally, but people are also stupid enough generally.
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn it up here. What you doing?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Good, how are you? You guys get closer in here.
Chilling at the homeboy shop, you know what I'm saying? Just
yeah. I love that you're hanging out, just chilling with your friend at a shop and all that.
Got some moonshine. I'm gonna drink up later on.
Oh hell yeah! Good. It's like homemade, or where'd you get it from?
Homemade, 150 proof.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's strong.
I remember seeing somebody who wasn't it Liberty Thought that had posted a picture of some blackberry moonshine, and I could see on the bottle that it was some crazy thing 80 proof or something like that. I was like, how is that moonshine?
You know what? The moonshine that you see today in the liquor stores, that's just alcohol. That's not really moonshine, man. If it doesn't come in this or say a milk jug from a friend of a friend, I don't know if you can really call it moonshine or not,
Yeah, or a big glass jug, generic glass jug, and it has 3 X's on it or something.
I do know some people in South Carolina that still do that. They will put the 3 X's on it.
I only really know that from cartoons.
Oh yeah.
I know at least 3 people who actually market their shine like that in jugs with the 3 X's on it. It's crazy.
I wonder, what do you think that indicates?
It is very cold. It's about 19 degrees where I'm at right now. That is why I am inside.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cold here today. It's been drizzling because it's been not cold enough for it to snow, but down at the ground level it's 25 degrees, so the roads are all ice rinks.
True. I'm about about 20 miles from Pikes Peak, and yeah, it's starting to snow. The fog has been around all damn day long. It might get a little bit squirrely for a moment.
Yeah, careful if you're driving around.
Oh, indeed. Listen, if push gonna shove, the homies stay like 2 blocks down. We gonna crash over there and get drunk, real drunk.
Good.
I mean, you already got moonshine, so already the scales are starting to tip toward the not driving thing anyway.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. Yeah, I can't wait to crack this open.
I was just thinking about how I brought some bourbon over here that one time, and you probably still have some.
The bullet?
Yeah.
I think even Quincy had some of it when he stopped by one time.
Yes, I did. That was some good bullet.
I love me some bourbon.
Should we drink it? You want to drink
Could I have some bourbon? I'm down.
I'll go get it.
I'm absolutely down. You can just pour me a little bit in a glass.
Any ice or anything?
Neat is good.
I'll just bring it up.
Right on. Man drinks it neat. I respect that.
Yeah, I like Irish whiskey with rocks, but and I used to do bourbon with rocks and only Scotch neat, but eventually it was just like, nah. I don't know why it is Irish whiskey that I feel like is better with ice, but if it's good whiskey, I kind of don't want it watered down.
I hear you. I used to be stupid and just put a ton of ginger ale or Sprite in there. I'm just like,
yeah.
You could just not be a pussy and just drink it straight, Q. So that's what I do now.
I was surprised that, whiskey ginger is pretty good. First time I tried it, it was Jack Daniels, so it wasn't as much of a travesty since it's just Jack, but
it's good, but man, all that sugar in that ginger, I'm just like,
that's not necessary. Exactly. And that's a lot of what people don't get. Like they associate how shitty they feel after they've been drinking with the alcohol, but it's really because of all the sugar they're drinking with it.
Indeed.
We just decided we're going to drink now, so.
You know what? Tell you what, let me take a little swig of this because I've not tried this yet. So this is live exclusive content. All right, Dave.
Cheers,
3, 2, 1, sip.
Whiskey.
I'm going to barely sip it, though. I need to buy more to try.
Dear God.
I'll get you some good Scotch.
Okay. The McAllen, is that one good?
Do you know if you like smoky Scotch?
I don't know.
If you're not sure if you like it, there's a good chance you don't. I'll find something you like.
This is pure gasoline right here. Jesus.
I'll put hair on your chest.
Yeah, one sip and I'm good. That was wow.
Good.
Yeah,
we're drinking together, and that's fun.
It is, but boy, I'm gonna be sipping this thing slowly.
You've been walking around a lot lately, still where you're
Man,
at?
listen, I've been seeing some cool stuff out here, walking around, which again at this altitude is great because it's working on my cardio. I know once I get down a lower elevation, it's gonna be a-okay. I've been walking around seeing some stuff. Still haven't been up to the top of Pikes Peak yet, but that will happen at some point. Right now I'm just focusing on being one with nature to sound all hippie like and whatnot, and just taking my time. And when I get back,
you're pretty as hell. You're in a pretty area.
You gotta have some nature in your life, good for your soul.
You know what? Yes. Like in a way, I'm kind of glad that what happened because I was running myself just raggedy, and I guess this is just life's way of telling me, slow down, buddy, slow yourself down for a little bit. So that's what I'm doing.
Thought of saying hi. There's thought of saying hi.
What up, Liberty ladies?
There's actually research that's like in a densely populated area, then like you are like mentally fast paced because of the fast pacedness of everything going on around you. So if you go to a rural area, everything feels really slow at first. I remember driving around Pueblo, Trinidad area one time, and I was like, why does it seem like everything is so slow?
But it feels good.
Yeah, well, I've always got ants in my pants. That's not necessarily good.
Yeah.
Hey, same here, bro. Same here.
Well, it's good. It's good for you to take your break out there. I'm glad you're not stuck in some city or something.
Man, for real, man. For once, I'm not sitting in a hotel just getting Uber Eats and DoorDash in a little room. Like I'm actually out. I've actually touched the grass multiple times, as the cool kids say. Yeah, not too shabby. And you got the Grateful Dead over there. Boom.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
You're like a little hippie dippy now.
I'm a bit of a deadhead myself.
Yeah, you are.
Love those guys. I got introduced to them back in 2005, and yeah, I've been a fan ever since.
Yep, nice. Yeah, I probably didn't get that into them until after that, but I moved to Colorado where there's like Sancho's Broken Arrow Bar, and you can kind of go to Cervantes, and I've seen Further a bunch of times, and yeah.
Oh, good old Cervantes. I've had many a night there before.
I miss Cervantes from before they legalized recreational dispensaries, because back then they just let you smoke weed right there on the dance floor, and nowadays you got to go to the smoking area, otherwise they're at risk of losing their liquor license.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to be more
That's
strict.
messed up, man.
Yeah, they legalize it, and now you have less freedom with weed in certain venues.
Boo hiss. So, tell me, how was Arizona there, Forest Mama?
It was awesome. It was a really good time. Met a bunch of people. It was nice because it was like at a nice resort kind of place too. So it was just nice to get away because I haven't like gone anywhere on vacation. So that was nice. Met a bunch of people. Was hanging out, smoking weed with Scott Horton, and
Nice.
Yeah, like it was just a nice time. Hung out. Me and Thought hung out a lot just because we're from out of town. Yeah, we're from out of town, so we were like, it wasn't like our thing totally, but like we were just partying, having a good time. And
just Thelma and Louising it up over there.
we were bad, man. We made some great bad friends. That's what I love. Like at one point we were all sitting in my room and there was like a Mormon lawyer, Thought, who's like a sex worker, me, real estate agent, an electrician, someone else, and we were all just getting the fuck along. Like everyone can be so different, and everyone just gets along and like
So it should be.
Yeah, and like we were just talking about whatever, shooting the shit for whatever, and like yeah, it was a good time. It wasn't like super warm there, but it wasn't as cold as here, so that was nice.
Where in Arizona was it at?
Tucson.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't get like it gets a little chillier.
It's not quite as cold as Flagstaff, but it's no Phoenix.
Man, Flagstaff can get damn cold over there for real. I've driven through Flagstaff with like 5 inches of snow on the ground, and it's like 25 degrees. I'm like, this sucks.
Absolutely, but Flagstaff in the summer is like paradise.
John, whatever state you're in, someone's asking about LP events. Whatever state you're in, go to your state Libertarian Party page, and there may or may be a convention coming up. The conventions are fun because it usually brings in a lot of people. Otherwise, they'll have a bunch of events on there that they do. So look on your state Libertarian page.
You know what? I'm gonna try my damnedest to go to the one that's in your state in March. We'll see.
We were just talking about, so there's early bird pricing right now, so it's a little bit cheaper right now, but
gets to sign up.
It should be fun.
I'm just confused as to why they're having it in Kingsburg. I'm like, you could have did Denver or Fort Collins, even Colorado Springs. Kingsburg.
What's Kingsburg? I've never heard of Kingsburg.
It's out up 76. But it's at like a private ranch that does like events. So it's not like an events place, but yeah,
I'm just saying, like,
it's out there. It's a little different. The last one they had this past year was like right down the road at this like resort right by me. So I was like, yeah, that was nice. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I'm just saying, I have driven through Kingsburg a bunch of times. It's one of them blink and you miss it type cities.
Yeah, that's I've probably driven through it too, because like I'm from Nebraska, so I take 76. It's 76 east.
Yeah, like if you're going up.
Yeah, and I've noticed like the Julesburg sign and Sterling and all that stuff. But
freaking Julesburg is right at the border.
And everyone's staying we're all staying at the Best Western in Kingsburg. So,
It's gonna be a good
Fancy dancy, the best restaurant now.
Best
featuring
Western,
tacos.
I'm like, whatever, it'll be cheap.
Best
that's fine.
Western isn't that, it's not too shabby at all. Like
fine.
well, when I was in New Hampshire and we were dealing with all this nonsense, for a while we were at a Super 8, and that's the one that kicked us out because somebody informed them that somebody tested positive with the coop, and then we were at some bougie like place in Manchester for a while. Eventually moved to a Best Western. It's like an older hotel, but it was better than the other hotels we went to.
Oh, see, John, if you're in Florida, I think the Florida convention's at the end of February, and that should be a good one too. I think Dave Smith's going to that one. So
I still have not been to Manchester yet, but I want to though.
What was that?
I said I still haven't been to Manchester, New Hampshire, but I want to. The last time I was up there in New Hampshire, it was not a good time at all. That winter storm gale was happening, and I was right in the middle of it. Jesus.
With the truck? In your truck?
Yes, with the truck. I had a 4 a.m. At a 4 a.m. delivery time just over the border in New Hampshire. I forget the name of the city, but something with a C, something like that. I don't know. But I remember parking Wednesday afternoon at like 4 o'clock, and it was cloudy, but it was okay. I wake up 2:30 Thursday morning. There's like 2 feet of snow on the ground. I'm like, son of a bitch, man. Like, that was the roughest 10 miles I've ever driven in my entire life, and that's saying something. It was bad, man.
Sometimes I'm thinking about getting my CDL, but sometimes I'm thinking like, and that could be real rough sometimes.
Bruh, do it.
Yeah.
It's the closest you're ever gonna get to being a cowboy without being a real cowboy, and the money.
The money, and I'd be learning so much, listening to audiobooks all the time.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. I have like 100 books on tape and everything with the Audible. Plus, every day you're gonna see something kick ass. Every day you're gonna see something kick ass. If you're gonna be out on the road, going from big and safe to state, you're gonna see some cool stuff.
Yeah, I like any adventure. If I don't long. End up getting hitched anytime soon, I'm probably gonna be doing the trucker life at some point before too long.
Let me know, because there are companies that will pay for your license provided you drive for them for like X amount of time.
Yeah, I was talking to one guy. Well, I was hesitating about a year ago. I was unemployed and I was taking it very seriously. I even got in touch with Warner Enterprises, and but somebody who was telling me about it was saying that they do hair follicle tests, and I was like, that means I can't.
Some do not.
But somebody else more recently told me that they're not always doing that. So.
Correct. Normally it's a urine test, but they have shampoos now that you can use to detox your hair. So
yeah, that's true. And yeah, I've even heard, like, I read something up about it. Like, it's not that easy to beat those things or cheat those things. But one of the things they said kind of can work if you're in a pinch is like literally like get all of your hair just plucked completely off, including your eyebrows.
Yeah, here's the thing. They would just send you back home, because I remember I worked for this one company, and they had to let this dude go because he literally had no hair. He was bald.
They're like, okay, why did you wax your eyebrows off? We know what's going on. Like,
yeah, like he didn't even have eyebrows, man. Like he was completely
because you can't feel
even like down there, he had no hair. So they was just like, we can't test you. You got to go.
Yeah, it's probably not the best way to go about it.
Hey, Colton. Hey, Lucifer. Thanks for saying my hi.
Hey, y'all.
I think
again, man, it's something to think about.
Yeah, it is something to think about. Absolutely.
If for nothing else, do it for the freedom. It's like, yes, there are a lot of regulations, but most companies will leave you the F alone. Just do your job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love not having somebody micromanaging me. I can just sit back, look out my office window, aka my damn windshield, and just play my music as loud as I want to, stop when I want to, flirt when I want to. It's quite all right.
And that's kind of what I like about being a Lyft driver, except like I do have to be mindful of making a good environment for the passengers, so it's not always music as loud as I want to, and there are frequent interruptions, but really the money is not always that good, but with at least there'd be consistent good money with the trucking life.
You know how many days I didn't
focus on some
gone down the road blasting out polka music loud as hell, or some heavy metal. It's like this is
we gotta go to a Quincy festival in Wisconsin together sometime. I got a place we can stay.
There's Quincy festivals?
No, a polka festival.
Oh, polka?
Yeah.
Like as in like
the music.
Yeah, like the only connection I have to polka is from Home Alone with when she gets picked up by the Kenosha kickers.
The Kenosha kickers. Get out of here.
They're doing polka style of like Christmas carols, like Deck the Halls.
Yeah, I love it.
Listen, Forrest, I'm in. I'm totally in for it. Like, yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, let me check about.
I'm down.
Okay, we're all good.
Some polka, some freaking pierogies.
Wow.
Great Muda. Hey, sorry for keeping you up all night that one night, man. This dude had a stream and everything, and I was drunk and talkative. I kept that man up till like 4 o'clock in the morning. He should have yawned. I was just like, hey man, listen, dog. Why don't you go ahead and go to sleep? I'm drunk. I'm just talkity.
That's me last night. I was up till 2 a.m. with like Hex was up for some reason. And I was like, whatever. It's just kind of fun to do this and talk to people, you know? And like if people are engaging in the chat, like it's just what the fuck else we're supposed to do right now?
Shout out to Hex and bruh, the bounty hunter.
He's so funny.
All right there, Egg Foo Young. Right on. Hey, you know what? Last night I had some yak meat and boy was it good.
That stuff is so good for you too. Like as far as like ungulates go, like it's got so much omega-3s and all that stuff. Yak meat is real nutritional.
Indeed. I'm staying on a homie's yak farm out here with about 80 acres.
I want to see a yak.
Man, listen, them things are big, boy.
Yeah, no, I believe that. I went to I was mentioning this like little low-key festival up near Cheyenne one time. Well, we were right next to a bison ranch, and we took this old-timey train out to a bison ranch because it's like $7 to ride this train into Wyoming. And then we went to feed alfalfa pellets to the bison, and the bulls, they come up and they know the tourists when they see that train are going to have some good treats. And so they come up, and these things are crazy big, like, and they practically look like they're going to swallow your hand. They're so excited. They're like sticking their tongue out at you. Like, yeah, those beasts are crazy.
No, I have seen a bison in real life. I hope to God I never hit one on the truck because my truck's going to be done. Yeah. Jeez. What a fam.
Deer, elk, nothing compared to a buffalo.
Hey man, screw deer. Deer are suicidal. I refuse to believe otherwise, man.
Well, what I mean, why else would they like literally like run out into the middle of the street, see you coming, and then stop and stare at you? They're not down to breathing.
Facts. Dude, I'm driving down the road. I'm honking the horn, just like I know you can see me because I see you, and they're just there like.
They're like, what? I can't hear you. Excuse me.
I'm just like, okay, here we go. Boom. I remember some dudes like, dude. I remember I posted the aftermath of me hitting a deer, and some dudes like, well, why don't you just swerve? Why don't you kiss my ass? Okay, like, first of all, I'm like 70,000 pounds. It's the middle of the winter and it's icy in Wyoming. Daddy don't swerve. Not in those conditions. Nah.
Well, dude, I had a passenger that I picked up from a hospital. He was this Russian guy who's a trucker, and he was in the hospital for a month because he tipped his truck over. And the way that happened, assuming I understood him correctly, he didn't speak very good English, but I think he was super sleep deprived. He knew he needed to stop and take a nap. 7 miles to the next rest stop. He says what happens is he thought he saw a coyote or something like that. And he just, without thinking about it,
he saw the dog.
before he knew it, and he was on the mountain roads 70 west, and he was like, he went down. I started waking up. They were like, "What's going on here?" He's like, "I was just tired. I needed a nap and stuff like that."
Yeah, we gotta stop doing all that. Like, dude saw the dog. Listen, I run pretty hard, but even I know when it's time to go to sleep, or your body will put you to sleep, man.
Because it's not just about when your eyelids get heavy, and I know this from doing some 12-hour lift shifts sometimes, where it's like I'm kind of okay, but all of a sudden, I'm driving and it's late at night, and I start hallucinating, and I can see the shadows. I thought I saw like a face in the shadows this one time. It's like, all right, it's like I'm tripping right now. I have absolutely no business driving right now. This is not good.
I mean, coffee and Red Bull can only take you so far,
Right.
Eventually you're gonna have to be like, I gotta go to sleep, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's more dangerous than being drunk when you're hallucinating because you haven't gotten enough sleep.
And see, having said all that, pull over when you're tired. My last job had me out of doing some wild shit. I was driving like 24 hours at a time, putting in like 1,300 miles in one go, just like,
Yeah, I can only imagine. I went on a long road trip on my own one time, and I remember just I stopped at a truck stop and picked up a bunch of cold brew coffee, and I'm just pounding this stuff. But it was rough, because I definitely went like 16 hours nonstop, but 20 plus hours, man.
Listen, I freaking went from LA to Jacksonville in under a weekend, and that's a hike, freaking like 24 hours in, I'm eating coffee beans and motherfucking everybody because I'm just
take a handful of coffee beans.
Oh yeah, eat them like freaking like sunflower seeds. Just going over fuck this car, fuck this guy, fuck that moose on the side of the road. Just driving, whatever it took to stay awake. And like I finally parked and like, fuck you, squirrel, I'm going to bed, and just like closed up my curtains and slept for about 8-9 hours and did it all over again like a damn idiot.
Well, at least apparently you're still in one piece. So.
I was still in one piece. I do not advise doing that. Only reason I did it because it paid like the damn dickens. I made it like a bandit on that one load. Like that one load was like $4,000 right there. That I made in like 2 days. But again, I wouldn't advise that.
Yeah, that kind of cash ain't worth your life.
Yes, but here's the thing though. Legally driving, you can still easily make $1,500 a week legally driving a truck.
Yeah. I gotta stop fucking around with this rideshare shit, especially in the winter when
when you're ready, let me know.
Yeah.
When you're ready, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the school you went to was in Colorado, right? Quincy?
Yes.
It'd be good to give him business because he sounded like a good guy.
I know they have CDL schools out here that'll pay for your tuition.
But again, yeah, correct. But actually, the rules just changed now. If you want to get a CDL now, you have to go to an approved school on a list or something. But again, there are companies that are approved that they will train you on their own and pay for your license. You just got to drive for them for I think it's like 6 months or a year, which really isn't that damn long, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It can be worth it.
The last 2 years have flown by, so 6 months is nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
for real.
If I'd have jumped on that a year ago, like I'd already be trucking. Got my chips.
The last 2 years have flown by, especially for me in the truck, because I'm just always moving. Like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? I've not been slowed down by the Great Reset or whatever you want to call it.
Sons of bitches, motherfuckers.
I swear, it's like, no, I mean, I'm starting to realize, like, I really got to abide in, in Jesus, just so I don't rip the head off of one of these motherfuckers.
Abide in Jesus, you said?
Yeah, something like that. I need my peace. I need my Prince of Peace because these people.
Oh,
piss me
you
off.
said
I'm
Jesus.
not
I
even
thought
a
you
violent
said
person.
cheese.
He's a Jesus lover in a good way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
beautiful thing.
Okay,
Let me
my
some
bad.
cheese.
I thought he had said cheese.
Oh, well, cheese is great, but
That's something to put your faith in too.
well,
Yes,
I mean,
put your trust in brie cheese, man. You will go places.
I mean, it's pretty bomb. Not gonna lie. I
Hey,
like
listen,
spread
I
soft.
had some
Soft rice and cheese.
freaking brie nachos in
Ooh,
Baton Rouge. I'm just like, who
sounds
made
pretty
these?
good.
Because
Yeah.
we need to make out because these are awesome.
Yeah. I remember the first time I tried brie, I didn't really like it. Like my mom is kind of a nerd for French culture because she like learned French when she was a little girl and stuff like that. She's like, we're having brie and crackers, and I'm like, what the hell is this? It tasted funny to me, but I like it now.
Yeah, brie cheese. Like, listen, you get some warm brie cheese, some Granny Smith apples, couple of chips. You're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
Yep. Let it go. Oh, okay. The dog's over here somewhere. Ah, there he is. What up, Phil? Oh, sleepyhead. Sleepy.
Yeah, he's comfy.
Listen, the way I've been spoiling his ass, he better be comfy.
What?
He's talking about his dog over there. He just shifted over to his little dog. Is kind of he's got a bed over like that one, but the dog's sleeping.
Spoiled ass little things.
There you go.
Oh boy, that's such a perfect looking puppy.
Oh yeah. Like I said, he's his biggest fan of yak meat as I am.
I don't doubt it.
Good stuff. So what y'all got going on for later on? Just out there chilling and drinking or what?
We're getting some Chinese food here in a minute.
I got Chinese food coming, but just gonna stream for a while. We started later today just because we noticed more people would hop on later we go. So
and that's so far that appears to be the case.
Yeah.
Like I was even thinking that you meant to do later than like 4 o'clock, but I think 4 might have been kind of perfect because
it's 6 o'clock on the eve.
We were starting to get up to like 10 folks tuning in around when we started at like 4:05.
Did you listen to Biden today, Quincy?
No. Why would I?
It'll break your brain listening to him. It's like the worst yet, man.
Should we break our brains?
Listen,
I may as well know what you're talking about.
I'll stop listening to that dude when he kept talking about Jim Crow 2.0. I'm just like, shut up. Just shut up, man. Like
all this shit about like trying to compare like because you already know if they're even trying to say Jim Crow, they're talking about voter ID, and I feel so stupid even trying to argue against it other than just to say like that's the dumbest shit to be worried about in the world. Like I don't want to defend voting as such, but the idea that wanting people to prove that they are like actually eligible to vote is like racist.
Boy, man,
I've ever heard in my life.
I've yet to have somebody explain to me in detail how is it racist to show an ID to vote, but not racist to show an ID for everything else you got to show an ID for. Right. I've yet to have somebody explain that to me. It's like it's racist to show it to vote, but it's not racist to show it to buy alcohol, buy cigarettes, get on the airplane. How does that work?
The other day I went to a dispensary and they wouldn't let me buy weed because I had a little crack on my driver's license.
That's racist.
Right. I tried to tell them like I was gonna call the NAACP, but apparently they still wouldn't let me through. Bullshit.
Put that shit on your phone. No, it's not racist to need a fucking vaccine passport to do shit either. Like, okay, is that not racist?
Yeah, I ain't worried about that. I know a guy, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Hell yeah.
I gotta stop going to dispensaries. I gotta get in touch with Mimi.
Oh, and that's another thing. If you do decide to become a truck driver, there isn't a company alive that is mandating the vaccine. So just get in there and drive, baby. Truck companies don't care. Just have your ass in Birmingham by Friday morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah. Well, I had some passengers the other day who didn't work for a trucking company, but it was similar. They like drive vans and stuff like that, and they go around the country, and stuff like that. I overheard some of their conversation. Like they were even like they were talking about somebody that made the mistake of not just taking the religious exemption for the testing requirement that they had. He just let himself like get fired because he heard someone say that the tests give you cancer or something, and they're like, why didn't you just get the religious exemption? But apparently, if all they were really trying to do is make people get tests, and you could get a religious exemption for that, those kinds of companies are
That's
not
the first I'm hearing of it, man. Because every company from like the big boys to the mom and pops, they're not giving a damn about no damn mandate. Their freight has to be there. So the vaccine passport, they're not worried about. They ain't worried about that crap at all.
I think that's the same thing with these like Lyft and Uber drivers thing, because I'm pretty sure that those tech companies would love they would love to get on board with the fascism and all that, but they can't because
man got a smoking
they need
smoke
their
over there. I love
drivers.
it.
I had so I went in Tucson. I got an Uber from the airport to the resort in the back. The first one was all masked up and shit. Didn't tip him. And then on the way back, the guy was just like East Coast guy in like sweatpants, and he was like, I'm like, don't put it on, buddy. You don't have to. And he's like, good. This is so stupid. And I'm like, and then I gave him a tip.
Lord have mercy.
And I asked him, that was Uber, and I was like, do you have to do the picture of you with the thing on? He said he does.
Did I clarify? The only time I ever had to do that was because someone reported me. I thought it was a new thing they make me do regularly, but it was just that some bitch reported me.
Some bitch.
Some bitch.
Some fucking
bitch.
Who would report shit? That's so stupid.
Well, and that scenario was totally ridiculous. Because my rule, I'm actually like, I'm kind of a cuck when it comes to that stuff. Like, I will not wear a mask until I see the person that's going to get in my car wearing one. And then I just don't even want to have the conversation. I just put it on. I don't want to talk about it. But if they get in my car not wearing one, I don't bother. People got a ride for their drunk friend who wasn't wearing a mask, so I didn't bother. But I know this girl girlfriend of the guy that ordered the Lyft, who was standing outside with a mask on. I know she saw me not wearing a mask, and she sent in a report. I wish I could go back and slap.
I'll be honest with you. As far as the whole like masking and everything, I don't like it, but at the same time, if me putting on this damn piece of cloth that I've never washed, if it's gonna help me get in and out of your warehouse that much quicker, okay, well, I ain't gonna like it. I just gotta do it because I got a job to do and I'm gonna get the money. Thankfully, for the past like 6 months or so, maybe even a whole year, warehouses have not been given a damn if you're masked up or not. You know what I'm saying? Same goes for all the truck stops. I have not had any issue walking in with no mask on.
No, we got people who gotta fucking work, don't want to fucking have that shit on their face.
It's the anal retentive people that are like a loud minority of people that are like actually like there's some people that do it and they think that it actually works, but they're like, yeah, whatever. But the people who actually care enough to report you, like that's not most people. That's these stupid germaphobes that the government is given excuse to lean into their germ.
Listen, if you scared, stay your punk ass home. If you scared, dog, and let us
stop making it everyone else's fucking problem.
For real, B. For real.
Yeah, that's why I was mad with the stock show, because the CEO said, we're not doing masks, blah, blah, blah. They can stay home. And then Denver redid the mask mandate. And he's like, okay, we're doing masks. And I was like, fuck you, bye. I ain't volunteering.
Did y'all hear that, what's his name? The Prime Minister of UK said he's going to end all the mandates. And,
UK. Someone else was saying that a minute too.
Good for him. He still needs a better haircut, but good for him.
I don't hear enough.
Yeah,
hey, boys, I'm gonna take a detour real quick to head and go get some eat. I'll be right back. All
right. We'll see you when you get back.
All right, bye.
This would be a good time to watch that then. Let's see if I can pull it up.
We want to know what our dear president has to say to the American people. Shrew and I was shabba the pressure.
There was someone was like trying to, it was another thing where he said like whatever. Oh, hi. Oh, see, that's who you are. Okay. It is that everyone has different names everywhere, so let's see here. I mean, it was probably live. Yeah, okay.
Any time before.
I don't know,
Unemployment
mine was
dropped. The
glitching out.
unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%. Child poverty dropped by nearly 40%. The biggest drop ever in American history.
Can you guys hear that?
New business applications grew by 30%, the biggest increase ever. And for the first time in a long time, this country's working people actually got a raise.
I ain't got no fucking raise.
The bottom 40% saw their income go up the most. Got a raise.
As if we're not experiencing inflation anyway.
Millions of American families. We just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country.
Why don't you just double the money supply and then pay us twice as much?
$2,000 to $5,000 hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because the consultation you weren't told was going to cost that much. No more. They're now illegal.
People in this chat are like, worst president ever.
Other actions we've taken. We've seen record job creation, record economic growth in the past year.
Oh.
Now,
Oh.
thanks to
I thought I heard something fall. I didn't think that actually
we're
came
about
out.
to make a record
The chains are in or
investment in
something.
rebuilding America to take us to be number one of the best infrastructure in the world. Now we're way below that.
What?
We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports,
Modernize
our
your face.
airports. Everything from making clean water, removing lead pipes, that every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural and suburban communities. It's going to make affordable high-speed internet available to every American in urban, rural, and suburban areas.
What are you gonna do to make?
We've never done that before. Now
Yeah,
we are.
probably because you don't have the power to make shit affordable
Still,
by
for all
edict.
this progress,
He
comes a lot of
he
frustration.
knows better. He's just counting on
Doesn't
people
care.
being stupid enough to think that
COVID-19.
the president can just wave a magic wand and make everything work with no negative side effects.
But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic.
I'm not panicking. Just want you to shut the fuck up and go away.
Learning and adapting as fast as we can, preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological
That you guys did. You guys did that shit.
impact it's had on everyone. For many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now, though. We have the tools: vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills, to save lives and keep businesses.
I kind of like that he's saying this because most people by now kind of know that those are empty, full like words that don't mean anything.
No shots in arms last summer, and down to 35 million with no shots as of today.
So you're gonna leave the rest of us
And
alone
we're
now?
adding
Leave me alone
about
then,
9
asshole.
million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with our vaccination efforts because vaccinations work. So get vaccinated.
Clearly.
No, they don't. They literally don't.
You just don't believe hard enough. You have to believe and not doubt
Earlier? Yes.
in the
But
science.
we're doing more now.
It's all
We've
about
gone from
faith.
0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just
And how much did
this
he make
month.
off? How much did I get?
If you buy a test at a store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that, we're making
But insurance
1
won't.
billion-
I mean,
1
helps
billion
people get their
at-home
drugs.
tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free.
Someone said no, they don't. When he's probably when he's talking about they work.
Know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now.
We don't need to test.
We have more treatments that people can for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life.
So why are you withholding treatments that actually keep people out of the hospital
Yeah,
from
very
people?
scary pandemic, but we have to politicize treatments.
More than any country in the world. Bottom
You're
line,
not allowed to
COVID-19
like tweets that say anything
is that
about
we're in a
Schmeiber
better
Schmeck
place
thing.
than we've
You
been
can't even like
have
the
been
tweet.
Thus far, clearly better than a year ago.
Yeah, it's pro. I mean, he's
It's
just
so
gonna.
stupid.
There's no point. Sorry about it. Thank you for bearing with us and not running away because of that bullshit. Like we were just. I don't know if you could hear that at all, but yeah, because we knew that Joe Biden was addressing the public, which, yeah, I mean, how much adrenochrome do they have to pump into that guy just so that he can do that? So you kind of gotta appreciate a moment. Yeah. Oh, ground for it when they actually. So I know it didn't evaporate. So it's all good.
Totally evaporated.
I mean, if it did, that's cool. So
this is a magic room. It's like the Bermuda Triangle.
It eats silver. Well, yeah. I mean, because what else do they even have to say? That's the funny thing too about like I don't know. Because who knows, like, we shouldn't get too excited that everybody's waking up or get too bummed that nobody's waking up. Yeah, people are waking up. People who aren't waking up, though, like, I'm just getting to a point where I don't care because if you can't see through this nonsense.
I've been getting some messages. I have a friend who's a fireman down in Castle Rock, and he's been with me, like, we grew up together. We were good friends, and he's been against this, and he held out getting the vaccine, which as a fireman, that's harder there to do, get exemptions and stuff. Yes. And he said, he showed me, he screenshotted messages from two of his guys who were like making fun. They were sick. They're vaccinated. They got sick. And they're like, yeah, no, we just, a booster will really help. We already got, so they're coming around. People are coming around. I'm glad a bunch of people got sick. I mean, it sucks to be sick, but nobody is entitled to not get a cold or a flu in cold or flu season. Yeah. Like, no one has ever been fucking entitled to that. Ever. Right. So like,
and all these people who are sick that didn't really hear. I mean, I respect people who kind of avoided like really getting into arguments and aren't really watching a whole lot of TV, but they're just kind of like, yeah, my employer says there's this, thing, and the only way I can keep everyone safe is to do whatever, and it's whatever, I mean, I have some respect for that, but when they've been dealing with the nonsense and just in good faith been like imagining that, okay, I'm cooperating, hopefully eventually by cooperating everything will go back to normal. And then they're also told, it's like, yeah, this is the way that you can avoid getting sick. And then they do the thing, and then they get these kind of like, they feel crappy because they took the shot thing, and they're like, that means that it's working. And they're like, that doesn't make sense, but okay, I hope you're right. And then they actually get sick. They're just all like, okay, why should I listen to your shit anymore about what I'm supposed to get jabbed with?
Exactly. See, Pacha, they forced my kid's mom to get vaxxed to keep her job, despite the fact her body is shutting down and her heart is
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, and she got MS. The diagnosis came afterwards. Oh, I'd be fucking.
Did you say MS?
Yeah. Oh, she got diagnosed with MS afterwards.
I'm so sorry.
Up. Brock had a couple of his subs, which I don't know. They're blue collar, but they got it just because the family, whatever. But then they got sick still, and now they're like, I'm not fucking getting a booster. Like, it's just.
I think my mom thinks that she's getting some side effects and stuff like that because I overheard her at Thanksgiving talking to my cousin about it. And then when I came in the room, I overheard her say something about like, I don't want to change the subject because she sounded like she didn't want me to say I told you so or something.
I agree, Ossie. That was one thing and now he was like trying to speak out against the vax stuff, but it's like he was someone who got fooled by Big Pharma once before, and it was sad he got fooled again.
But I don't think he really got as much fooled as much as he was just naive, and then he felt stupid immediately because his thing was like, look, it's whatever. You're saying that you'll leave me alone once I get the shot. I'm not afraid of this shot. It's probably fine. I'll take the shot. And then he gets the shot, and then they don't leave him alone. Nope. And he's like, well, I guess shame on me then. I should have known better.
That stuff smells good, by the way. Yeah, and I think I told you last time he's been traveling around with shows. He's doing a show in Denver, but it's going to be at the Belco Theater, which as of right now is you have to have a vax to go to. So he's going to do shows.
That's a bummer. Yeah. I think I don't know. Couldn't hurt to send the guy an email because I think that if you appealed to him on the kind of principles I would have expected from him, if he sees it, he'll at least think about it.
He said he did. He said Jordan Peter said he did it for the freedom. Yeah, which that's like, come on, he should have known fucking better than that.
Right.
He really should have.
He should have known better, and I think he would agree with you if you were talking.
And you know what? And that's what's kind of okay about him is at least he
He's honest.
He's honest, and he said, like, I saw people, they were showing pictures when he was all fucked up and his like office was messy, and they're like, oh, clean your room, blah blah. And it's like, real people have ups and downs. It's just it's a suggestion that if you want to feel better, that's what you start doing.
Exactly.
You know?
It's not the same thing as hypocrisy. You're telling people that it's a good, but I mean, but those kinds of people, who cares? Because they don't. All they're doing is being haters, and that's.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I remember earlier on when he was a bigger sensation, you know, because one of his rules was also like, don't lie. And he's getting interviewed and stuff like that. And it's like, so you never lie then? And he pauses for a second. And all he kind of says is, everybody lies.
So what you're saying, that lady probably would have. Yeah, like you can't deify Jordan. You can't like, but you also, it's funny because the people who hate him basically are deifying him by making him so important. And then you, like anybody who has suggestions and ideas and like, you don't fucking agree with everything they fucking say. You don't worship everything they do, but like that, I think the first time I met you, I told you that when I was still on Facebook. I remember just seeing his name, but it was so negative. Like everything was just super fucking negative.
Oh yeah, well that was my experience too. Well, that was what red pilled me. That was what officially red pilled me. Is I just saw him on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about people being crazy toward him, and I didn't expect to agree with him, but I was curious to see if people are outraged and treating him like this, if he deserves it. So I watched enough of his videos. And I heard enough of what he had to say, and I was like, this guy is incredibly careful to choose his words and try to make it very clear what he means by what he says, especially while he's talking about controversial topics. And I couldn't help but admire how much care he took to be sure that he was communicating clearly. And then people were intentionally taking what he was saying out of context and straw manning him and all of this stuff. And I even told like my stepdad about him, and he found me this stupid video by this thing called like AJ Plus. And it was this absolutely disgusting, like this guy was constantly with this self-righteous smirk on his face, talking about the sensation of Jordan Peterson. And he's like straw manning him constantly about like, oh yeah, this guy is this guy is super concerned about the plight of men. And he did,
Aussie. He did. I mean, he bent the knee. I mean, his money is traveling around. I'm sure that went through his head and all that. So what are you going to do?
I got to have some compassion for people who live under the British Commonwealth because, man, like, you think that things are rough in America. Like, these people have all been dealing with a lot of crazy commie bullshit, like that we haven't even considered whatever happened here.
Yeah.
Happens in Canada, though. It's probably coming here.
Well, I was on a stream last night, and there was a gal on from Canada, and she was saying they're already in like lockdowns again, and Colton's on, and he's in Canada, and he's like, you know, like this shit's just terrible. Like,
I couldn't stand that guy, by the way. That
stoner. He's just a philosopher, teacher, dude that had some good ideas that people latched onto, but then he was against like forced speech, so then the left went after him. It's just like.
Well, yeah, because but that really raised a lot of red flags because nobody would have assumed. I mean, if you'd have told somebody that there would have been like legislation waged against people over things like pronouns, they mostly would have been all like, okay, it sounds like you're being kind of sensational and like you're trying to fearmonger me. I'm not really interested in what you're having to say, but he started raising this concern about stuff that most people at the time would have been like, really, it seems like you're making much ado about nothing. But then it gets a lot of eyes on him, and then people start going viciously against him for that. And that's what really made people like me think, okay, maybe he has a point. Because all you have to do is raise a concern about the legislation of pronoun, and these people are saying ridiculous things like that means you want to cancel our existence if you want to say that you oppose anything against what we want to do. And that's exactly how these people are. To the point where now in Canada, at least in parts of Canada, they're saying that like you are guilty of the crime of trying to do illegal conversion therapy if you so much as talk to an adult who says I'm a man, like who is like a biological male that identifies as a woman, and you tell them, maybe you're actually a man. That's conversion therapy, and you can be like treated as a criminal for that in Canada now.
Oh, well, even here, my sister, who's a psychologist. So say a kid who's confused goes in for therapy, and the person says, well, maybe it's not a gender thing. Maybe it's this other issue. That's conversion therapy right there.
Yeah, that's how quickly it is. And I think it even goes against your own kids. And one of the things that came up in this talk I went to last night is that they've been doing this really sneakily. Maybe people who have kids in schools are already aware of this, but basically they have lowered like the age of consent to as young as 12 for psychological evaluation that is not that the parents don't have to be informed about. So the kids in schools, if they think that they need some kind of psychological counseling at the school, they don't have to inform the parents. They just get to do it completely underneath outside of the parents' scope.
And then they can like coach it. So it's okay to convert people one way, but like not to say
absolutely.
like it's just so
yeah. That's the worst part of it is that it's just not a universal thing. It's all tipping
good
toward.
Patch.
Well,
Good.
I mean, they're trying to groom kids that are just a little bit different than typical boys or girls in what they're interested in, and they're trying to put the power of suggestion
like
into their mind
abuse.
to
It's
say,
a weird sexual abuse,
this means that you might actually be one of these things where you're a boy trapped in a girl's body. There's like this children's book that they presented to us too that they're teaching in schools called, I think it's I Am Jazz, and it's this book about a boy that is like, and they present it as if it's objectively the case that this is the story of a little boy who is trapped in a girl's body, or the other way around actually. But
no, I get it, and like we've talked about this before, but like they take like a tomboy girl and they try to convince her that she's a boy, and I'm like, okay, it's got to be a weird like, there it is. It has to be a weird like, why would you talk to someone like, why not say, hey, let's go have fun today and learn shit and like blah blah blah. Why is it? Oh well, and they have the genderbread man,
and apparently there's also requirements in their sexual education that they must teach them about methods such as like as young as 9 they have to teach them how to properly, like it's required when you're doing sex education to 10-year-olds that you must teach them the proper way to do oral and anal sex.
Ooh, so silly. In a minute, Aussie, Quincy will be coming back, and maybe after he's done, I can send you the link. Havoc. So the genderbread man is this thing that they were giving to elementary kids, and it basically says, oh, if you're more hairy or you don't have big breasts in your teenage years, you might be a boy, or you might be like, it's just basically saying like their secondary sex characteristics, like hair, whatever, means that they're a different gender. It's so stupid. Yeah, we are. We're drinking it.
Yeah, and if anyone has any connections to Bullet, like I'm totally down if Bullet wants to pay us for advertisement. This is some good bourbon.
I should be getting paid advertisement for Corona because I fucking slam those bitches all the time. Like, and it's the stream I was on last night. Because it was a husband stream, but he had a bunch of us ladies on, including his wife. You know more?
Or maybe top me off a little bit.
Why not? We're here. We're queer.
We don't want any more bears.
No. What was I talking about? Oh, and they were I guess later on, she's like, it was funny she was drinking Corona when we were talking about Corona. I'm like, yeah. I picked up a Corona
Did you do
habit.
that on purpose?
Well, no, that's Corona's just what I like to drink because it's
light. Yeah.
And I like how it tastes better than Coors Light or Bud Light.
With a little lime, Corona's not bad.
No, and it's like a nice. You can just I wasn't hungover. I wasn't hungover today at all, and I had 6. But other stuff helps with that too. So yeah, so post stoners always talking. Yeah, I pretty much drank 36. You were there. I was like, should I keep going? We're gonna keep going. I gotta get another beer.
Calling bullshit.
With stoner always like Corona mommies. I always drink my Coronas. I only had 6. It's only a 24 pack, anyways.
And that's why now this is a super spreader event. Like, she's got loaded up on Corona, and now the viral load, and I'm sitting right next to her. She's not even wearing a mask. She's literally murdering me right now.
When we've hung out for we first met in like September. Well, it must have been August or September 2020.
Yeah, it was approximately fall 2020. I don't quite remember. Yeah, it's crazy how much
time has flown. Oh, yeah, I'm having to get together on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you were in the group still, but we're gonna because there's a.
I need to make a point to check in with that every once in a while. I just always feel like every time I go in there, I'm like I'm probably out of the loop, and I feel like
no, it's pretty.
Chiming in.
No, you're fine.
I just need to see these people
there's
in physical
a protest
space again.
on Sunday.
What's going on with Monty? I haven't heard from him.
Do you have his phone number? He's still in your end.
I gotta get in touch with him. I feel like I was a little under off the radar for a while when he might have reached out to me. So I hope he doesn't think that I don't want to be friends anymore. I was just being weird.
No, I just haven't talked to him well. But so at everyone else in your cities too, there might be a protest on Sunday because there was a big one in DC. So we're doing one here in Denver. There's a mandate protest, which trust me, I don't think protests do a whole lot. But I like going to them and meeting people and all that. So that's on Sunday. So on Saturday, I'm having people over. We're going to celebrate a couple birthdays in the group and then make signs for the protest. So that's if you want to come. You know. Colton, you're like teeny tiny. You have no fat on you. I don't know what he's talking about. I do have a manly jaw, though.
I don't know about that.
You know. It's a strong jaw.
Not trying to be a pig or anything, but you are all that is woman.
I know. That's the thing. I really am. Because thank God no one when I was a tomboy told me I wasn't a woman. No one ever fucking said it. I always had a boy haircut. Hey, I want to have a boy haircut. I want to have a boy haircut. No one ever said that.
If any of you watching think that Forrest Mommy is not like the epitome of woman, you should be looking at the wall of shoes that I'm facing right now.
That's what that made me more. And I didn't even get into shoes until I was a little older. So, you know, whatever.
And she's even got them organized by color.
I do. And I haven't fucking worn them for like a while. Muda, are you in Colorado? I gotta add you to my group if you're on Twitter. Oh, and one of Johnny Hurley's friends who I've hooked up, he'll be here on Saturday too. Corey, he's really cool.
Would.
Yeah, ask about Denver Airport. If it's about the conspiracy theories, they're true.
Do you think it'd be cool to load a little bit into a bowl here? Or is it kind of more of an outside thing?
You have to be outside.
Yeah,
I have this. You can do this if you
you mind if I just take a quick puff?
Take as much as you want. And I don't know if you can put that in yours too.
That's actually better anyway. I don't have it with me.
All right, Muda, are you on Twitter? Do we follow each other? I'll add you to our Colorado group. If you want. Chins in a Chinese moment. that's racist, but it's funny.
I mean, it's in Austin Powers.
Oh, is it? So they would get canceled?
I mean, they probably would, honestly. Like, it's funny. Like, if you go to so many comedy movies from even the first decade of this century, like, I'm sure if they really wanted, they could make a big deal out of
even shows. Even like House wouldn't be able to be made. Scrubs. Oh my God, Scrubs humor would get canceled like crazy, and I fucking love Scrubs. Like,
I mean, there are so many reasons why these people's opinions are worth just not even giving any of our attention. And that's an idea I've got to get through my head as well, is that we cannot care about these idiots who want to be pissed off at everything. Like, and we should be able to make some gold out of the PC, because they have gone so far with their PC bullshit that there is absolutely no excuse for taking them seriously.
Yeah.
So stop taking them seriously at all.
There was a show I think it was on Netflix, and it was called The Girlfriend's Guide to Divorce, which I was like, what's this? But it was kind of silly and fun. At one point, this one like blonde, they're in LA, so this blonde model goes back to college, and she's like, they show her in this class, and they're like, she's just like talking, and then like all these like woke purple hair people are like, you can't say that, but like they were making fun of it. It was actually a pretty good scene. I recorded it because it was pretty good. Oh, gets away with that. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, more people can. They just have to do it. I don't know if anyone knows who Chris Lilly is. Oh, I thought you were eating the pot. Chris Lilly's an Australian actor, and he doesn't give a fuck anyways. So Liz and Dickie. It definitely a lot of people moved here who are more liberal. Denver definitely went way more liberal. Denver and Boulder went way more liberal after legalization, but I don't know.
When I talk about don't give them any ideas, I actually kind of take that a little seriously in my head. Like even on this stream, even though I know probably none of these woke fuckheads are even tuned into this anyway, and will never see this, I'm hesitant to even say anything about Pulp Fiction because I'm like, I do not want to give those people any ideas about trying to cancel Tarantino over Pulp Fiction.
Liz and Dickie, you're in UK. That's awesome that it all dropped. What up, Hex?
Everybody should legalize weed. I was thinking about moving back to Nebraska and trying to get involved with the conservatives over there and just try to talk some sense into them, because the idea that they are still trying to stop even medical marijuana from being legalized in Nebraska is like they can do better than that.
Yeah.
I think it's Pete Ricketts that is a neocon and a douchebag, and I don't know. If anything, talk some sense into them so that they can throw that guy into the ocean or something.
Lone Star, yeah, Kurt Russell is awesome, and him and Goldie are not even officially married, but yeah, I guess he's been pretty cool about he's like actors shouldn't talk about their fucking politics and shit like that, so he's cool. I know Boulder is terrible. Oh, that's right, you were visiting the UK.
Even people who live in Boulder hate Boulder people.
They do. Especially the old school hippies in Boulder hate what Boulder turned into. Like the real old hippies.
Yeah, of course they do. I mean, because it's not the same culture at all. And I mean, and some people who were actually around back during like the civil rights movement and all that stuff, some of those people were really, really into that and had a lot of respect for Dr. Martin Luther King and everything that he stood for. And I'm pretty sure that some of them actually think and are able to see how this new wokeism is completely contrary to anything that King ever taught. I don't know.
No, I agree. It's icy outside, I forget. Let's see. An actor. Oh, Liz and Dickie's an actor. Dan. Oh yeah, there's this little thing with Dan Crenshaw. Although I think she was 18. She looked young. You know Dan Crenshaw. He's an idiot. But like he and one of his things, the way he said something, it made him sound like he said Jesus was a hero archetype that wasn't real, because he said Jesus is a hero archetype, Superman.
I wouldn't be surprised if he believes that, but he might have accidentally said it out loud.
It could have been, but so
it's not very politically.
His opponent had an 18-year-old who works for him get up at a thing and ask him about this quote to clarify it, and then he just got mad instead of clarifying.
Yep, that's what that sounds like to me. That's what
he's
believes.
Don't question my faith. Don't question my faith. And I was Jesus.
that's I guarantee you that is what. All based on just what you said, I would put money on it. That's what he believes. He does not believe in the gospel, and he doesn't believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah who literally was the Word made flesh. And he knows that his voter base is largely made up of people who kind of think that matters, what you really believe as far as that goes. And so he got super defensive when someone called him on that, because he accidentally slipped up on camera on a hot mic and showed that he actually has the new age understanding of Christianity.
It was just silly. It was just rude. It was like, dude, and it was like at a bar or restaurant, and it was like, it was like.
That reminds me of the energy that I remember seeing from back in the day. I didn't pay much attention to it, but it was during one of those primaries with what's his face. I liked Stephen Colbert back then, even because he would make fun of these people. And what was that guy's name? He referred to him as he said that he's basically made of sourdough bread. Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich was I remember him on one of these debate stages saying something about getting really defensive in that same energy about being confronted about the way he's treated his wives and and cheating on people and stuff like that. He's like, that is despicable that you would bring up something about a man's wife. This it's like, no, you're actually a chauvinist pig, and somebody's calling you out on it.
Yeah, like you can get called out on shit sometimes. Like that's just
how dare you? You don't know my heart. Yeah, but I can see that you're a corrupt asshole.
Too funny. Yeah, he is. Someone just said he's like a dumb military man. Not that all of them are, but he is a dumb military man. Just too funny. Let's see, what else can we talk about? Keep chatting with us. We're at 19 people. I really like it.
I know that there were a bunch of things that I remember thinking, like as recent as last night, that we could easily talk about. What about Joe Rogan? We haven't talked about Joe Rogan and this really pathetic attempt to get Spotify to cancel their contract with him.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Part of it was that was part of the reason I've been a little bit more radio silent on Twitter, because I had to walk away, because I kept on being like magnetically drawn to those threads about this, and I realized these people are such terrible idiots that I am already making a complete clown of myself by even engaging with them. It is that ridiculous that this conversation is even happening right now. They found 270 doctors, and that list that you can see is made up of professors that may have PhDs. It's made up of dentists. And what amazes me is that they could only find 270 people to put their name on this stupid fucking thing. Like, they couldn't do any better than that out of all of these people who were probably on board with a lot of the nonsense they shouldn't be on board with. They could only find 270 of them to put their name on this initiative to contact Spotify and suggest that he is guilty of the crime of misinformation. That, oh my goodness.
That's the couple of people I've argued with. They're like, yeah, I watch them, but then they just bring up the two things they've been told to bring up. And I'm like,
yeah, they're fucking full of shit.
Yeah, I'm like, and they think like Joe Rogan just sits there and talks his opinion the whole time. I'm like, you don't even watch, like.
Yeah, and I got into it with one of those people too that says that, and is obviously lying, and because I was surprised she even responded to me, or she might not identify as she, but she was clearly a she. But the BLM stuff in the profile and stuff, it's like, yeah, I watch Joe Rogan all the time actually, and yeah, I agree with that this is actually true, that was a problem, and
they just bring up the one thing that the thing with the Australian guy. That's all they bring up.
And it's such a pathetic example too, because I looked at that like science something or other website where they look at this thing that says a study was conducted where they looked at the myocarditis rates for people in the year prior to when vaccines were available, and the people who were getting, the young people who were getting COVID back then were getting myocarditis at a much higher rate apparently than people who appear to be getting it from the vaccine now. And there were no links to it, no citations to an actual study, just a mention of a study. They alluded to a study that was probably poorly conducted, and also who cares? And nobody is even bringing up like the elephant in the room, which is that when you have this jab that we know can cause, maybe it's a low rate, who cares? It can cause myocarditis. That is not debatable. And they're trying to make it relevant whether you're more likely to get myocarditis from the jab or from the virus itself, as if it's mutually exclusive. You've got a virus that can give you myocarditis, which is manufactured by the same people that manufactured a vaccine that can give you myocarditis, and suggest, yeah, even if it's true that you're going to get a less severe case of COVID if you've had the jab, it's absolutely, like, there's no reason to assume that it makes you less likely to get myocarditis from the virus. So if you got a jab that can give it to you, that can give you this condition, and you got a virus that can give you this condition, that would increase your chances of getting this condition.
And you're purposely
because you had both. because you had both. You have increased your chances of getting myocarditis by getting both the jab and the virus that the jab doesn't stop you from getting. Full stop.
Yeah, and then
fuck these people.
You watch all the other shows and all the other people he's had on, and it's just like, it doesn't fucking matter.
And that guy was so full of shit. I was kind of mad that Joe didn't push harder against this guy, and he also said, "I love this guy," and he tried. Part of me respects that because he's kind of playing a good strategy there by being humble enough to suggest, yeah, I'm willing to look at new data. I'm willing to change my position if you can convince me. And everyone's suggesting it's this major own that this guy put him on the spot and showed him this article it published on some website with no citations, suggesting, see, so he was wrong and this guy proved it and he's destroyed and therefore take him down. And it's like, even if that was a good study that we could even look at and say, yeah, that was a good study, he's wrong now and he can't say that anymore. The idea that means that he committed some kind of thought crime by ever suggesting that your chances of getting myocarditis were higher for the jab. It's just shut up. And this guy's the same thing as this Claire Lehman from the Quillette.
Oh, yeah,
he's on that same thing. He's a compromised motherfucker.
Ivory Tower
he presents himself as being somebody who's, yeah, I'm kind of a heterodox kind of guy, and I try to look at things objectively. I'm not strongly on one side or the other, but he's making fun of indigenous people. He's calling them alt-right. And he's using all of these bullshit tricks. He called the fact that he's even using that accusation against Tim Pool is enough for you to know what side this guy is really on.
And what he's trying to do, just that it's a propaganda, like just saying you can't listen to these people because they're like this. You shouldn't listen to these people because they're like this. And you're like,
no, he's putting on he's putting on a front, and he is not to be trusted. He is on the enemy side, and as I said already, probably 5 times, fuck that guy. Sorry, I'm getting kind of babbly right now. I'm a little tipsy.
I know that stuff's good. They keep calling him a gatekeeper. I'm like, I don't know. He has a bunch of different ass type of people on, so I don't know.
Yeah, how is he a gatekeeper? Like, I mean, and part of him having that guy on there is kind of, I mean, to his credit, to prove that, like, yeah, he's not just talking to, Nicola, and, he's talking to people who were kind of on the other side of it. Yeah, Robert Malone.
He's had some like doctor friends on that. They weren't even specifically talking about COVID. They were talking about other stuff, but those doctors were pro-vaccine and stuff like that. So it's like,
I was disappointed in some of them because one of them that I really liked from back in the day, I don't watch that much Joe Rogan Experience, but I was originally getting into him because he was having people like Dave Asprey on, challenging the orthodoxy on nutrition and stuff like that. Because Dave Asprey, that guy knows his shit when it comes to nutrition. The guy's not into transhumanism, but he has a goal of living to be 120 through biohacking, not by like cybernetics and stuff, but by taking good care of his body. But Rhonda Patrick, that's the lady that I know must. I saw a little bit of that the recent appearance of Rhonda Patrick, and she's saying stuff that I'm not ready to get on board with about the jabs. But it's good that he's having people on and that are on a different side of these things. But
yeah, that's what I thought. That's why when you listen to him, it's all these different ass fucking people. I mean, it's so many different fucking kinds of people.
Which should, if these people had any principles, if his critics had any principles, that should be enough to shut them up. But that's the thing that everyone needs to get through their thick heads. Is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how well you prove yourself to be a reasonable and rounded person who's open to a diversity of views. It doesn't matter, because if you don't say the line, if you don't toe the line, then you are the other, and that's all it is.
Yeah.
They don't care about lying. They think that lying is fine as long as it perpetuates their narrative. and they're at a point where they will unironically defend their right to lie. They will defend Fauci and say that, well, it was a noble lie, even though they got it backwards.
In Colorado, no official government vaccine passports, but a lot of restaurants in Denver, like the dance clubs, the gay club was the first one to do it, but a lot of the private people decided to do vax passports, but there's no government implemented one right now. And then we have quite a few counties that are like, fuck all this shit, like that are a lot more liberty minded, and they don't have that kind of stuff. So don't get me wrong. The cyber shamans actually teach people solutions. Yeah. Fuck is a noble lie exactly? What's a noble lie?
There is no such thing as a noble lie. That's a lie. The idea that it's moral relativism. I mean, and obviously a libertarian will take things to their logical conclusion and apply logic to different contexts and be convinced by that. But these people, that's not how it works.
Right.
They don't believe in logic. They think that everything is a tool for power.
Right. So yeah, it's funny. Colton's still saying, well, he must be a puppet because he's paid a lot, but I don't know.
Who's a puppet?
Rogan, I'm assuming.
I mean, I don't know. I don't trust anybody.
Yeah, we don't deify anybody.
Yeah, by no means. And I mean, even, I'm going to assume somebody is susceptible to being deceived as long as they aren't, pursuing who I think is the author of truth. I'm not talking about like you, Forrest Mommy, that like, but I take everything with a grain of salt because it's easy for people to be deceived when they don't think that they're actually, that we have a creator that says what morality really is, and they can kind of make excuses for whatever morality that they can conjure up or invent.
Right. I don't know. Oops. Gotta block.
It's wrong think. It's not okay to, is somebody being a troll?
Yeah, they always pop up. Get a vax.
Oh, really?
I get a couple of those every time.
Really? That's a good sign. That's a good sign that you're actually getting a little bit of traffic here. If we're even having some people coming in and trying to disrupt things, but probably good to block it. I like what Michael Malice said about curating your audience.
You have to. That's why I was so pissed off when I lost Forrest Mommy, because it was so curated. Even though I had more followers on there and it was like bigger, it felt better than this one because I had spent so much time like.
Yeah. Well, you did. You put the effort into it. By no means was the efforts that you put into it, trivial.
Right.
So it's not going to be the same when you just start a new account. And now Twitter is getting worse, and it's harder to actually find people who don't prescribe to the prescribed opinion or subscribe to the prescribed opinion.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, what do you think about people talking so much smack on these things like Getter and stuff like that? I don't know. I don't trust Getter any more than I trust Joe Rogan either. But at the same time, if you're on Twitter, do you really have room to talk?
Yeah.
Like that like, oh, you're falling for a ploy. Like, we're falling for a ploy by even giving them data for their AI schemes and everything on Twitter.
Yeah, and then half those people have Facebooks too and shit. So it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I just until Getter proves that they're as bad as Twitter, I'm not really inclined to try to trash them.
Exactly.
But at the same time, the reason I'm not that inclined, I have an account on there. It's, by the way, it's Spirit Llama without the underscore. The reason I don't spend much time on there is because part of what I like about Twitter is that that's also where the fuckheads are. And I want to confront.
That's what she just said. Getter's boring because there's no one to argue with.
Right, which is why I even got a Gab account a long time ago, and I lost interest fast because I was like, what's the point? What's even the point? I don't care about I could argue against things that people on Gab are saying,
underscore
but
llama.
boring. Well, at Spirit Llama on Getter without the underscore, but on Twitter it has an underscore.
Okay.
Yep. Liz and Dicky, you said something about being an actor, or actress, or
no, I think it's actor. He's a boy because he says something about. Well,
are you into theater?
Had a wife, which doesn't mean he's a boy or a girl, but. Yeah, Lone Star, we are just trying. He was mentioning Mark. Someone, what was the full name of that person? Mark who?
Sep. It's like SZEP. Sep. Mark or. Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to use discernment.
Brain.
Oh,
discernment.
That's how you get quiet. You just gotta get drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Good tool to use. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm getting better, I think.
I'll just make sense of this. Exactly. It's all about discernment. That's how we all made it this fucking far. Like, I feel like how even like if we had some dumb beliefs before, we're still like at least didn't like go all in or something or like let it ruin our life. So I don't know.
What was it? Another thing that Josh Zepps referred to when they were talking about the concentration camps, and that's part of why he said that Tim Pool was outright, was that he called it a concentration camp. Howard Springs, that's it. And they addressed briefly the thing about the Aborigine kind of young people that apparently escaped. And he's saying, yeah, it's not hard. It's not hard. That, you know, it's a little fence that they can jump over. And it annoyed me that, of course, they didn't bring up the fact that they hunted. That was the part that freaked me out, was that they were pursuing these 3 individuals that didn't have symptoms even, and they were put into this quarantine camp, and they were like, no, fuck this, and they got out, you know, like in that movie Airborne Rangers or something, the Great Escape, I forget, but they get out of this place, and there's like articles about like, yeah, police are trying to find them, and they show a picture of a cop that's checking somebody's trunk. It's like they're really stopping cars and looking in their trunks to see if they're stowing away and escaping from Howard Springs. Don't even start to try to tell me that this isn't totalitarian bullshit.
I was just, and I had been on with the Australian podcast just like a couple of days before that, the Joe Rogan thing, and it was just like they were even talking like how can you say it's voluntary if people are wanting to escape, for the fuck's sake? And they were saying like how stupid it is, like all the Aborigines are out so far out and they're basically protected from COVID being so far out, but they're like, well, what if they get sick? We need to bring them in. And so that's why like it just makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, well, it's like apply that to the Amish, like and of course the Amish, who are, you could maybe draw a comparison right there, where the Amish have been doing pretty well on COVID, and their whole thing has been, yeah, like we deal with it like we do when people get sick with measles or whatever, is, you know, we try to take care of them with the primitive technologies that they have, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but I mean, they've got natural immunity in the Amish communities, and yeah, they're doing okay.
It's just crazy.
And they're trying to suggest that, yeah, it's still, you know, well, because you're supposed to assume that that you need to get this vaccine. So they're suggesting that the poor Aborigines that in their communities, they don't have they're not promoting the vaccine. They're all gonna die. Well, the Amish, they probably don't care enough about the Amish.
Yeah, heck, the Amish don't give a fuck. He lives kind of close out there, a lot of them. Oh, yeah.
I spent some time out in rural Ohio and stuff like that. Around West Branch, Iowa, they got a lot of like auctions, furniture auctions and stuff running.
Yeah,
Amish
they got
people.
Good food. I said last night, the only thing I have a problem with is sometimes they run their animals ragged, but
yeah,
but there's animal abuse everywhere. So.
I've heard some probably decent Christian criticisms of the Amish, that they're like they seem to be in a works-based salvation mode of being, where they think that by not partaking of worldly things, that's how they're going to prove to God that they are God's people or something like that. But it's not very scriptural.
Right, it's not about having Jesus in your heart. Someone said this is in Pornhub, and someone said, status get fucked hard by Forest Mommy. Hell yeah. I'm trying.
Yeah, you're like a pure embodiment of I am woman, hear me roar. And then
I'm a strong, dependent woman.
so they got to throw bullshit at you to try to attack you, but it ain't gonna work because you are rubber and they are glue.
Regimes obviously fail. I know, Liz and Dickie, I go up and down. Today was kind of optimistic for me too. I just go up and fucking down. I feel like, are they gonna keep if Biden's still saying he's gonna push this shit?
Prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Or prepare for the worst, and I don't know if I always mess up these sayings. Expect the best? No.
Prepare for the worst. Expect for the I don't know.
Something like that. In any case, yeah, I mean, I like to, I don't know if I'm an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, but I tend to think like, well, let's act as if the worst could happen and that it's got nothing on us.
First Mom is a strong, independent Black woman. Hell yeah.
That's right.
Because he's my brother, and he gave me a black card, so.
Yeah.
Not the N-word card.
I think that's official, right?
Yeah.
She's totally Black.
He gave it to me. We're good.
I mean, AOC said that Latinas are Black.
Are they?
Well, no. I remember getting into it with somebody about this stuff too, and I even tagged my good buddy out in Illinois who has a Twitter account but isn't real active at all, and he thinks that I'm a loser for caring about politics at all. I love that guy, but he I asked him because he's Mexican, like both of his parents came here from Mexico. He doesn't know Spanish. He's very American, but he's pure blood Mexican. And I was like, hey Leo, are you Black? Just curious. No.
Lone Star, I agree. We need to have 330 million states is what we need to do. Talked about that before. Latina and fine. Sorry, I'm doing that. Matrix decides oh yeah, Hex says tomorrow is Hex's thirst trap day.
What does that mean?
He posts really good. He's just like slick and fine looking. He always got a nice jacket on. And
not gonna lie, he's a handsome man.
Yeah, he's super handsome. So he has good selfies. He does good selfies. Yeah. Do you want to keep going? Are you too drunk or are you good?
I'm not. Do I seem like I'm too drunk?
No, if you're good, I'm good. I just have to keep getting.
I don't think I'm making a complete drunk
no,
mess
you're not
myself.
Making a fool
I'm not
of
drunk. I am kind of tipsy though.
I can't mix with. I would rather do pop, but I can't mix that with the whiskey. I gotta let it get out of my system first.
That can be a little intense sometimes. I can handle it better than I used to be able to. I gotta be easy on the weed if I'm drinking though, because that is what gives me the spins.
Oh, I hate it.
I remember when I would do that. I didn't used to drink at all. I just smoked, and I'd be out drinking with my girlfriend from back in the day, and I would be drunk, and I'd be like, "Let's smoke a bowl," and then I'd be lying on the floor like, "Make the rim stop spinning."
I know. I hate it. I used to only smoke pot for Christ's sake, and I'm like, now whatever. I've thrown the towel in to fix it.
Just take care of yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I said I was going to do less of that, which I have been actually good. I'm still in party mode from Arizona. That's the problem.
I see. Well, I'm not judging you.
I know you never judge me. You know what's up. If
you ever need help, then I'm happy to see what I can do. But if you're making a decision consciously and you're not doing it because you feel like you can't help it,
right?
Then it's none of my business.
No, that's why I love you, because y'all are good. Yeah, Quincy said he was gonna eat and then he was gonna come back, but I don't know.
Where's my egg foo young?
Oh yeah, you can go. Do you want me to bring you food?
Oh, there is Chinese food here already.
I can bring it up.
I realized that.
I'll bring it up.
Forest Mom, he's giving me Chinese food. I was singing this song from like Monty Python, Eric Idle earlier, and she thought I was making it up at first, but it's like I like Chinese. I like Chinese. I love their funny little trees. And they're cute and they're cuddly and they're easy to please. Sorry about making you hear me sing. But it's a legit Eric Idle song. And it's funny. Maybe people would think it's offensive. But... Right, dog? There's a dog over here. You see him. Well,
yeah.
So do you all like stuff? There's 15 of you letting me just be a silly ass here, and I appreciate you. Politics and freedoms and
Is this it?
probably.
What you ordered? I have some.
Yeah, that's egg foo young.
You got. Let me get you more water.
I think it probably came with something else.
Is it like a drizzle or like a liquid?
Because you get these little like cakes, but it also has like there's gonna be a whole thing with like meat and sauce in it too.
Hold on.
But these little egg cakes, man, I tell you what, I got to go to this H Mart place because first time I went there, I was really high. And H Mart is a Korean supermarket, and there's 2 locations in this area. And so much of what's packaged there doesn't have any English writing on it, and it's got colorful packaging and these weird cartoon characters, and you just can't even tell what it is. And I was just freaking out. I was really high, and I was like, I have no idea. Like, I felt like I was in a different planet. No offense to Korean culture.
Maybe they don't make it as good, but there's this sauce. Is this part of it?
Sure, it's fine.
Napkin, water. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be good. But yeah, I mean, it's like the way they roll at H Mart is like they'll have like live crabs that you're just supposed to like know how to get it. Like because it's just there on the floor. There's a crab and it's alive, and I guess you just get the crab, and there's probably something you put it in, but it was wild. But then they got all the other stuff that you would expect, like bean sprouts and anyways. Yeah, stuff that I don't understand from the culture I've been steeped in, which is so boring that when we talk about what kind of food that we want to get, we're choosing from Mexican or Korean or Chinese or Japanese, and then we want to talk about American food. We're like, well, we got hot dogs and burgers. I'm not trying to dog on anything, but that's a pretty good egg pork cake or whatever. I'm gonna stop just thinking out loud, and I'm gonna address your chats. Bitch, this ain't cereal. This is deterred. Yeah, that's kind of. I think you're probably talking about H Mart or the Korean supermarket, because I don't think I'd be able to go there and tell whether it's cereal or detergent. That's crazy. And if that's not what you're talking about, you still planted the idea in my head, so I'm running with it. That suit is about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it does. It sounds about right. I'm just babbling, but of course what I'm saying makes some amount of sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't make enough sense to me for me to talk about it.
Wonton?
Wonton? How did you know?
Who doesn't want wonton?
Who doesn't like crab cheese wontons? Where I'm from, we call these crab rangoon.
Yeah, they're called that some places here too, but you know.
It's the same thing.
It is.
Unless it's just a cheese rangoon. Oh, what's this?
Quincy back?
Well, it's just your webcam is shouting at us
about
updates. I don't think anything's
Hey,
disrupted.
everybody. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, the blue crabs. Low country boil. I don't know what that is. I was just talking to somebody from Texas Gulf Coast that he's like a Purple Heart veteran, and he's pretty injured right now, having a hard time walking. He made me stop and get him some vodka. And he said he was going to tip me. He never did.
My own sorry.
But this guy was talking about seafood down there, and the like the fishing and the shrimping and stuff like that. And I mentioned I don't know anything about shrimping except from Forrest Gump, and he goes into the Bubba bit himself. He's talking about is that shrimp gumbo, shrimp fried shrimp.
Just like him,
yeah, he's going to that. Well, this guy I'm talking about who was my passenger yesterday was this black guy that has a Purple Heart and was from the Gulf Coast, and he's talking to me about shrimping.
Okay, Tyler, hold on. I want to let somebody else come on. I'll send you the link. Tyler, I'm sending you the link on Twitter. Everyone, hang on a second here. Watch me eat.
Mm-hmm.
The at and Tyler would try. Banner, play. Sit down. Sit down, I know.
You're an American dog. You don't touch that. We're willing to cross the line.
What is it, Tyler?
This is American dog. He eats American dog food.
Tyler, we trust isn't pulling up. Oh, wait, hold on. I was in messages. Okay, that was my fault. Hold on.
You fucking up.
I fucked up.
Now you fucked up.
Takes me a minute. Computer goes slow. Tyler.
I'm still not sure this is the complete dish, but I'm telling you, I'm enjoying it right now.
I feel like I know what you mean where it comes with more stuff. Oops. Tyler.
Because usually it's like your typical kind of Chinese entree where it's like meat and vegetables and swimming in some kind of sauce. But usually they put these cakes like in the bottom of that.
And then a bunch of like stuff on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Message. First I follow you. And Tyler We Trust, is that your name? That looks like a band. Tyler or Aussie on here. I don't think that's you because there's no way to message you. Is it just Tyler We Trust?
In Tyler We Trust.
That's what it said, but that's not him. I don't think.
That sounds like a reference to Fight Club.
You begging. Aussie, Tyler, what's your Twitter? I have to send you the link on Twitter. Hi, everybody. I look good. Super close up.
Your hair looks great.
Thank you.
Oh, it is a reference to Fight Club. That's Edward Norton.
It's like this is a band. No, it's a band from the UK. That's not him. He said it, Tyler We Trust. That's what he said it was. That's not pulling up for me. If you follow me, message me, and then I can.
Are you in a band, fam? Are you British?
Maybe it's just Tyler We Trust. Tyler Crawford.
Do you not have a PFP?
He ain't even answering right now. He's talking about bourbon, or it's lagging. So help me out, brother.
Describe your profile, sir. Describe your profile.
Oh yeah, stoner probably. No, my hair does not look like this rolling out of bed. Yeah, the one night we had a guy on, and he was like, he was just telling us hilarious stories. He was pure Indian. He lived in Miami, He was talking about he was visiting someone in jail, and then he met this girl right outside of jail, and then fucked her in his Camry. And we were like, cool. Great story. Great story. Probably is a Fed, huh, Hex? He's not. How hard is it to talk to me here and tell me what your Twitter thing is?
I mean, either he's a Fed or he's kind of a douchebag if he's trying to like gain clout from talking about fucking somebody in a camera.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy was. Though he was funny. Like he was just fucked up. Thanks, Hex. Takes work. I diet, obviously. I don't know how to. He's not talking.
I mean, these cakes are crazy. It's got like baby corn and mushrooms and.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad.
Do
you have any more wontons?
Yeah, here. There's some more in here right now. There's more downstairs too, but
I'm down for just one more. You sure?
Yeah. This is ASMR and like mukbang. We're doing mukbang. Have you ever watched where they just eat a shit ton of food?
All right, can you hear me eating? Next time we'll get a high sensitivity microphone and we'll just hold it up to my mouth.
I have one. I have a pretty good other microphone.
Yeah, remember I helped you advise you in your.
Well, I got another one
shopping.
too. I still have that one, but I got another one too. Oh wait, maybe this is him here. There we go. Message request is probably him. God, my computer is slow whenever I'm doing stuff. Wait, is that him? Nope, I don't think this is him either. Oh, thank you. This guy he had that seminar. Thank you. Gotta follow you. Sorry, we're being boring at the moment. I'm trying to get this guy on, but now he's not answering.
It's not boring.
Colorado is not great on guns. We have bad rules, but some counties you can open carry, but you have to get a CCW to carry and all that. So you're chewing loud as fuck. I don't know where this guy went. He wants to get on here and then he goes. I don't know, boy. And Tyler Trust isn't you on Twitter, so.
I mean, if he can't be bothered, neither can we, right?
Yeah, I tried. Trying.
Yeah. No. Well, you're fine.
Oh, yeah, he does that.
Well, he likes water, and I don't blame him. I like water too, Tanner. The dog was just drinking my water. And I guess the danger with letting him do that is that he could tip it over. Don't want water on the floor. That dog is great, though. Like, you should know this dog. I don't know. What's good, everyone? I think my eyesight's starting to go. Rangoon's crunching. Yeah, that's right. Only tell your friends. Only on Forest Mommy podcast, you can hear some Rangoon's crunching.
The Miami guy wasn't on the same night as my Austrian friend. It was a different night.
The Dino, the Austrian friend?
Yeah. Hex, you want to come on? Or I'll just send you a link anyways, because I know you're fucking Twitter.
Is Hex going to vex us with his presence?
Well, please don't drink his water.
Yeah.
I love
it's my responsibility to pay more attention. He's a dog. What?
He's just being a dog.
He's just being a dog, and I have to be a person who understands there's a dog.
Cats do it too.
My cat is weird though. Like, she used to drink out of my water glasses, but now even if I put water in a bowl, she won't even drink it.
Even like for her?
Yeah, she's not into it. She doesn't seem like she cares about water. I give her wet food though, so I guess
that's what happens with a lot of cats. They just don't drink enough, and then they get the liver issues and stuff.
Yikes.
So it's like
I should probably pay attention to that because I kind of don't like wasting money on vets. So I like to try to take holistic care of my cat.
Well, that wet food is good for that reason. Oh my God.
I feel like I would notice if she had something wrong with her, but she seems
fine,
like a
I'm
healthy
sure.
kitty.
She's fine.
She's a baby.
She's tiny. How old is she now, do you think?
At least 11.
Other guys. I know. Quincy will hopefully come back too. He had to eat.
I know if he's been drinking that Shine, maybe he wants to come back, but I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him if at some point he's like, yeah, I can't.
Well, and I know where he's staying. They've asked that he doesn't stream. Like that was a store where he's streaming from, but they've asked he doesn't do it from inside their house, which I get because they just don't want to, that to be public. So, and it's freezing cold out, so being outside is kind of a pain in the ass. So.
Yeah, imagine trying to do that.
I understand.
Yeah, it's super nice being in here cozy with we got whiskey, we got a dog, we got Chinese food. It's miserable cold outside, freezing drizzle. This is what's up.
It's a good life, man. The simple life.
Well, we're super spreading our way through the winter.
Jicky, do you have an English accent? My cat swallowed a bread tie once, had to get an x-ray. Oh, I know. I get really mad about the vet industry because they just...
My mom had a cat that was precious to her that passed away, and it's real sensitive because I think she knows, but I don't want to rub it in. Well, she had a lily in her house, and I did a little research, and the cat doesn't even have to eat the lily. If you have a cat and you have a lily in your house, like an Easter lily or something, the pollen itself can cause your cat kidney failure. Cats and lilies do not mix.
We have the accent. Yes, that's true. We should have you on. I love having people with accents on. But what kind of British accent? Are you more posh or are you? Can you do the hat?
There's multiple accents.
Yeah, there's Hackney.
There's Cockney.
That's it.
Well, we were just doing the bit with the bicycle repair man.
Oh yeah. Oh, here's Hex. Good. Hex is coming on.
I'm sure I would butcher it anyway. My sister was in acting, she was a grad school for acting and stuff like that.
Oh shit, he's got purple on.
What's up?
Veritable Prince figure over here.
Yes, he's purple. He's all about the purple. I love it. Oh, he speaks the Queen, so there's that posh. Is that posh?
The Queen's English. Yeah, I think that's certainly not Cockney. Well, that's like My Fair Lady, that musical.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to make her sound like she's a little more sophisticated, so they're trying to coach her on her vowels. The Rhine and spine stays mindly on the plane.
Yeah,
they're like, no, it's rain and speed.
What are you doing, Hex?
What's up?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Are you tired as fuck?
I was earlier, but not so much right now.
You can still go to bed at a respectable time.
Doesn't mean anyone has to respect you, but
I couldn't believe you were up with me last night. I loved it. Was work rough today for you?
Nope.
Nice. Props. I know how that can be. I've gotten through some work shifts that with grace that I shouldn't have been able to get through because I was up all night rolling and
That's happened. Yeah, we were up late last night.
Yeah, I just
Actually,
woke up.
You
I just woke
took
up
another
and looked at YouTube, saw the shoot that Forrest Mommy was streaming, and I'm like, oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Would you look at
Shocker.
that? Look at this. Look at that. Look at that.
I'm gonna get a Corona. To start, I'm getting a Corona. Now we're maybe Corona Mommy.
You said you didn't have. You said you were all out.
No, I had 6 last night. I have a brand new 24 pack.
Oh well, I feel like you implied that was not the case.
No, I have
Corona Mommy.
Corona Mommy.
Since I will have to drive at some point, I'm not going to ask for one. But
well, you can have more whiskey.
Well, if I was going to have more whiskey, I would just have one of your beers too.
Well,
but,
do you want one?
Yeah, what the heck? I can stick around for a
You can
minute.
stay loud.
I haven't been drinking that much whiskey. I mean, I feel like
Since there's partially a joke related to this whole Corona thing, I may as well have one.
Right.
I remember actually that was one of the first things. I think it was Violet, who is, she's been less active on Twitter lately than she used to be. But back when I was first kind of building a libertarian community on Twitter, I remember it was, I think, her post where we were just getting the news out of China. We had no idea what was coming, but they were talking about the coronavirus. And I remember someone was like, what are the symptoms of the coronavirus? And I had never heard of it, but I just acted as if I knew exactly what it was. And I was like, well, basically you have a sudden urge to lounge around on the beach and listen to the sound of seagulls.
Didn't they want to change their name when this shit first started?
Probably.
I remember hearing something about that.
They're like, okay, well, suddenly how are we going to market this stuff? I mean, it just means crown.
My favorite Mexican restaurant is called Coronas too. So, but they stayed open. They're good.
Oh, thank you. Oh, man.
Cool.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, Hex. I know you're probably not drinking, but
yeah, it's the difference is drinkability.
Yeah, you can just chug these bad boys. You can just drink as many as you fucking want.
Except I haven't had a Corona in a while, so I'll probably get Montezuma's Revenge.
Oh, sorry. But Coronas, you bought Corona.
That's
cheers.
racist.
Well, we are racist here, so.
That's true. I love everybody regardless of their race, but by the new definition, I'm definitely a racist. So do with that what
You're
that
racist
was.
for not getting the vaccine.
Yeah, I'm a racist for not getting the vaccine. I'm a racist for simply not being a communist. That's enough.
Yeah.
And
never mind the fact that it's mostly black people who haven't gotten the vaccine either. But
right. Yeah, well,
logic need not apply.
Right. Seriously, like, I mean, that right there, it's almost, it's so damning, but there's something about it that's not even worth talking about because
this is so stupid. Especially with the it's racist to have an ID to vote, but it's not racist to require the vaccine. Like, it's just fucking stupid.
You go to a restaurant,
Yeah, so stupid. There were some even BLM people in New York protesting that shit for a while.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because some of them actually believe in their thing, right? They're not just a bunch of corporate puppet hypocrites. They actually believe in the movement, and maybe they're gonna start waking up. I hope, because when they think that they are going according to what their cause is and what they believe they really do stand for, and then they're getting on board with this thing that goes against the corporate press narrative, and they're just getting ignored now.
Yeah.
I imagine some of them have at least enough thinking capacity to see that this is bullshit.
Probably.
I mean, if they don't realize that, when Joe Biden or whoever and these establishment Democrats are paying lip service to BLM, they have to know is especially when they defend them and stuff like this, you guys aren't really on our side. You're just treating us like useful idiots.
Yeah.
Per usual.
Mm-hmm.
They are useful. Plus, if you didn't vote for Biden, you're not black anymore anyways.
Yeah, Forrest Mommy has my black card now for that.
Yep.
Well, but you didn't vote for, I guess, we don't want to straw man Joe Biden. It's not that if you can't decide, it's not that if you don't like Biden, you ain't black. It's that if you can't decide whether to vote for Biden or Trump, then you ain't black, which I guess that means that we're both black because neither of us, I think, voted for either of them. So
yeah, that was
I didn't
funny.
vote for either.
Right after Biden got in, they were like, "Why aren't you talking to us?"
You said you were on our side. Yeah, or Buster Rhymes.
Yeah, I remember that with Ice Cube. Ugh, this world is so
Nicki
silly.
Minaj.
Oh yeah, whatever happened with that after the whole Nicki Minaj
Whatever happened to her
thing?
cousin's friend's
I think
balls.
she probably got sick of it.
What? Hex?
Whatever happened to her cousin's friend's balls.
Yeah, that's the important part here. That's what we need to know. Who knows?
But you gotta love it when one of these one of these regime, I don't know, pop stars and stuff like that goes outside the line. Like there's something precious about that moment.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, Dickie. You never know. Well, I would say probably a majority of black people are fine being called black, right, Hex? Like that's what it is.
Yep.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's like, I don't know. I obviously there's something very disingenuous when people refer to the quote unquote black community as if there's like a single opinion that would be shared automatically by everybody who happens to be black.
That was me being racist. Sorry.
But yeah, the idea that everybody that they would all be of a single mind on even whether you want to be referred to as black or whether you prefer people of color.
Right.
People of color always sounded pretty like I felt like if I was black, obviously I don't know because I'm not actually black, but I always thought that was a strange sounding thing.
I thought you were black.
It's still basically saying colored people, let's be honest.
Yeah, right. I mean, how is that even different?
It's not.
You're just changing the wording around.
Yeah. And let me tell you, if the quote unquote black community at large do half of my views, they'd be calling me all kinds of coons and Uncle Toms. So fuck that black community nonsense.
Yeah. Exactly. Because that's really at the end of the day, what are we? We're human beings. And the idea that
it's just like ask the black man like the day
you target one race of people to try to suggest that they're not individuals, that they are of a single mind. That's one of the most racist things I've ever heard of.
It is.
Yeah, race doesn't fucking, I don't know, it's just so dumb. But I think people like us who are more liberty minded, we're just so used to getting to know the individual before anything anyways. Like we just like individual people, so it's just easier to.
When it comes right down to it, what are you? You're a person.
Exactly.
And what's your mind? Is it do you share a mind with other persons or do you have your own?
Exactly.
No matter who you are, you have your own.
Alan's color absent. I'm hoping Quincy will come back. Let me text Quincy.
I mean, when I kind of think about that stuff too, because I've seen paper before that is pretty white, and I've never been that color. So more of a pinkish percent, kind of a.
I tan, so
Yeah, sometimes I can tan a little bit. I get freckly. White doesn't quite.
Yeah, white cheese grits. What is that like? Grit? He's not in the South. Isn't grits South?
Yeah, we're all humans.
I like grits. Grits is like a polenta, but I don't know what the difference is actually between grits and polenta. But grits is good when you do have a lot of cheese, because I've had grits that was super bland, and it really is like, how can anybody eat this? So
it's good.
I haven't had grits
That's
in a long
time. That's good to hear,
time.
Dickie.
Same. I've had polenta more recently. Clayton Bixby, man, I gotta take a walk down the memory lane and watch some reruns of the Chappelle Show, or what am I talking about? Reruns sound like a boomer.
We just fire up Netflix and watch some reruns.
Yeah, it's not really a rerun.
I feel like they still play them all the time because there's only so
maybe,
many.
But I haven't had TV since 10th grade.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Comedy Central. I used to watch a lot of Comedy Central in my mom's basement, smoking weed and blowing it into a spoofer. And a spoofer for you kids is it's when you put dryer sheets in some kind of tube.
Dickie, when did you come to America? It's definitely over the last 10 years. The identity politics got fucking stupid. Like, it's gone crazy.
That makes sense. Polenta is a little bit finer ground than the grits. Grits are more gritty, right? It's a little bit less fine.
You know, Brock always eats chocolate cream of
Who
wheat,
has
which is
TV in
not
2022?
Well, I had a roommate that was really into cream of wheat. I feel like people, no offense to Brock, but cream of wheat people are weird.
Or a little.
Like that you would hear of something called that and think, yeah, I'm interested in eating that.
Cream of
Colton,
wheat.
you could, but you have to talk about other people and not yourself all the time if you're gonna be a male hooker. Visit to 11 here in 2013.
Shots fired.
Shit changed after 2013. That's for damn sure.
Well, that's like the Zoomer culture, the iGen culture, right? Because after around then, that's when people who never didn't know social media were starting to actually like be close to drinking age and the ability to have a loud opinion. They don't remember the old days of the Chappelle Show.
Yeah, they don't remember it. They didn't know it.
They don't remember Nicktoons from when I was a kid.
I remember Nicktoons. Holy shit.
Even that you're a citizen, sir. All these people from all over the world were coming here to be American. Yep. And this is like this is the last place. Like, we have nowhere to go after this. So,
yep.
You know,
the empire is crumbling. And I mean, there's going to be chaos. All we can do is try to find order in our own lives in the most sensible way possible.
We have to be strong individuals too, so we can help help our friends if we want.
Yeah, and that's what's up. Like, I'm all about that because like what we're getting through this life stuff's nonsense. But
Lorenzo, how to be more confident in your looks? You just have to not think about them. That's how you be more confident. You just stop thinking about it.
In general, I just find
thirst traps.
just about any problem that I have, and I'm not one to talk really because I give way too many fucks, but I'm saying that ideally not giving fucks is the key to most things.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, Hex?
I said start posting more thirst traps.
Hell yeah. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yes, post more thirst traps. Spring break. Spring break.
Dude, we didn't know if you're coming back. Nice.
Yes.
How much of that moonshine have you had?
Man, you asking a little bit too many questions, man. Don't worry about that. Hold up.
What's with all the questions?
Yeah, what's all about, man? Listen. Things happened, and we had to move to another location. So now I'm over here, downtown somewhere. You know, just chilling.
What did you do? Did you get kicked out?
Man, again, too many questions. Don't worry about that.
The important thing is that he's back and he's still got his moonshine. Well, maybe that's why it doesn't, because we were talking about how if you had to go outside, that would be rough because it's so cold outside, but she didn't take into account you have moonshine.
Yeah, that's true. It keeps you warm.
Hey, listen, it is pretty cold where I'm at. Let me check the temperature right now. Oh, lovely. 12.
Oh, jeez. That's rough. 12?
Yeah, 12.
It is outside. I got a thermostat thing. Oh, you got a thing. It says 20 here. We've been skating at like 25 for the most part.
Listen, it also doesn't help that I'm sitting on a metal bench and my butt cheeks hate me right now.
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
My butt cheeks hate my guts.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Listen, it's dedication because I didn't want to do this from the bar because it was kind of loud in there, you know.
Yeah.
No, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, we're
not a problem. It's all good. Just
trying to grill you.
Just out there chilling, getting right, and now the Hex is in there. I can crack on him a minute. King of the thirst traps. That's him right there.
Now.
King of the thirst traps. Every time this man gets a haircut, he's just like, "Hey, ladies, what's up, y'all? I'm single. Holla at me. Holla at me."
I love it.
I bet your DMs are in shambles, ain't they? Ain't they?
Say what?
I said, I bet your DMs are in shambles, aren't they?
I wish.
Got all types of soccer moms slide in your DMs like, "Hey, boo, you need your phone bill paid? I got you."
Yeah.
I got one of those once, and it was obviously not going to be a good idea to engage with that because she was trying to say like, I can be your sugar mommy.
It was fake.
And she's like an older lady, and she was trying. I could tell that she was trying to get me in some kind of scam, or they were trying. It probably wasn't even a she, but I don't know if it was fake. Then she probably
Hex is looking for a sugar mama. He's definitely looking for one. Okay, he would treat you good.
Who doesn't want a sugar mama? It's like, come on.
Oh, by the way, ladies, in case you're wondering, Hex told me that he can hold 12 donuts with no hands. Look out. Oh, tripod over there. He would definitely take care of you.
I love it.
My goodness. So yeah, this town is pretty deserted at 8:00.
Yeah, you're out in the boondocks.
Nobody wants. I mean, even if normally at this time they wouldn't be that deserted. Like nobody wants to go outside right now.
It's too cold.
Most of them don't have moonshine.
Yeah, listen, it was pretty gnarly out here, and riding in an old Jeep Cherokee was no fun, but here he is. So it's all good. Like I said, I'll be back on the road in a few weeks, and I ain't gonna worry about this no more.
Hell yeah! So are you gonna stay there for the next 3 weeks, pretty much?
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than staying in a hotel. Absolutely.
No, like I said, I'm glad you're there.
I like those little mountain towns. Yeah. Somebody says looks like a nice place. Yeah,
it is. You know what I'm saying? We decided to leave the old yak farm and come out for a minute and support one of the homies. So yeah, we out here just chilling. We live. We in the streets, holding it down for all the yaks and the pigs and the buffaloes out here.
Are you the only black guy in town lately?
Man, listen, it's been about a month since I didn't see a black person. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. And what's crazy is the one black person I did see was a fucking cop. Like, come on, man. I was like, really, Negro, really? Like,
that's weird.
I was so disappointed, man. I was just like, come on, fam. What are we doing? You couldn't be a rancher or go work at the grocery store, King Supers or something.
You had to be a cop.
Yeah, had to be a damn cop. Boy. Oh. But yeah, I really am the only brother out here.
You're one of the best brothers. It's all good. They're lucky you're there.
Hey man, I'm just trying to get on freaking Hex level because that dude is a point with it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like I too want to have a SoundCloud page making pop punk music, and surrounded by women named Susan and Becky that make casseroles with no spices. I too desire to have a life like that. Just bathed in malt vinegar with chips and fishes and everything.
Fries and malt vinegar again?
No, hey, listen.
Like I said,
I'm a malt vinegar fan now, for real. I'm a malt vinegar fan, straight up. I was shocked.
Yeah,
I had no idea. I didn't know.
I've never had it outside the context of fish and chips, but yeah, malt vinegar.
It's fucking good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah, I think next time we should go back there and just cause some more trouble there.
I agree.
Lord have mercy. Oh man!
I told you we wanted to walk in with you guys.
What was that?
I said that I want to walk into that bar with you guys, one on each arm.
Boy, that would be a reaction. Hex on one side, me on the other, you in the middle. Like, yeah, girl, we're gonna have some fun tonight. We're gonna play a game called.
I get nothing out of it personally, but I would want to put myself in both of you guys' shoes as much as 4 shoes impossible for me to put myself in, but that would be so good.
Just walk in like we own a joint, you know what I'm saying? What do you got? Orange whip, orange whip, orange whip. Three Orange Whips.
Three Orange Whips. That's such a good movie.
Yes, it is.
You need to watch that shit.
You know
I've
what?
seen
I
that
watched it
forever.
last night, and yeah, it's pretty good. Do you see the light, brother? Do you see the light?
Oh, it's so good. It has so many good
Oreo
people in it from back then too. Like
For
Oreo
real.
sandwich.
Aretha Franklin is in
Wait,
there.
an Oreo is a sandwich. What are you talking about?
he's talking about me in the middle and the black.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I thought he was getting meta,
Wow.
and I forgot about that whole conversation. Because an Oreo sandwich would be like a sandwich within a sandwich.
Yep.
People do that.
There you go. Yeah, good times.
Love it.
We should really do that.
I really do want to go to Ohio before I can't go anywhere, before they won't let me go anywhere. So
Listen,
Malt, are you
contrary to
talking
popular
about malt
belief,
liquor?
Cleveland does
I know
have
bases.
some decent spots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, the food is negligible, but listen, bro. I was up there for a week, and outside of eating at Gonzo's house, there's that place called Melt that has all those grilled cheese
I noticed
sandwiches. Yeah, that
Ooh.
that place is good. They got these big ass like grilled cheese sandwiches like this damn big, man. It's ridiculous.
Okay. All right.
that sounds
As a matter of fact,
good.
I mean,
They have
those little
a food
mountain towns,
challenge.
the restaurant scene is real hit or miss.
Oh, well, he's talking about
Oh.
Cleveland right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
There,
How
yeah,
high are
that's
you right now?
Conversation.
How what?
How high are you right now,
Who,
Sparrow?
David?
Yeah.
I've never
I'm
gotten,
gonna
I've never
say
smoked a pot in my entire life.
What?
Sure, buddy.
Forrest,
Sure, buddy.
I'm fucked up, but like good fucked up. Keeping like, hey.
I'm getting there. I just wanted
I
to
was
pop in
following
real
the food
quick
stuff, I just forgot the region.
because it's getting pretty chilly out here. I think, yep, it is now down to 9 degrees right now. So what the hell?
Jesus Christ.
I'm suffering for
Yeah.
y'all, man. Doing it. I mean, hey, do you see what they do for views? This is what we doing for views on my Drake shit. On my Drake shit.
You guys are
See?
my token black. I bring you on for views, yeah. Oh, Great Muda,
Lord
yeah,
have
I'm not far
mercy.
from there.
Oh my God.
We're just trying to cover our ass.
But you guys are just fun to talk to. You're my favorites to
Man,
talk to.
I'm just out here chilling, living life. Don't mind me.
I
Yep,
don't
yep,
mind
yep.
nothing. You know me.
Yeah, yes, I know. We've hung out. You are carefree as carefree gets, and I love that about you.
You remember when we
I
went to
always like
Red
the
Rocks?
chill folks.
Yes.
Chill
And I thank you for that because I would have never gone to Red Rocks without you. So appreciate you.
I didn't know you guys went to Red Rocks.
It was when I first, what was that, like September 2020 when we met? And we just
Yeah.
went there during the day.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep. September 2021. I was looking quite homeless that day, and she, to her credit, for us, mommy didn't just run away screaming in terror. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we went on up to Red Rocks, try to get on
this
time.
girl is
You guys were gonna say something negative.
I mean, it's like, well, you easily pass as like a high class woman. You are by no means like snob. You are, you're chill as fuck. Like they don't. Really
Oh, she's definitely high class, big time.
High class and not stuck up by any.
Correct.
possible
Correct.
means.
Correct.
Perfect
I'm too lazy to be stuck up. I want to be
That's why
friends
we
with
love you.
people. No one wants a fucking snob. No one likes a snob.
Exactly.
You know?
Nobody wants that in their life. Nobody. Oh my goodness.
People are you chat
Tell
with
you
those
what.
people.
Are you dancing
What?
over there?
Who?
Who?
Forrest, mommy, were you just dancing?
No, I was fixing my hair.
Ah,
I can dance.
got to protect the hair. That old good hair. She got that old good hair. It don't curl up or nothing.
That be good hair. No, it's not as good as Hex's hair. It's not as good as Hex's hair.
Listen, nothing is
Well,
as
I
good
mean,
as
it's
Hex's
just-
hair, okay?
It's hard to say what's better. They're different.
Like Hex's
That's like
Hex's
saying
hair
our-
reminds me of the manger that little baby Jesus was born in. That's what his hair reminds me of. The manger.
What?
Yeah,
Colin.
I mean,
Colin.
I could see
Like-
that, like, but the babies have that much hair when they first are.
no, I'm not saying the baby. I mean, his
Like
hair
manger,
is
like
the
it's
actual manger, not the baby. His hair is the manger. Like he gets up every morning, and just rubs frankincense and myrrh all in his hair to get it all to look good like that.
Just like cozy, like that's like his hair is the bed that his head is sleeping in.
yeah.
Yes.
When's your next haircut, Hex?
Probably next weekend since I'll be out of town this coming weekend.
Where you going? Are you going down to Arizona or what?
No, I'm going down to Columbus, Ohio.
Why are you going to Columbus? Did you freaking lose a bet?
No. Some Twitter mutuals are setting up a little get together.
Hex gonna have relations. Hex gonna have relations. Hex gonna. Oh, Sherman. He gonna have some relations in Columbus. Okay. Good for you, sir. You deserve it.
Hex, was your dad upset? Hex, was your dad upset you weren't going down there anymore, or did he not care?
If he is upset, he'll just have to deal with it.
I'm telling you though, you
Yeah,
are
I get
missing
that.
out going down to Arizona.
I've been there twice, so
Okay.
I did want to go this past
Happy
weekend, but I couldn't
Arizona. I love that
switch my
He's gonna
flight.
go visit him, but he changed his mind.
I feel that. Yeah. Where'd you go down there to Flagstaff or where?
Phoenix.
Okay. Good food down there, Mike. Real good food. Bro,
I didn't
show.
get any food in Phoenix. I mean,
What?
I really enjoyed my stays. Well, I actually don't remember really eating out anywhere in Arizona. I went to Sedona and Jerome this one time. Another time I went
I've
to
been to
Tempe.
Sedona too.
Another
Sedona's
time I went
freaking
to like
beautiful.
Hey,
Flagstaff,
I'm
Tucson.
jealous that y'all have been to Sedona and I haven't, because I want to see that one McDonald's down there
Sedona's
that's
wild.
teal.
Yeah, no, that was the weird thing, right? I noticed that too. It's like instead of yellow, it was like a McDonald's, but like a universe where it's green instead of yellow.
Yeah, it's actually teal green. Yeah, it's the only one in the world that is not yellow, because the city told them, look,
Yeah.
if you want to build in our city, you can't have that nasty ass yellow in our town. You have to make it dead ass, brother. Like you have to make it
No, I
fit
believe it.
the color scheme. So
I
they
didn't know
made
there
it
was a
teal.
story behind it, but there
Yep.
has to be a story behind it, and that's the only one that would even possibly make sense. Crazy.
That's the one.
I
The city
noticed how
government
weird
said.
it was, but
Yep. That's what it was, man. The city government said, if you want to come in here, you got to change that color, and we are not going to bend on that. So they say F it, and they did it. And I want to see it with my own eyes. I ain't gonna eat it because it's nasty food, but I just want to say that I was
right,
there.
I was hanging out with some vegan like Hare Krishna type people down there, and yeah, they even if I wanted to, they would not have been down to stop at the McDonald's. They took me
Right.
to Jerome where I have Maynard James Keenan's like wine and stuff like that. But yeah,
Oh
they're
wow.
like super like ascetic like Hare Krishna type people. Like I feel like they don't even eat. They just burn sage and smoke weed and do acid.
Boy.
What
Oh
else
my
you gonna
goodness.
do?
Hey.
gonna do?
Oh man. Hey y'all. They shooting. I'm gonna call y'all back. Shit.
Oh shit, be safe.
Oh, he said shooting?
Yeah, I
Yep.
bet there are people shooting in there.
I
What the
mean,
fuck's going on in that
He's
mountain
actually-
town?
I know.
I
You never know. Maybe they're just drunk out. Pew, 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 pew.
I remember when I was door knocking in rural New Hampshire, there were times where, I mean, the worst part was the one time I remember hearing a lot of gunshots is I really had to pee and I knew I was going to have to dip into these trees over here. And I'm like, well, Hopefully it's not one of these like trespassers or shot on sight kind of deals, because I know that someone's shooting guns and I don't know if they can see me, but I'm about to pee on this tree. Like, yeah. I did not get shot though. The shots were kind of far away. But yeah, it's just like super rural area where people who shoot just have a space in their backyard.
Fire off guns at 10 o'clock at night because you feel like it.
I want that.
Right.
It'd be cool. Can't really do that in Denver, I don't think.
You can do it in Cleveland, but you might get arrested soon after.
Yeah. Probably your best bet if you want to get away with that in a big city area is to do it where there's already a lot of like gunshots going off in like murders and stuff like that. And then you're just shooting for recreation and it's cloaked by the camouflage of everybody else shooting at people.
The Larkspur House.
I was going one of the neighborhoods I lived in before.
What, a shooter up neighborhood?
Yep, I've lived in some rough areas.
Well, you know.
I have not. I've done pretty well. I mean, and I remember even somebody telling me before I moved to Colorado, because I saw that episode of South Park with the Bloods and the Crips, and I was like, I was asking this girl that had seen more of the world than I had, like, is that true about 5 Points? Like, is it really that rough? Like, there's all this gang violence and stuff, and she was like, oh yeah, you don't even stop there for a postcard, And then I lived there for a while, like maybe 7 years ago or so. And yeah, it's not unheard of. Like if you're out late at night, especially toward like in the area where that Cervantes bar is, yeah, if you hear gunshots, it happens, but it's not like it used to be.
No big deal. Where are you at, Justin Stevens? He says it's there, no big deal. Oh, the house in Wisconsin, we can shoot out the back door pretty much too.
That's cool.
Voodoo, I have a bit. Oh yeah, they have Voodoo Donuts, and it's 5 Points as Voodoo Donuts now. What were you saying?
What? How is there a Voodoo Donuts in 5 Points? That's really lame. I don't like that.
When are we going to Wisconsin?
I know we need to go. We can go anytime this summer, pretty much May to August. We'll plan a time. Probably not far from you. I'll see how far it is.
Where you stay again?
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, Cleveland, that's right.
Are you sure you're not high?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, this is just how David is. This is just how he is.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, but the funny thing is that, yeah, I was kind of that kid that people assumed was stoned even before I ever discovered weed.
I could totally picture that.
But I mean, I'm a lot more lucid now when I'm sober than I was when I was a kid. But when I get high, then I'm a little bit more like I was when I was a kid, which is a little bit more of a space cadet. So,
the place in Wisconsin is a 9-hour drive from you. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not terrible.
If you can get a ride, or I'll come pick you up. I'll fly into Cleveland and then we'll drive up there together. How about?
All right.
I was all looking at the maps. I love maps. Let's see. What are we talking about? I've had over 10 people like pretty much the whole time. Isn't that fun?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think the new time is a good idea.
Even last night when I was on,
like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, last night when I was on, there was just like that's why I kept going because there was just.
I'm sure some of it is just that the more that you do this, the more people notice that you do it and kind of get familiar and interested. But I feel like when we were doing it typically on Tuesdays, closer to 1 o'clock or something, we would often have like 5 or at the most 7 or 8 people at any given time. But last time when we did it,
we noticed it got better.
It started getting better, but for a while it was like 0 to 2 to 5 to 0. We've got people being engaged. That's cool.
Yeah, it's always fun. Well, it sounds like Quincy's doing some Rocky Raccoon shit.
Oh, like saloon, like
fucked my wife.
Back then, Black Hills, Mountain Hills, there lived young boy named Rocky Raccoon.
Isn't that a good song?
One day his woman ran out with another
Another
guy.
guy.
Hit young Rocky and I, rocking it like they said. Look at that boy. And then they walked in town, booked himself a room in a local saloon. Rocky Raccoon checked into his room,
only to find Gideon's Bible.
Rocky had
Starting a singing group now.
equipped with a gun to shoot up the legs of his rival. I guess we shouldn't
His
sing the whole
rival,
song.
it seems, had
Had
broken his dreams
by
by stealing the girl of his. Okay, I'm gonna get another beer.
The name was McGill. She called herself Lil, but everyone knew her as Nancy. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep singing this song. Well, or I could. Then she and her man, who called himself Dan, were in the next room at the hoedown. Then Rocky burst in, stinking of gin. Said, Dan, boy, this is a showdown.
Are you singing the whole song?
But Daniel was hot. He drew first and shot. And Rocky collapsed in the corner. Ah, yeah, yeah. I want to learn how to play old-timey piano, like
Like the
ragtime.
tap piano.
Ragtime on a standard piano that's slightly out of tune. Fuck yeah.
That'd be sick.
Did you know there was a black Beatle? He played a lot of the piano.
Really?
Yeah, Billy Preston.
I didn't even know that. My sister would have known that.
Yeah, there was a black Beatle.
There was that Simpsons episode where they like made up this alternative history where Apu was involved, and he said that he was at one point considered the fifth Beatle.
Nice. Yeah, he played a lot. This guy he was in other bands too, but he played a lot of the Beatles songs. Let's see.
Yeah, they had a lot of really unexpected instrumentalism that was going on in a lot of their studio albums while they were just doing acid all the time and putting all their creative efforts in the studio. And I'm not surprised they would have brought in all kinds of different people obviously they played orchestral instruments. None of the Beatles played tuba, but there's a lot of those types of instruments.
They have my favorite song, She's Leaving Home. Not a single one of them are playing an instrument.
Really?
They brought an orchestra in. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have had to assume that they did bring outsiders in. I would not have assumed they didn't play anything.
Sister Christian, now your time. Your time has come. How does that song go? I like that one. To look up the lyrics for it. You still have requests. I sang last night at the very end when I was just super fucked up.
Well, I guess I could keep up the Rocky Raccoon because after that then Rocky Raccoon went back to his room only to find Gideon's Bible. No, there's actually that first he goes to the doctor. How does that verse start? He's like,
Sorry for boring hacks.
No, you're good. You both are
better
better vocalists than I am, so I'm gonna set this out.
He fell back in his room. Wait, where's the doctor?
Oh, here. We already got through this part, and then Rocky Raccoon fell. Yeah, that was the part, and then only if I left in a Gideon check that. No, I think I skipped over the. Yeah, that wasn't the whole song. Yeah, they were skipping the part where. Oh wait. Yeah, and then the doctor came in, stinking of gin, and proceeded to lie on the table. He said, Rocky, met your match. Rocky said, Doc, it's only a scratch, but I'll be better, Doc, as soon as I am able.
Rocky Raccoon
fell back in his room, only to find Gideon's Bible. Gideon checked out and left with no doubt to help with good Rocky's revival.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the end of the song.
There we go. He's more chorally trained, and I'm somewhat chorally trained, but I don't have like a great solo voice.
I'm
classically trained.
Yeah, you were like very trained.
I'm not singing you guys any Italian art songs unless you pay me money, though.
Okay.
Start an OnlyFans where you just do that.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Both of you, I would pay him to read, and then obviously you with your voice hacks. I've told you before, I'd pay you to read too. Not right now,
because actually, did they even actually kick the thoughts off of OnlyFans? Because I was so surprised when I heard about that. I just didn't even believe
they found a workaround for that. I think because
I was going to say, because that's really the only thing that makes it a thing. I don't think anyone. I mean, maybe there were people that were using it for other stuff, but that's why, like, it was like how Kleenex brand was the Kleenex. OnlyFans was like the thought platform. So the idea that they were trying to like remove sex workers from it was preposterous. That's like what it is.
I think it has something to do with whatever bank they were with before. They didn't like the content that was largely on OnlyFans, so they considered pulling the rug from under them. But then they ended up finding a new bank last minute.
I mean, but largely that was the whole thing.
I know.
Other than people, I mean, some people got it as a joke. Like Dave Smith when he got his OnlyFans, like that was the joke. Was it's a thing, but it's not actually him doing anything sexually provocative.
Right.
Like,
right.
There's even people who did they would do non-sex work on it. Work around. Yeah, escape.
Oh, like a reach around? I had a Lyft passenger this one time that was talking to me about massage parlors. He went deep into his experiences with that, like to the point where you know, I just had to be quiet because I knew that he was already starting to tell that he was embarrassing himself, and so I just wasn't trying to like make him feel more self-conscious. But he was drunk and he was just saying things that most men wouldn't really be proud of saying to other men. We'll just leave it at that.
While sober.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is Quincy. Sorry, dipping out. Shootout broke out in the bar. One dude banged the other dude's wife. Both can't shoot for shit though. No injuries.
Wait till he finds out that we sang the whole Rocky Raccoon song.
Who knows it? A lot of people don't know that song. They don't know most of the Beatles songs. So
it's weird. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. Like it's a Simpsons meme, right? Where Grandpa Simpson is like, I used to be with it. But then they changed what it is. And now what I'm with isn't it. And what is it is scary to me. It'll happen to you. And it's already happening to me. But that's because people are getting older faster now in terms of culture. Because
it changes so
the
fast.
Zoomers, I mean, these kids, and I even had a coworker who like just turned 21, who's a Zoomer, who wasn't alive in the 90s. And that by itself was enough to make me feel old. But then talking about like doesn't know what a VCR is, has never seen a single episode of The Simpsons when it was good.
Oh, man.
Like I'm sorry, I can't.
A couple times this weekend in Arizona, I was the oldest person in the room and stuff. I was like,
well, that was my YAL experience. I was the oldest person. Yeah, most of them were college students, and I started realizing that by like partying at their level, I wasn't being a very good influence because I'm actually established as someone who is like, you guys are babies, and I'm encouraging you to drink beer and smoke weed. What am I doing?
I wasn't a good influence, but actually it wasn't.
Damn, you do sound old. Holy shit, dude.
What are you gonna do?
I got some gray hairs in my beard.
Really?
Yeah, you've never.
I have like a strand of gray hair.
There, I don't know if I can find them for you unless I'm looking in the mirror.
I don't have any. I have none yet. Well, I don't think I do at least, so that's good.
You got nice hair.
Thanks.
Well, you also isn't your.
I
was gonna say so.
But
you probably wouldn't
I don't think I
notice.
have any. But when it does grow in, it's such a mouse.
Yeah.
It's like a mousy, dirty dishwater blonde. So it kind of looks gray sometimes, anyways. But
there might be one or two that blend in that you don't notice.
Yeah, I definitely got some whiskers, but they're not gray, so that's good. Nothing down here is gray either, so that's good too.
I mean, you're in your 30s.
I am in my 30s. And I have lived a good life for the last 10 years. The last 2 years have been a little crazy, but because I didn't even party when I was younger. I was good. Are you back? He's back.
Yeah, I'm guessing that you took much better care of your body in your 20s than I did.
Probably. Hex, are you working tomorrow?
Yep.
What time did you say you leave at 6:30 or 5:30?
I'm out by 6:30.
Okay. I say, I do want to. When my hair is gray, I want to grow. I want to have long gray hair.
What's the female equivalent of a silver fox? Is it just a silver fox, lady?
Yeah, I don't know.
But absolutely, like I mean, yeah,
A cougar of some sort, but.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a cougar because a cougar is kind of like a cradle robber type, but just an older attractive woman who is like absolutely.
And I love when they don't. I like, here's Stoner, here's the doggy. We're just chilling while Quincy's running from angry white people right now. Poor guy.
I tried to turn his ears inside out.
But he's just glad it ain't after him.
Yeah. He didn't fuck anybody's wife.
Hey.
What are you talking about? Right here. I forget.
Cougars are the best.
Oh, a lot of women, once their hair turns gray, they keep their hair short.
We're just chilling while Quincy is running from angry white people right now. That's a good point. Like, what are we even doing? It reminds me of that Chappelle Show bit where he's talking about, like, no, it wasn't Chappelle Show. It was Mitch Hedberg. He's talking about how, they'll, at a roll call at a restaurant, people got reservations. Smith, party of three. Smith, party of three. They come up, Dufresne, party of three. Dufresne, party of three. And then they move on to the next one after the Dufresnes don't show up. What are you doing? Who can eat at a time like this? People are missing. The Dufresnes are in somebody's trunk right now with duct tape over their mouth. But what I'm saying is that we don't know if Quincy is okay right now.
He is. He made a post. He said that no one was hurt. Just property got hurt. So, and the cops came.
Yeah, but
the one black cop.
I wanted to validate that we were being criticized for being inconsiderate. But I do remember we did actually legitimately get an update that was a safety update from our friend. So we aren't really that bad. We're not like, oh, who cares? Yeah, he said he heard gunshots, then he went radio silent. I'm sure he's fine. Who cares?
Oh, she said the guy who got right before he got cuffed up, he Spartan kicked the other guy's stomach.
Oh, I'm glad Quincy didn't get tangled up in any of that.
I had 20
Sounds
plus
pretty intense, though. I never witnessed that.
No, this is like Wild West up there.
Well, that's what he's saying. Right. Rocky Raccoon shit. Crazy.
I like it.
I mean, I would prefer the Wild West to the COVID world order. Like that would, even if cowboys are shooting holes in the roof while I'm just trying to watch a variety show, that would be way, way better than, I'm sorry, can you show proof of vaccination?
Yeah.
I'd rather risk getting actually shot.
Quincy had himself.
Yeah. Yeah, Wild West. What happened? What happened to people's balls?
Well, they think people aren't carrying, so then they can be rude to them. If everybody was carrying, then everyone would be a little more polite.
Yeah, and I'm guessing in Tombstone, that's probably actually pretty rare that there's actually people in establishments.
No, you don't,
Colton. Guns at the roof.
You don't punch anybody. Come on. I doubt it. Or you would. If you would, that's different.
I would punch. Yeah, back in the Wild West days. I mean, and that's how you deal with the mask shit. Is that I mean, I'm not saying that it was necessary.
Uh-oh.
It was a dude's ass for being that
stupid,
retarded. And it's not good to kick people's ass for being retarded, but it's also good to not be retarded. And I don't mean I'm not talking about
not actually retarded,
people.
but
I'm talking about people who are willfully retarded.
Are we still here?
Perfectly, you have no excuse to do retarded things because you have enough, cognitive function.
And cops wouldn't be so quick to like if it was in their mind that everybody could be carrying, then they wouldn't be so scared. I would rather that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, and that's part of that too. When like the cops like overreact to the fact that somebody has actually shot a gun defensively, like that one guy that was at a bar, he actually stopped the shooting from happening, and he didn't even kill the perpetrator, and he was holding the guy down. But when the cops showed up, they like shot the guy who was the hero in this situation like 8 times in the back.
Oh, well, similar to Johnny Hurley then.
That was terrible, and all it was because the cops walked in there already gun shy because they heard that gunshots had already gone off. And then I think the guy was black too. Like they found the one black guy that was holding the perpetrators down, and they just murdered him.
Yikes! And that didn't make headlines for one reason or another.
No, none of
well,
that's
because he was carrying, and that shows that would support the Black Guns Matter narrative, and that can't be allowed.
Shout out to Maj Toure.
Yeah. You have the Black Guns Matter shirt, don't you, Max?
Yep, I'm not wearing it right now, but I do have a Black Guns Matter shirt.
You're in your thirst trap shirt right now.
I gotta wait till tomorrow for that.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see
rules.
It. Thirst Trap Thursday with Hex. And no more falling in the snow or in the ice. Oh. I kind of wish I would have saw it. Not to be mean, just because I love that shit. Because I fall too sometimes. Like, you're just 6'8", so it would be kind of funny to see.
Did you see this giant just go down, but then pop right back up?
So funny. Oh, Escape from Babylon. Yeah, I can't watch. New movies are weird. They're so terrible.
Somebody told me they saw one of the new movies and said, yeah, my friends, I was surprised because I assumed it couldn't possibly be good, but a couple of my close friends went and saw the new Spider-Man and said that they enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've heard that was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of burnt out on Marvel. I just don't care.
I kind of am too. I was really into it for a minute, and then they started making bad movies, and then I was like, okay, man, it's over.
After Avengers Endgame, I just tuned out.
Yeah.
I was still paying attention a little bit, but they just weren't keeping it up. And I mean, even like some of those Guardian. Well, I like the Guardian of the Galaxies. It was when they got into like the later movies with like Thanos in the, what are those called? Whatever, with the
stone, the Infinity Stone.
Yeah, the Infinity Wars movies, like they were okay. But
I'm excited to see what Eric July starts making and creating. That'll be awesome.
Is he going to be doing his own?
Yeah, he started his own comic company.
That's the thing to do. I'm happy he's doing it.
Because he's like, fuck these assholes who are doing stupid shit.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm not much of a comic books guy, and so I haven't watched really a whole lot of Eric's content that are specifically about comic book stuff, but I've caught a little bit of it, and it's just that like when he's talking about the bullshit wokeism, I just don't quite. It's like people who are talking about sports, and I don't really watch football and stuff like that. It's yeah, I can see the point you're making, but I don't really get the character and why they're not doing it justice and all that stuff.
It's true. Book on Peacock. Baked in Brooklyn. I don't have Peacock. Shit, Nick. Yeah, great Muda. The other things with Nick Cage is in, it's good. God bless him. Him and you know who I wish we would see more of is Brendan Fraser.
Whoa, that's weird. I haven't thought about him in a while.
I guess someone brought, because the internet like loves him. They're like, oh, we love, because he's such a sweetie. And I guess someone told him, they're like, the internet like loves you and has all these memes about how sweet you are, and he started to cry. Like he was just so
Yeah, there's actually a band. It might not have been a big band, might have even been an Omaha band, but they were called Brendan Fraser is the most versatile actor in Hollywood today.
They were really
like that was the name of
that
the
was
band.
The band name.
Yeah,
that's a mouthful. Holy shit, dude!
I know. It's one of those indie things where they intentionally come up with a ridiculous name because that, like, I don't know, because they feel like they can get away with it.
Crazy. Oh, I asked Quincy if the one black cop showed up, and he said no.
He He didn't want to get involved either. He didn't want to get blamed either.
Yeah. He was like, I'm gonna get blamed, man.
Not touching that.
Too funny. What a world. That's why these streams and shit is fun, because it's like we're all over. It's fun. Future movie. What would your favorite? Okay, Liz and Dickie asked, what would your favorite future movie reality be?
My favorite future movie reality.
Humor.
I could probably think of a better answer, but my mind goes to Firefly. I would be down to live in the Firefly universe.
Okay.
That's a good question. Honestly, I kind of want to go back in time and be in like a Western.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a Wild West type thing. That sounds fun.
I think I'd probably go to like the Braveheart kind of. I mean, that would be brutal too. I am kind of scared about the idea. Like, I'm kind of glad we don't fight people with axes and stuff anymore, but that still would have been kind of cool. Being like
somebody seems someone get their head
Scotsman
with the tomahawk.
Yeah, I want to shoot arrows. I want to be an archer from before there were guns.
I do need to learn how to do more archery. That's for sure.
My friend, one of my friends, his only line of like self-defense is a crossbow.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm fucking crossbow.
I mean, his theory is that he thinks he's less likely to have to shoot it at somebody, because if somebody's trying to break into his place and he just points a crossbow, they're probably backing off.
You can make the same argument with a firearm too, though.
Yeah, like a shotgun. They say that about even just racking the shotgun. All you got to do is hear the sound, and a lot of people are going to be like, fuck that.
Bye. That's what they say. I'm trying to think of a future movie. I would probably want to go back to a Western too. Like, I don't know. I'm more of a Western person, so.
I haven't seen as many Westerns as I should have, given like my dad absolutely loves those. Finally saw Tombstone.
That's a good one.
I haven't seen like Fistful of Dollars. I've seen a lot of those John Wayne movies.
Aliens too. Okay.
Aliens.
When I was a kid, I mostly liked funny stuff.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't want no alien shit.
Yeah, Alien. Yeah, I'm not interested in the kind of stuff that goes on.
I love the movie. It was just I don't want to be going down against some goddamn xenomorph. No. I'm good.
Yeah.
Actually, good anyway. Oh, this is good. Dickie, you got the good questions tonight.
Aliens 2.
Anything in the future movie that
is an authoritarian.
But that's kind of the thing is like which is funny, because people have often thought about like what attracts people to progressivism is this idea that we're moving in a better direction or something, that we're like making progress. But anyone who even tries to write a fiction about the future, it's always dystopian, because that's not realistic at all, that the progress that we're doing is going to lead to anything but an authoritarian nightmare.
Yep.
Like, you're going to have Star Wars, you're going to have Firefly, or you're going to have
Logan's Run.
Yeah, all the stuff that goes on in Black Mirror. It's not good.
Blade Runner. Oh, man.
That would be one I would love to live in, Blade Runner. I wouldn't mind being in that universe.
RoboCop, The Fifth Element, and Fifth Element
Demolition
actually would be an interesting world to live in. I hate that thing where like you get into a little like fender bender and then it automatically takes the points off your license, and it can like shut off your car, and the cops can like hook you in and draw you in and all that kind of stuff.
Also, credit system, get ready.
Oh, and then put your hands on the circles in your apartment kind of thing. Other than that, though, the Fifth Element looked kind of like a fun world to live in.
Justin, because of it's Total Recall, the 3 boob lady. Is that why? Is that what you're saying? Or no, the 3 boob ladies in Fifth Element, right? I forget which one has the 3 boob lady. Yeah. It's in one of those mine. No, there is actually something they're going to start making it so cars can be shut off.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna be flying cars like that anytime
Right.
soon anyway. But yeah, they'll probably I mean things are definitely would be going in the direction of like self-driving cars, and of course it'll all be connected to the same grid. And yeah, obviously if they want to capture you, it's going to be easy. They're not even going to have to hook and draw you in. All they're going to have to do is remote control your car and like make it drive itself into a police precinct.
Yeah,
they'll be able to convert your car into a prison cell, and then like,
well, that's like the Tesla self-driving cars. You're fucking giving that.
Yeah, it's going to lock you in, and it's going to drive your ass straight to jail.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
Somebody call Alex Jones.
exactly. Well, they were talking shit on Alex Jones in the comments earlier.
That's funny.
They were calling him Colton thinks he's a CIA guy, and I don't know. I don't get it, but
I've heard that theory.
Once you start saying like Alex Jones is CIA, I mean, I'm not. I don't rule.
Anything's
I don't
possible.
rule anything out. But how far won't you go? How far won't you go toward thinking that everybody is a Fed?
Colton, you think they hacked Paul Walker's car? Because I know I have a comedian friend who was in a car crash. Go in the bathroom.
Yeah.
You were sitting here the whole time. I have a friend who's a comedian that another friend like had a cool car and they went and drove, and then they got in a car crash, and my comedian friend survived, but the guy who was driving, who was trying to show off how cool he was and like crashed the car, he died. So I don't know.
That's sad.
It was very sad. Like the guy driving got basically split in half, and my friend just like made it. So I don't know. Anything's possible. Crazy. Oh, I know. Alex Jones definitely has like too much. He's definitely got too much anger, which he talks about. But it would be kind of fun to like just experience him, like just to sit across from him and like have him like talk at you. It's probably like a whole fucking experience.
It's probably one of Joe Rogan's DMT trips.
Oh, I could see. Oh, someone said Paul Walker was going to out the pedos. I could definitely see that. Definitely can see that.
I'm going to run him down with that car.
Because they killed one of the Coreys died, right? That was because the one Corey came out about everything. Who was the other Corey? I think he died.
Who?
This is a little before. There was Corey Feldman and then another Corey. And Corey Feldman started coming out about all the sexual abuse. But there's another Corey around his age that he got killed or died somehow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Ham, maybe?
Pedos be shot on site.
Ham, that's it. Yeah. He died in 2010. Crazy. Crazy fucking world, man. Those fucking pedophiles in Hollywood.
I'm trying to normalize it in society.
It's so stupid. And I understand, like, I can understand how people can get predatory. I mean, that I understand that why, but I see how people do that. So I can just imagine in Hollywood, people are just like so fucked up in the head, you know. Do you need more water? Are you good?
I should be good.
Okay. I'm good.
I do actually need more water, but I have plenty.
Okay. I know, that's me too. Do more drugs, drink some more water. Who do you think's doing an act? Oh yeah, Alex Jones. I mean, obviously
he's doing an act,
obviously.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's working for the CIA. Like I said, I don't rule anything out, but that's pretty preposterous in my opinion. What's this for?
It's for you.
Oh, this is a gift that you were giving me to take with. Wow, thank you. And this, I assume, is from the shop of Han.
Yeah, Red Bull Han.
Yeah, I don't know what I know I should know her actual name, and I don't even know if I should say what it is if I can remember it. But anyways, I know who you mean.
Yeah, Harley or something.
Yeah, I just got a present, and I know who she is, and she's cool. She made this, and I've wanted one.
I'll mention her Twitter so people go by. So
Yeah, that's a good idea. Definitely support that girl and her family. She is a sweet, sweet lady.
Yeah, she's in bad situations. What's her name? Ooh, that's crazy, Dickie. Oh, Disney said, I know, like, what the fuck did they did shit to Britney because she was in Disney at such a young age, you know?
I have gone into some, just in my own mind, like rabbit holes about Britney. And I mean, it's super creepy what it looks like they're doing to her, that they're trying to make her.
She's freer now, but
well, it reminds me of this weird guy that I met who was drunk, mind you, but yeah, I get all these taxi cab confession stories going.
Someone
it's
said
great.
that earlier. You're like cab confession.
Yeah, I should. Well, maybe I could do a camera. I wouldn't want to do it and not actually like disclose to people that they're really. But I don't know. I'm not positive I would actually take that idea seriously. It'd be fun though. I have the good conversations. I enjoy them, even though I don't capture them. But this one guy was just talking about how everyone at the bar is giving him shit. And it's like, okay, you're acting like it's unfair. Why were they giving you shit? He's like, well, because I wouldn't stop playing the X-Files theme song on my phone. And I'm like, well, you're at the bar and stuff. Maybe they thought you were annoying or something, and they just wanted you to stop. I mean, maybe they were being too, like, I wouldn't maybe made a big deal out of it. I'm sure you were cool, man. And toward the end of the ride, though, he starts telling me about how he thinks that a lot of people who have been in high levels of government, if you haven't noticed, a lot of them are schizophrenic. And I was like, let me try to interpret what you just said. So people who know too much were then like told, like they were made out to look like they were schizophrenic or had lost their minds. Probably even their own family members would have been convinced that they were crazy just so that nobody would listen to anything they say.
Right.
Because when they speak their minds, they are telling something based on something they know. And he was like, let's just say that you shouldn't maybe put your nose anywhere where it doesn't belong. But if you want to go down that rabbit hole, I will just let you know that there may be a lot of things that you find that you might not be happy to see.
Yeah, where's that? Let me show the ashtray again.
Hey.
These are made by her her is Girth Maiden. She makes all this stuff.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she makes cool shit. Brittany's IG is awesome, Dickie. I believe that. Or I love watching her too.
Yeah, our like little like Twitter circles, there's no way you wouldn't know her.
No, I believe that, Colton. I know all about that shit. Just the tip.
No,
okay,
Liz and Dickie says, how many top CEOs are psychopaths clinically a lot?
Right.
People who are like legitimately psychopathic do tend to gravitate towards professions that grant them a lot of power.
Yeah, and I also would imagine that in this, like, I guess, crony capitalism, if you will, like paradigm, that, I mean, a lot of your CEOs are naturally going to be people who don't have much regard for, other people. Because that's how you get by in this economy. That's how you go. You can get by and be honest. And it's like
that's how you get to the top of the top.
You can succeed. To get to the top of the top of the top, you usually have to be willing to compromise on morals.
Hold on.
Yep.
Quincy just posted a video.
Uh-oh.
Getting fucked up. Report to live for Black TV. Report to live for Black TV. White folks are getting fucked up. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Peace.
Fucking cute.
Colton, yeah, a lot of doctors are you kind of have to be psychopathic to be able to like cut someone open and shit like that, especially. Andy.
Yeah, that makes some amount of sense to me.
The camera died. Hold on.
Thankfully there are surgeons that are willing to do that, but it does seem so odd to me that I am suspicious of anyone who goes into being a surgeon. Is like, you were interested in a career that involved cutting people open?
Yeah, like it's a little. Uh-oh. Are you there, Hex? Your camera died.
Camera died. Hold on. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah,
when I was only a
Dickie,
spectator, I remember that happening.
Dickie, yes, BBW is Quincy.
Well, he's not a BBW. He tickles the thighs.
He's a BBW connoisseur, let's say.
Yeah. Let's just say
that. Remember that other guy we had on, that Ken guy was like, what did he say? Oh, if you like BBWs, you can't be fat yourself or something like that. But then he goes, but then he's like, oh, but Quincy's okay because he's older, so that's okay. I was like, what? Like, there's so many.
That's rude.
It was funny,
Nobody needs to say that.
No, it was funny. That guy was funny. He was saying all
I get it.
sorts
No,
of shit.
that is hilarious.
He was being like, he wasn't being racist towards Hex, but like, it was interesting, like what he was saying to Hex.
Well, if anything, that would be fat phobic.
Well, yeah, that. But wasn't that funny? Hex always like, if he was in school with you, you would be making fun of him, or like he was. Just
he said I look like the kind of guys who made fun of him when he was in school.
Because he looks black, but he's full Indian. Like literally, we pulled up his 23andMe. No, this other guy.
I was gonna say no. Quincy is totally black.
Yeah,
it was like if you were gonna tell me he was Indian, I would have been like.
So it was this other guy that came on random that we talked to all night. Like he's from Miami, but he's a very, very dark Indian. But like we were laughing, he's like, look at my boring 23andMe. It's like 100% Asian, like Pacific Asian or whatever, and black. Like he's pure Indian, and like, but he was funny. He was a funny dude, man. We were laughing. It's always interesting.
I met some Indian folks.
I love Indian.
Just yesterday.
I was laughing with him, this guy especially, because he grew up in Miami and Florida, where it's more diverse. Because out here in Colorado, every Indian man I've met has loved me. But then this guy's like, he didn't really like white girls as much. And I'm like, well, because you grew up around, like, he grew up in a more diverse area. So it was funny. Oh, yeah, he kept calling Hex light skinned. He was like, he's light skinned. Something like that.
I mean, if you're growing up.
And I'm trying to tell him that I'm not. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, he was a little much, but it was just interesting night.
I mean, honestly, some of it is always going to actually have to do with where you live in the earth. Because if you live closer to the equator, then you have to have darker skin so you don't get sunburnt. And if you live further away from it, you have to have lighter skin so you can absorb more vitamin D.
Yeah, are you taking your vitamin D, Hex?
I forgot to.
You need to be taking it.
Especially if you live in Ohio.
Yeah, he's in the cold.
Yeah. Especially in these winter months.
Yeah.
That's why I take it and I go tanning in the tanning bed. I'm like that bitch.
I love that.
But I cover my face and I cover my bits, so it's all good. Even my doctor said it's fine a little bit.
So it's actually not really true that gives you cancer. What's more likely to give you cancer is vitamin D deficiency.
I believe that. I've been tanning like for fucking 15 years.
And the problem with tanning really is the same problem as with sun.
If you just too much.
You don't want to get your skin damaged.
Yeah, if you do too much,
if you expose your skin to too much sun radiation, it's going to burn your skin. And that's called a sunburn. And yes, you will eventually have melanoma.
Yeah, it's damaging.
But if you're just getting tan and you're not getting burnt
that
at all,
guy was Mormon. I remember that. That was funny.
You found God with some fat black ghetto chick in the back of a car and nothing in her.
Yeah, that was so
Someone
funny.
in chat made that comment.
In a Camry. Yeah, Mood, all the like sunblocks and stuff cause cancer too.
Oh yeah, that would make sense as well, especially if they clog your pores with aluminum and stuff like that.
What?
Well, I've seen like studies where they've shown like once more sunscreen has come out, there's been more.
Yeah.
I know correlation.
And some of that actually is the vitamin D deficiency, because that's why you actually like. It is a good idea to wear sunscreen to some extent so you don't get a sunburn if you're going to be in the sun long enough to get burnt, but it's a good idea too to like be in direct sunlight for at least 20 minutes before you put any sunscreen on, because that's when you're really going to get all that vitamin D. You put on the sunscreen, you're not getting the vitamin D. People who put it on like religiously, that's part of what's wrong with what's going on.
Any product, it's just like if you are purposely injecting some shit into your body.
And they've been told that the sun causes cancer, and some people take that to its logical conclusion.
Then don't get sun.
Yeah, they're like, okay, then I will do everything I can to not be exposed to the sun.
I love the sun, man.
Is that no
I mean,
retard?
your life depends on it.
Retard. Yeah, I love the sun, man. I can't.
No, but
can't
you
wait.
had mentioned that a lack of vitamin D could cause cancer, and then 2020 they locked everyone in their homes to not get vitamin D.
Yeah. Yeah, remember that Lysol lady, or no, it was Pine Sol. That Pine Sol commercial lady was like, "Baby, stay home, stay inside," and I was like, "You shouldn't tell people to do that."
Because was it during 2020?
Yeah, it was during the lockdowns. There was some propaganda thing where, like, I guess this lady that does commercials for Pine Sol was trying to appeal to people by like being this kind of mama figure and say like, yeah, just take care of yourself. Stay inside.
I love coconut oil or something. Colin, I bet you do. But I just love, I can lay in the sun. I love the summertime. I can't wait till summer. I just go on my deck and lay in the sun forever and ever. I love it.
It's good for you. I mean, another thing is that, like, from animals, like my cat likes to sunbathe anytime she gets the chance.
Yeah,
it's
they love the
instinctual. They
sun.
need it. It's good for you.
It's always good for you. Makes you happy.
If it's burning you, you can tell it's bad for you because you are burnt.
Yeah, you know when you've done too much. Sometimes I don't know when I've done too much, but whatever. I'm black now, so it's fine. I still don't even get like.
I was just about to say that.
I need to keep that in mind. If we're gonna keep on hanging out, I don't want to cross the line and forget that you're black.
Yeah, respect it. I'm a strong black, dependent woman, but I'll say independent. When I say I'm black, I'll say I'm independent. A strong, independent black.
You
got to go with the strong, independent black woman.
As whatever you want. So.
Yeah, if I say my black identity, because I'm transracial, my black identity is a strong, independent black woman. But in real life, I'm a strong, dependent white woman.
And if you disagree, you're racist and transphobic.
Yeah, you don't even
you
fucking try, people. Don't even.
That's the only reason why I don't always disagree. Like, that's why we're friends, because I know that I don't want to be racist and transphobic.
Thank you.
I never disagree with her.
Thank you, mulatta mommy. Yeah, that's me. But I am Sicilian, so I do have some black in there. But I never did who knows? I never did the 23andMe, so I don't know if I really do. But who trusts all that too? I don't know. I don't know if I trust all those.
BlackRock have a hand in one of those. They have a hand in ancestry.
Everything, yeah, they're in everything. Fucking BlackRock, government. Well, and I know when you did those tests, you sign a waiver basically that says they own your DNA now, whatever you give them. So
yeah,
fuck that.
Freaky.
Fuck that.
That's why I really didn't like that My Colorado app thing too, because
Do you still have it, or did you delete it?
I mean, I don't think it matters if I have the app or not anymore. They've probably got my iris scans like in their database, and they're probably gonna sell
Was it your
to
eye? Did they?
Well, they make you take a picture of your
Oh,
face
that's right.
with like a video screenshot thing to verify your identity compared to your driver's license that's on file. I mean, I guess it might not even be that they could do much with that anyway that they haven't already done.
Right.
But it was still like, I'm pretty sure that this shouldn't be something that I'm complying with.
Fuckers. My place hasn't done that.
Because that's the only reason they would make a rule like that says that you can't have a cracked or chipped driver's license to get into the dispensary, is because they have an agenda to try to move everything onto the app.
Right.
I mean, they're using this app for vaccine passports too, so that should be reason enough that I should have probably just said, okay, I guess I'm not buying any weed then.
Do you think any dispensary would have done that to you?
Well, who knows really? Like, I mean, the guy seemed chill. Like, he seemed to convince me that it wasn't really him trying to be a stickler, and more that like he's saying that like, yeah, the regulations on dispensaries are pretty strict, and I'm sorry, man, but like I can't take this ID that was like literally cracked. And on obviously a valid Colorado driver's license, but it was cracked. But the good news is you can download the app and have a digital ID. That's why I should not be going to dispensaries.
Did you order a new driver's license yet?
No, and I mean I don't.
Can I see it?
I haven't
You
had
have it on
to.
you?
I haven't had to go. I haven't had to go. Oh, my actual license or the app?
Do you like that, Tamar? I'm a strong black woman. I love it. It pops on. It says that.
I had taken a bunch of the cards that I didn't use out of my wallet, so the leather is a little stretched out, and that's why I think my driver's license fell out. And then,
So they just for that?
just for that, just a little.
That seems stupid though.
I also tried to buy a nicotine vape.
They said they couldn't accept his license because that little chip in there. Everyone see that?
That's fucking
stupid.
gay.
Yeah, obviously it's not legit. Like that law that they apparently passed recently, that's not for the purpose of making sure that somebody is actually 21 when they're buying cannabis. It's for the sake of pushing the My Colorado app. That's the only reason why you would do that. It's obvious.
They better not do that shit with mine's not crack, but they better not fucking do that with me.
I mean, the first time I ever heard about the My Colorado app was actually that I was taking people to Milk Bar, and they were talking about like, oh no, I forgot my vaccine passport, my vaccine card, and it's like, oh no, it's cool, don't worry about it. Just call your roommate, have him go into your dresser drawer, and then he can take a picture of it, and then you can download the app. And she's like, oh sweet, that's awesome, and I'm like, that's fucked up.
Escape. That's what the pot dispensaries for marijuana dispensaries. He says you have a Canadian accent.
People ask me about that all the time, and I think my grandpa moved from Ontario to Nebraska a long time ago. Well, one of my grandpas lived there, and maybe that's my best theory, other than just that I'm weird, and I am kind of a chameleon when it comes to ways that I talk, so it's really whatever I'm feeling in the moment. It does kind of change. Sometimes I sound more Southern. Sometimes I sound more gangster. I don't know.
Sometimes I sound more Chicago-y. Try to sell cannabis. Yeah. Post, you said your friends. That's nice. You can sell your roomies. My dispensary, which I love, it's only like 3 miles from my house, and I've been going to them since legalization. And they were like this tiny little room, and now they're this huge old fucking like Willy Wonka room. You walk in and it's like
it's just a Midwest.
Willy Wonka.
I agree.
Yeah, Midwest kind of like.
I'm from Nebraska.
Are there any laws against growing your own weed in your own home? I would imagine
you're supposed to only grow like so many plants, but
and I knew somebody that back before they even had rec. I knew somebody that was in Highlands Ranch that had a license to grow medical, but they were growing way more than they were supposed to.
Dickie, do you follow me on Twitter, Dickie? You can come chat sometime. Milk Bar used to be fun, but then that was the one place I went dancing in 2 years was at Milk Bar right before they did the thing. But I like Milk Bar because it's like it used to be older people, and now it's not.
I mean, I love stuff that is dark, and I can dance to any kind of music, but going to Milk Bar to listen to industrial music and just rage, that's definitely a pastime of mine.
Well, now we're not allowed to go.
Well, but there was more to that story though that you guys might think was kind of funny. Was that so? Not only did this girl download the app in the back of my car while she's figuring out how to prove that she's been vaccinated, but while these people are talking, they're talking about their one friend that couldn't come tonight because she has COVID, and of course she's triple vax, so it's weird that she even got it in the first place. And they said, yeah, and she got it at Milk Bar. And they're like, and this one girl was just like straight up Valley girl, like, they have COVID at Milk Bar?
So stupid. Yeah, Muda. And it was interesting.
Holy shit, dude.
I used to go to it, and it used to be a little bit of an older crowd because they have an 80s room and a goth room, which that's just a little bit older. But then the last time I went, when I just went with Chloe,
it's probably not as cool as
it was just a ton of young people. Dickie, what's your Twitter? But yeah.
It's probably changed.
It's
Milk Bar.
now you can't even go in. Milk Bar. It used to be kind of a milk bar, just technically.
I mean, and when I was away from like the kink scene for a few years and I came back, the Zoomers had taken over
They
that
did.
too. And
when
it
I
was,
went that one time, it was like
it was different. From
even
back
Chloe
in the day.
was like, yeah, it's like all of a sudden it's just been all these young people go into it.
Yeah, and everybody's non-binary and everybody.
Yeah. That's why I love. So I have a bunch of cross-dresser friends. I have a friend named Chloe. He's more drag, but he voted Trump, and he doesn't try to say you need to call me he's not trying to like pass off that he's a woman or you know what I mean, but like he's like Chloe and he just Chloe is Chloe, that's his character. And you met him when he was his other as a guy.
Doesn't identify as trans, but does maybe drag queen. Is that not
he basically says he's drag, but he doesn't go he tries to look still like he doesn't go crazy, you know, he tries to look like a normal woman,
right? Which is so I knew this. I had a trans coworker who I couldn't quite figure out the whole thing, but it was most of the time the she her pronouns, because normally with a wig, but would work at this call center and dressed like a stripper every day,
like going cray,
like absolutely, yeah, like sexually provocative outfits, usually with a lot of glitter, a lot of sparkle and all that kind of stuff. And it reminded me of a joke that I don't remember who made, but it was just like, that's what you think a woman is. Like,
well, yeah, that's what's funny about like, and I've asked this even on Twitter to some of my trans friends on Twitter. I'm like, who are more libertarian. I'm like, none of them want to have periods though. None of them want to have a period.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, you don't.
And I'm like, oh, okay. So you don't want to be a royal woman, but whatever.
You don't want to deal with all of the things. You don't want the downside. You just want the upside, like being.
And it is interesting. It is a huge spectrum.
Being the fairer of the two sexes.
I definitely know. I mean, we all know it's a spectrum. There are more masculine women. There are more feminine men. Like there's no doubt about it. And like, there's just this whole. With the trans spectrum,
yeah, in that sense, there's a spectrum, right? But they look at observations as to like, yeah, this person strikes me as more masculine than average or more feminine than average for their, you know, sex or gender, and then they're trying to immediately jump to the conclusion that is proof that there are an infinite number of sexes. Yeah, and that it's all a social construct, and that it's not. But you can't even say that that's a more masculine than average woman, or that's a more feminine than average man, without already admitting that there are two.
I was like eavesdropped this one conversation with these were a bunch of younger actual trans that were like they were young and they were doing the hormones and stuff, and they were like, when did you figure out that it wasn't just cross-dressing and you wanted to go further? So it was like really interesting to listen to that kind of stuff, because it's like obviously like with Chloe, my friend Chloe just gets a thrill out of dressing like a woman, and he's bisexual and kind of likes, you know, he just whatever like. And it's interesting where people want to keep like going further from it, like they want to like, I don't know. I love but a lot of them hate me now because I'm not vaccinated,
That's the line.
Do you want to stay for a while?
Are you asking me if I want another beer?
Yeah, because I'm gonna
probably stay for a while, but I don't think I want another beer. Okay. Thank you, though.
Corona mommy.
That's her new. She's yeah. Well, I don't know. I could see leaning into that, but that would probably get kind of old. And if I were you, I'd regret. She's talking about, in my head, she's taken on a new persona that's like Corona mommy, kind of suggesting that, yeah, she drinks Coronas. And of course, she's one of these undesirable types that is spreading the coof everywhere, because that's what we do when we don't have the jabs, is we're just perpetual generators of deadly viruses everywhere that we go. Yeah, exactly. A walking biohazard.
Never had any vaccines ever. I don't know if I've told you that.
Corona mommy. That would be funny, at least for a little while. Remember when I did that cheesecake tanky thing? You could be Corona mommy on Twitter for a while until it stops being funny. I don't even know if it was actually funny for anyone but me when like the single night that I was cheesecake tanky on Twitter.
Dickie, did you want to come on and talk your British accent to us? I followed you on Twitter, so if you're still around. I'm actually just going to send you the link anyways, and if you want to join it, you can. Hex, give us your best Morgan Freeman accent.
I know he does that.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
I am Morgan Freeman, and my message for you is to not get vaccinated.
And if you watch the penguins when they are trying to have their egg, I can't do it.
That movie was sad.
I know, right?
That's how real life is, man. That's why this is all so stupid about the whole Corona thing. It's like these fucking penguins go live in the fucking cold, have an egg. One goes to the sea, walks back. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
like,
that's why the founding fathers weren't thinking that this stuff would ever happen. Is that they just, according to the world they everyone had ever known up to that point, the idea that you had a right to never get sick. I mean, it's still that ridiculous, but I mean, nobody ever would have taken that idea seriously.
It's such a crazy entitlement. I still can't even understand it. Like,
right to not get sick. Well, how about if you don't want to get sick, figure out how to not get sick, and
you do everything in your power.
Yeah.
You do everything in your own power to not get sick.
But that's exactly it. And I could tell that this was some like collectivist, like mind game stuff from the get-go. I mean, even the HR PR people at the company I was working for, as soon as this all started, they were doing propaganda in company emails that just said, "Remember, your mask protects you, protects me. My mask protects you." I'm like, I know for a fact you don't have any science to back up that it works specifically like that. So why would you say that my mask is for you and your mask is for me? It's because that way, hey, I have to do this, and if I don't want to do this, it's not because I'm okay with taking the risk. It's because I'm okay with risking hurting you.
Well, and the dumb thing about that is when they set that precedent where it was like, I might be sick, so I'm wearing this to protect you. Then it was like, then everyone started keep wearing them. So it's like, do you think you're just constantly fucking sick? Like, what the, like, I made a video yesterday. I made two different ones. I posted one on Instagram and one on Twitter, but it's like body positivity is thinking you're sick all the fucking time and you're like going to kill people. But like, how is that body positivity? Like thinking you're sick all the time?
Did you see my my sloppy thrown together Fauci montage video?
Where's that on?
I posted it. It's one of them I haven't posted a lot since I posted that.
Is it on Instagram
from like 2 or 3 days. It's on Twitter, and I made it. And I could make way better videos than that, but I kind of threw it together, and it's just a bunch of stuff that is like Fauci saying this thing next to Fauci saying this thing, and you can't really watch this and not be like, wait a minute.
Escape from Babylon. I'm not 100%
himself now.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, you got so many. There's so much footage of him that like to not at least do some project like that seems silly because it's so easy. I didn't even have to put any effort into that. Just kind of put a few things together and kind of, make some cuts, and because there's him arguing with Rand Paul about like, no, it's not just theater. And then there's the more recent appearance where it's obvious theater because like Rand asks him this question and then they show him wearing this like crazy thick, mask thing. And he's like on the camera, then he takes it off slowly to speak. And I put that like next to one of him saying, "Here we go again with the theater." All right. Oh. It's like,
oh wait, here, do you know what here's something funny. The most recent Rand Paul exchange when he said somebody was stopped because they were going to come kill me. I don't know if you heard that, where he said somebody was stopped because they were going to come kill me. Yeah. Which it's too bad that hasn't happened in Minecraft. But
they wanted to kill Dr. Fauci.
But and I don't know if you guys saw in Mar-a-Lago a while ago, a woman rammed her car into like she was trying to kill Trump. She's crazy. But it's like Fauci is saying some people. Yeah, she got off because they were like, she's mentally insane.
Yeah, but the crazy audacious thing too about that, which I mean, Rand also like said this himself, but Dave Smith pointed that out when they covered it. I don't think they played Rand's response, but when they're showing him talking about that, making this concern about like you suggesting that I haven't been a good leader through this is making people dislike me, and people who dislike me might want that, like some of them have been known to like make death threats and stuff like that. And it's like you're saying this to Rand Paul, a dude whose neighbor tackled him and punctured his lung and almost beat him to death. This guy has been shot at in public. He
mobbed up.
He probably gets more death threats than Fauci.
Yeah, probably a
this
lot.
For being a Republican.
And I mean, people on Twitter, like that's one of the things is I've never been that big of a Rand Paul fan.
Dickie,
but
I sent the link to your Twitter
one of those things that almost turns me crazy because I feel like I need to like shake these people, but I can't, so I just tweet at them compulsively. Is when I find one of these threads about Rand Paul and all of these people are rooting for his neighbor, and I'm just like, do you have any idea how terrible of a human being you are?
Yep.
Like.
I know,
or
right?
when BLM mobbed him and he was like, and they were like, Breonna Taylor, he's like, I made the fucking Breonna Taylor bill.
Seriously.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He was one of the only people standing up for Breonna Taylor. But he's a Republican, so obviously he's a white supremacist. Like,
and then there's this is a good video. I don't know if everybody's seen this one, but
to just add one thing that seems to get lost in that question is that, as Bob said, and I agree, we would really like to see the data, because if there is asymptomatic transmission, it impacts certain policies that you do regarding screening, et cetera. But the one thing historically people need to realize that even if there is some asymptomatic transmission, in all the history of respiratory-borne viruses of any type, asymptomatic transmission has never been the driver of outbreaks. The driver of outbreaks is always a symptomatic person. There's a rare asymptomatic person that might transmit. An epidemic is not.
And
here we go again with the theater, all right?
And that was from like people still, I'm like, that's what I tell people. I'm like, if I am healthy and I don't feel any symptoms, which I'm always sniffly because that's just how I am, but like, if I have no, like, why do you need me to cover? Why are you trying to convince me I'm sick? Why are you trying to convince me I'm sick all the time? It's such a fucking weird ass thing, man.
Well, that's exactly it. Is that like, and it's hard to convince people that it has anything to do with anything nefarious, but that's the answer. That's why this the thing that doesn't make any sense is happening to you. Is because there is a deeply nefarious thing behind it.
Right.
What we can't say with certainty is exactly what's going on in the hearts and minds of the people who are doing this for deliberately nefarious reasons. But there's enough evidence to give you some room for speculation. Like, for instance, the fact that before any of this went down, they were forcing the prisoners at Guantanamo Bay to wear these masks over their faces. It had nothing to do with viral outbreaks. It was about social psychology and studying the effects of psychological torture on prisons. And then eventually they figure out a way to break down the individual from their findings in some of those experiments. I mean, I am theorizing here, by the way, but yes, I think it has something to do with that. And whether or not they're deliberately doing it, that is going to be the effect. So who even cares whether they're trying to do it? This is happening to children.
It's same in the Middle East with women. They like there's study. They went back at one point and figured out.
Oh yeah, there's no way they don't know what that does to a person.
You take away their fucking face, like.
They take away the face, they lose their individuality, they become more subservient to something else. You don't tell them who God is, and then you tell them that God is actually politicians or something like that. I mean, this shit is so demonic. It's fucked up.
It is demonic. Are you, Hex, I know we've talked religion before. You're not really religious now, right?
Correct.
He's wearing a cross.
Well, he grew up Nation of Islam, but look at he's friends with us. He's talking to us. So I don't know if you had faith in a God, though. I don't, but you're my friend.
Yeah, well.
And I understand it, and I get it. You
get it probably better than I do because you actually were born in an actual Christian household, and I was raised by like people who called themselves Christians, but the more I learn what Christianity is about, the more I'm not sure what they actually were.
Right.
But yeah, but you were actually born in like a kind of
I think that's why I get it so
biblical
much, because
Christian
I'm like,
environment.
well, if someone believes something, you can't, like, what are you gonna do? Like, I can't. I just can go to a mountaintop and I can see a beautiful sunset and a beautiful mountain, and I just appreciate it for what it is. Where, like, other people have to say, "Oh, God made this." You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
And I understand that perspective, because that was more my thing. Well, that's one thing I do appreciate about how I grew up, with kind of a who knows kind of world like idea about that kind of stuff. Is I think I was able to appreciate beauty without necessarily feeling like I needed to insert things like that all the time, which was good. And yeah, now I think now if I'm looking at beauty, I'm not necessarily feeling the need to say, look at what God made. But at this point, like, I'm always mindful, at least most of the time, I'm trying to be mindful of God. So in my own head, I'm at least like, yeah, God, that's really cool.
That's
what
why I
you made
love
there.
you. Like, oh, guys, Stoner says Hex just needs a camera and a black woman for a coming to God moment. No, I think Hex is religious.
I remember reading something about Abu Ghraib. I think it was, if it wasn't Guantanamo, like in some silly magazine when I was younger, and they were talking about playing Barney for them. Like, they would lock them in a room and they'd play really loud Barney episodes with the music like on repeat of like, I love you, you love me. And they would just maybe, I guess they were trying to find out what this would do to a person.
So fucked up.
I'd make me
Yeah,
kill
that's
myself.
why I don't understand why anyone doesn't think. I mean, I get it if you're not convinced that we can actually develop a good anarchistic, like, community with no state, but don't you at least have to admit that this one's got to go? Like, we can't have this. There's no fixing it.
I don't know.
The prospect of replacing it, I get it, is scary and maybe hard to argue for, other than that this one's got to go, because there's absolutely no redeeming the United States government. No. It's either going to fall apart or we got to take it apart.
Hex, did you ever watch Barney? Was that too old for you? Barney and Lamb Chop? That was probably too old for you, huh?
I did watch Barney when I was a kid. I remember that.
They still have Barney, like, they probably still do Barney. They've got some new characters that I've probably never heard of. Yeah, because there was always, like, I think there was a Triceratops, and then when I was starting to age out of Barney, there was another character called, like, DJ or BJ or something.
It was like a yellow dinosaur. I remember him.
Yeah, and that was kind of when, in my mind, it started going downhill. I might have just been aging out of it, but I was like, yeah, this show isn't the same, like, from, like OG Barney. Like,
yeah, I remember Lamb Chops, and then there was...
Oh, yeah, Lamb Chop was... That one a lot of people even my age might not even know about, but
you're not that.
Especially when I was a kid.
33?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, sometimes I'm not sure, because my thing is that sometimes I talk about stuff that I remember from childhood that people my age have never heard of, and they're like, "What?" And I have to remember that I had a sister who was 6 years older than me, and so I was exposed to a lot more 80s stuff than most people who were born when I was born.
There's a good quote. Well, how old are you? You're 33?
Yeah, I was born in 88. My sister was born in 82.
There's a good Tolstoy quote. It is amazing how complete the delusion that beauty is goodness. A woman talks nonsense. You listen and hear not nonsense, but cleverness. She says and does horrid things, and you see only charm. And if a handsome woman does not say stupid or horrid things, you at once persuade yourself that she is wonderfully clever and moral. That's pretty good.
Tolstoy was he's one of the best novelists of all time. It's not.
Tamar, I agree. It is a tribal thing. It's so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, you do wear purple. You're like Barney the dinosaur, Hex.
I said something about Prince when he first got on.
He's gonna paint his gun purple. Your guitar, is your purple guitar around? You should show us your purple guitar.
Purple is one of my favorite colors.
It's the color of royalty.
I don't know if it looks as good on me as it looks on you,
guitar.
But yeah, that's pretty awesome. Hell yeah! Do you like the musical stylings of Prince?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, nice. Sick. Yeah. I can't say that I feel differently. I'm a pretty big fan of Purple Rain.
Dickie, are you still around? Are you gonna come? I sent you the link on in Twitter. If you want to come on and
Purple
talk
Rain's
to
really good track. An album.
Yeah, there's a really good cover of that you might check out by Martin Sexton. I swear it's good. It's the Purple Rain song.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
He was a good. It sounds like, and because he went through hardship as a young kid, being like weird, and then he like make good, like same with Freddie Mercury, like
yeah. And When Doves Cry, like that one has like
That's
some
a good one,
sentimental
too.
meaning for me because my parents used to fight all the time.
the Purple Rain one.
Maybe I'm just like my mom. Maybe I'm just like
I remember
my
hearing
mom.
that.
Maybe you're just like my mom.
He's never satisfied.
Why do we scream
keep
at
singing.
each other?
Keep singing next.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Love it.
Touch if you will my stomach. Feel that
Feel the
trembles
trembles
inside.
inside.
You got the
butterflies all tied up. Or maybe chase you. Even doves have pride.
You just leave me standing.
Love it.
Alone in the world that's so cold. So
He was,
cold.
He was a Jehovah's Witness, wasn't he?
Prince?
Yeah.
I think
I
so,
don't know
actually.
that much about the life of Prince. I'm kind of curious now. Wouldn't be surprised.
What'd you say, X? Did you know that?
I think. Say what? I do vaguely remember something about that.
That
Because someone said, I remember reading like he
seems
would
plausible.
go like do the door-to-door thing, like, you know.
Seems plausible. I mean, that seems like a good backstory to somebody who would ultimately become one of the weirdest people who ever lived. Like,
That's too bad he died, man.
yeah, I was pretty. David Bowie and Prince were two of the most, like, as far as like when a celebrity dies, affected me the most. And they both happened in a very short period of time. It was weird how both David Bowie and Prince went in the same time.
Oh, here.
David Bowie had liver cancer, right?
I think so. It was weird. Like I think he knew it was coming because if you listen to that last album that he made, you can tell from the lyrics that he is looking death right in the face as he's writing that album. It was kind of, yeah, it was kind of intense listening to it.
The David Bowie one.
Because I didn't listen to it until after he died, but he made it shortly before he died.
Call my phone real quick. You guys want to hear my ringtone? You haven't called me in a while, so you have to look at me. Blues and jazz. What's your favorite style of music, Hex?
Fuck.
Okay, that's all. Sorry, I had once.
Take a look.
You're only gonna make me pick.
Oh man!
Well, you don't have to say your like
beating up
favorite
the wrong
because it's
guy.
hard because
Oh, man,
like when you're especially as a musician, you probably like a lot of
man.
styles of music.
Yeah, I like all kinds of stuff. It's hard to pick.
You know what song I had on earlier is I was playing it on my real loud. It was with like make your hips swing. I was dancing around with that. It was so good. But you know, a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses are black. Oh yeah.
I kind of want to see you do a video of you dancing to that Fergie song with the MILF money.
What's that one?
You got that MILF money.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's kind of bad, but it's also kind of.
Here he comes. We got our British friend coming. No.
It's kind of bad, but it's also.
Yo.
Here he comes. Our British friend.
Here comes the British guy.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
There's a little. Here he comes. Our British friend.
Here comes the British guy.
Here I come. I'm here. I have come. I'm here.
Here comes the British
It's
guy.
nice to
Here
see
I
you.
come.
Sorry, there's a little echo.
Yeah, we got a.
You have earphones?
Is that me?
Here comes the
I
British
was
guy.
wondering if
Going.
it was.
There's a little echo.
Well, we're stuck in
we
a
got
loop.
You have earphones?
Is that me?
Oh my god.
It's called a feedback. It's called feedback. It's when you speak and it goes in the microphone, then it picks up the speaker.
Oh, boy.
And then it goes back
This
into
is-
the microphone.
Yeah.
It's called a feedback. It's called feedback.
Feedback
It's when,
loop.
it's when you speak and it goes in the microphone, then it picks up. All you need is headphones.
Yeah, do you have headphones, Dickie? Oh, that's good. He muted it for a second.
It's weird that we're not having that problem. Maybe it's because he's got more volume through his speakers than we do.
Yeah, my speakers.
Because usually these webcam things, I think they're designed to avoid that because it'll
He's
like
speaking and I
stop the
can't hear him.
recording
You're
when somebody's
muted.
not speaking.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, he's gonna go get earphones, maybe.
Yeah, you're muted now, buddy. So now we can't hear you at all. I guess if you're cool with that, we're cool. But I guess we can look at your face. You can listen.
Okay,
to
so I've
something.
turned my volume down quite low.
It's better.
Much better.
Yeah, I think that fixed it.
And there might be a lag, but that's all right.
Oh.
It's better. Oh, that came way later. That's probably some of it. It's probably a little bit of a feedback that we wouldn't notice if it wasn't for the really long lag. Oh, that came way later. That's probably some of it. It's probably a little bit of a feedback that we wouldn't notice if it wasn't for the really long lag.
I don't like it. I don't like
Wow,
it.
I just heard my voice like 10 seconds after I said that. That's weird. It's kind of cool.
I'm going to mute myself again.
It's like those yak vacuums. 10 seconds after I said that. That's weird.
I'm going to mute myself again.
It's like those yak vacuums.
I might have some headphones upstairs. Let me see.
I guess that's probably a good idea.
Is he figuring it out?
Yeah, we have realized that problem is not going to fix itself, so he's going and trying to find his headphones.
Okay, good. Yeah,
because we like after a while I was the only one saying anything, and then we kept on hearing nothing but my voice from 10 seconds prior.
It kept like going and going and going and going. It was like mirrors, you know?
Yeah, well, that's how a feedback loop works. When it happens on like my like Ableton software, it's actually really scary and it happens really intensely all at once. Like if you've got like if you're recording something and it's playing directly back into the microphone, it starts to go and it gets to a really, really loud squeaking level. And it's like that's when you start freaking out because you're like, I'm gonna break something, I'm gonna blow a speaker or something.
I know. Well, I think my Q was on his phone, so it probably didn't pick it up as much. Hex has his earphones on, and I normally would, but I think mine's just not. It's not. You haven't heard an echo from us, have you, Hex?
No. Every once in a while. Every once in a while, maybe, but for the most part, it's really good.
Like a speakerphone. It's got some mechanism to kind of open up and like cap and like allow sound.
That's probably
to
like
go
echo
through
cancellation or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Colton, he's actually in Texas now, but he is British. I'm so excited. I love British to talk.
Same. And yeah, I always like to talk.
You need more water if you need more.
No, I'm good. I promise. I'm all set.
Yeah, Hex wears a cross all the time, like you wear your cross all the time. Although your cross is what?
I don't always wear it, but yeah.
Because what did the Colin's wife at the comedy show? She called it something.
I guess that's technically you probably
Orthodox?
just say it's Eastern Orthodox. I don't think it's specifically Greek Orthodox, but. And my chain broke while we were over here.
Oh, did the chain actually break?
Well, the connector on it kind of broke.
Do you
so
need
that's why.
I have a little like pair of pliers.
I'm sure there's a way to. Yeah, we don't have to worry about it now. It's that one. It's like an Orthodox cross because it's got like it's got the INRI sign at the top and it's got the footrest that's tilted for a reason because there's two robbers being crucified next to Jesus and one of them goes to heaven, the other one doesn't.
Damn, that sucks. Well, because one accepted Jesus at the very end or something.
Well, so the way it goes is that one of them was like, if you're really the Son of God, then why don't you just get us off of these crosses, dude? And the other one was all like, if you want to put in a word for me with the Father, I'd really like to go.
All right, let's test it. How is it? Can you hear us?
Hello, testing.
There you are.
Hello.
Is that all right?
Hello, Governor.
Is that all right, love?
Hello.
Oh,
welcome. There's a delay. There's for sure a delay.
Do you have a delay? I have a bit of a delay. That's weird.
It happens. It happens.
Does it?
It's okay.
It happens to everyone.
Tell
It
us,
happens to every man.
yeah, just start talking. Just start talking and we'll listen. Tell us about yourself.
Aside from the part where it happens to specifically you because you have the British curse.
Here it is.
I think that the face you just made was because I said something about a British curse. I was kidding. They're not really cursed. If you're cursed, I'm cursed because my family came from England.
Not nicotine.
Yeah.
Can I have a little bit?
Yeah.
Just start talking.
Who came
Nikki.
from England?
Yeah, we will shut up and let you give us a little something because you're lagging.
Hello.
But if we talk, then we won't let you talk. So
I'll just start talking. Hello. Oh, this is weird. So I'm now in Texas. Last week I was in the UK, and I now live in Texas, which I'm very pleased about. Before living in Texas, I lived in Los Angeles, which turned into a bit of a hellhole. And I'm going to have some more of this. Old Forester.
Cheers.
Is it a scotch?
No, it's bourbon.
Ooh, yes, another bourbon fan. Nice.
Yeah, I guess Old Forester doesn't sound very Scottish.
No. Yeah. So I came to the US
just
8 years ago, I think, and I became a US citizen 2 years ago.
Welcome to the US.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And I loved California so much. I loved it, and I really hated to watch what happened to it, in real time. It just went downhill so rapidly in front of my own eyes. And so now I'm in Texas.
Did you move specifically because of the Corona stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, the Corona. I mean, it wasn't just the Corona stuff. There was also just this just weird dogma that kind of happened in Los Angeles. That
you're hooked in with Ethernet necessarily.
Well, like this extra extremist left.
We might be having internet connection issues, right?
Yeah, this is what. Maybe I should reload or something. I'm gonna reload.
Yeah, you can close out and then come back in. Yeah.
I think Colton kind of nailed it, though. I think his internet fucking sucks.
Hex, has my stream been good? I plugged into the Ethernet again this time for real.
Yeah, we've been good.
I mean, we haven't had any problems. We didn't even have any problems when we had somebody on a phone from outside in a mountain town.
True, isn't it?
Running from a shootout that happened in a bar.
Right.
Oh, hi.
Hey, welcome back.
Every time we mention that, I'm still like, are we sure Quincy's okay? But he has let us know multiple times he's okay.
Quincy's okay.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
All right, you can keep. You were saying why you left California.
Yeah, let's find out if it's better and finish what you're saying about California. It's the lag, you guys.
I don't think it's. I think it's.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it's just like a loop.
You're still hearing a loop in your headphones.
Maybe it's
I can
us.
hear you, but I can hear you over and over and over and over.
That's strange.
The text is with anything, and then
This isn't.
us. But I also
Good
just can't
to go.
explain what's wrong. So. Yeah, we're gonna try
Okay,
plugging
hang on.
in
We're gonna
headphones
try
on
this,
our
maybe.
end and see if that fixes anything.
Oh, no, you left.
He's having
Maybe
a
he's giving up.
feedback loop even in his headphones, which
Yeah, there literally
I
were no
don't know how to
problems
explain
before.
that.
So
Do you think it was from my computer?
It's hard to even entertain the possibility that it has anything to do with anyone aside from Dickie, given that we've had no
True,
problems
that's
except
true.
for when he's involved.
That's true. No, I don't have the YouTube up. I just have my StreamYard up. Maybe he did. Here, I'll text him and tell him that.
I think it's his internet connection. I can't explain why it would do that, but
It just feels that. I can take this off, I suppose.
probably our Wi-Fi. We're not even connected to Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we're not on Wi-Fi.
But it's probably
Hey,
it could be Dickie's Wi-Fi.
I'm gonna bail for a little bit because I need to eat something. I will be back shortly.
And what have we been going for 4 hours? I don't know if I've been having a great time, but I think it might not be a bad idea for me to maybe start moving on with my night at some point soon, as it is.
All right. Either way.
I dig it. This is my first time going on a really long stream like this.
It's kind of fun,
before,
isn't
so
it?
yeah, I've definitely had fun.
Well, I'm gonna try. Let's try at least one more time.
Hello?
It's not that uncommon for me to be on the phone with someone for 3 hours at a time. Hey,
Is your
Hello?
close to the YouTube? Maybe
Yeah,
close
I
to
think I don't hear myself. Wow,
I think this
that's
is
nice.
much better all of a sudden.
Yeah. Now
Here
we're
we
good.
go. Oh,
Maybe
oh,
part
hi.
of it is that it's overloaded with 3 different people. Like whatever the problem would have been, it would have been exacerbated by the number of signals coming into this single stream. So now that we
Too
just
many
have
signals.
2, yours isn't as problematic or something.
All right, so keep going. You're saying when you left California and what for?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Finish the story. Finish.
I left California. I mean, I loved California. So, I mean, California is wonderful. There's so much going for it. The weather is amazing, and you know, some of the people were nice, and but the longer I was there, it just felt the more and more it was like I was just rolling my eyes, you know, when I spoke to people and not able to talk about anything because there was only one, you know, official version of things. And if you had a different idea of something, then, you know, then you're a bad person. And so I was just like rolling my eyes and getting more and more frustrated. And luckily enough, I had friends in Texas I could come and visit, and just came here and just felt like, wow, this is actual. Just, I mean, and when I say freedom, it's not. It's just like you're able to talk about things with people. You know, you don't have to watch what you say. You can, and you know, people understand common sense. And
absolutely. I wonder though, I feel like there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of trolling potential being British, and because there's something about like even a lot of these woke American types that like feel like they have to bow down to somebody who's European and like they assume has like more class or culture or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you start saying things that they associate with American rednecks with a British accent, you're gonna throw them off a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like this idea of Europe being like the guiding light of things to go towards, like it like Europe is not a shining example of where we want to be, really.
But they don't know any better. They think that just because you have just because of the existence of the NHS means that America is backwards compared to the UK.
Right. No. The reality is quite different. The NHS is
bullshit.
I mean, it's well, I mean, for a healthy person, it's good. The NHS is good because it's a safety net, so no one has to worry about, if you fall off your bike and break a leg or something,
right?
You're not gonna have to hand your credit card over before you get fixed.
Right. Like me, like I never set foot in a hospital except for this one time I got surgery for a hernia. And right now I don't have health insurance and it doesn't really affect my life. So for a healthy person that doesn't even need to use the system very much in England, then there's not going to be a whole lot to complain about.
Yeah.
And honestly, with our system here, there's plenty to complain about because I go there when I did have health insurance, got my surgery. They send me a bill for the anesthesiologist 10 months later for $1,000. And I'm like, oh, dang. Wouldn't have happened in England.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, I had one encounter with the NHS. I tried to swallow something that was too big to be swallowed. It's a long story.
That happens to me all the time.
You have to look at the packaging, and if it says like 3 and up, then
yeah,
then it's good. You don't have to worry too much about it. But if it says like 10 and up, then it might be a little bit too big to swallow.
It was a very innocent situation. I thought I was getting a bit of a cold. This is like 10 years ago, perhaps. I thought I was getting a bit of a cold, so I read that if you eat raw garlic, then you won't get a cold. So I went to get some raw garlic from the market, and I bought a great big thing of garlic. But then I also read if you don't chew it, then you won't get bad breath. So I just tried to knock it back.
I don't envy what that must have been your gut. But you choked on it. It would have really upset your stomach too if you had successfully swallowed it, because that's intense. That's intense on your stomach.
But it would have stopped me getting a cold, perhaps.
It might have. Although the other thing about that I thought you were going to say is that thing you heard about. It only works if you don't normally eat onions or garlic. So you have to normally not eat those things, and then if you eat a bunch of raw garlic, then it has this insane immune boosting property.
Think garlic. Every time I get sick, I always eat a shit. I eat garlic normally.
Yeah,
but
there's
I
something
eat more
to it.
And spice. And
one time when I was like 10, I was in 10th grade. I was going to a boarding school on a farm, and we had garlic just there, and for $3 I ate a bulb of raw garlic. I chewed it up and everything, and I mean, I smelled like garlic.
Someone paid you $3 for it?
Yeah, for $3.
Oh, nice.
It was a bet. I got $3 for eating a whole bulb of raw garlic, and then I brushed my teeth incessantly for 3 days, and my breath still smelled like garlic.
Yeah. So anyway, I got a big thing of garlic stuck in my throat, and I went to what would you call it? The emergency room, I guess, the ER. On a Friday night, and I was in hospital over the whole weekend, and then Monday morning they finally operated and took the garlic out of my throat. And I didn't
operate. Dang.
Yeah, they had to. Yeah, they didn't believe me. They didn't believe me the whole time. And then,
no, I swear it's lodged in there. I can feel it.
Yeah, I was like, I swallowed a huge piece of garlic, and they were like, "You can't have done that." But they had to go down with the thing, and But anyway, the point of the story is I didn't have to pay out of my pocket anything for that. So if I was in America and that happened, I would be, I'd be a fucking idiot, but I'd be out of
Yeah,
pocket.
you'd end up with a huge bill on your hands, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I had a friend that was at a music festival out in like Georgetown, Colorado, and he was doing a lot of drugs and probably really dehydrated, and he started to flop out on ketamine on this shuttle bus, and nobody on the bus knew him, so they weren't sure if he'd be okay or who they could maybe trust him with, so they just put him on an ambulance to Denver, and then he wakes up and he suddenly owes $10,000.
That's one of the things that America has got a bad reputation for stuff like that, and I really struggle with it because I recognize that the NHS in the UK is it's just like a parasite, and it just grows and grows and grows, and it feeds off the taxpayers and everything, and it doesn't provide a great service. But stories like that, I don't know what to do with it, because I don't know.
Well, I think one of the things that when I argue with, like, because my mom is pretty progressive, and she would definitely be on the position of, like we should definitely have single payer healthcare. And what the trap that we fall into in that conversation is that is that, like, well, if you compare it to the system that we have in America now, then there's some reasons why it's hard to argue against the NHS system type thing compared to this, but the argument I would present is why a free market would obviously be better than what we have here, and better than what they have in the UK.
Here.
Yeah, because we have this insurance racket that is absolutely insane. Like, if we got rid of the insurance racket, then it wouldn't. Then by comparison, single payer wouldn't look that appealing at all.
Yeah. Right, because what we have in America is not a free market. Actually, it's
not even close.
Yeah,
it's the most unfree market of all the industries that we have here. It's absolutely insanely fascistic.
Yeah, no, it's a total racket from what I can see.
Yeah.
So, but
especially
I don't know what do you do with
ACA.
that. There doesn't seem to be an answer that is going to happen in our lifetimes or something, or I just
don't know, because I think like right now we're like they're trying to force more government healthcare, and it sucks. Where I'm like, we need direct primary care, we more of that shit.
Doesn't it feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot? Like,
well, they're trying to collapse it.
The leftists that are supporting this whole COVID regime thing, it almost seems like they're shooting themselves in the foot, because
they're trying to collapse it so then they can come in and say, well, we need the government to save it.
I guess that's true. But at the same time, for at least for a lot of the people who are opposed to the COVID regime, it only makes it obvious that, the government is definitely is not qualified to be involved in healthcare at all. They're mismanaging everything, and they're flirting with totalitarianism, and the idea of giving them more power over it, like a monopoly, is absolutely just unthinkable.
But so what would like a free market thing look like if you do fall off your bike and you break your leg, and then you call?
Have you ever heard of co-ops or direct primary care?
And there's more
that
of this
actually
stuff
happened to Allie. Sorry, my friend Allie. Literally at the very beginning of Corona, my friend fell off her bike and broke her ankle like bad, and she had co-op insurance. And so, like, it was basically you pay in, and like they were able to cover her, and she still had to pay maybe like $3,000 or $4,000 out of pocket, but the co-op insurance was able to help cover, because she had to get like major ankle surgery, which ain't fucking cheap, so co-ops and the direct primary cares, which the direct primary care, they're trying to make surgery centers that'll be direct primary care surgery centers where you can like pay into it, kind of a thing. And like
well, and I was pretty into this topic during this time, before other things became obviously the only thing you could really talk about, because it was right in our face. When I spilled the beans that to my mom around Christmas, the year before the COVID, when suddenly, like I didn't mean to, but I disclosed that I had not opted into my employer's health insurance plan. I just ignored the annual enrollment, and she was starting to freak out, like, oh my goodness, you're uninsured, what are you gonna do? And she was kind of guilting me that I would have to like reach out to her if I ever needed emergency funds for something, for a bill or something like that. But so I looked into this thing where it was like a Christian based system where you subscribe. Unfortunately, for an individual, it's still gonna cost you more than a health insurance through your employer, because it's like $300 at least each month. And the way it works is like a pool. You contribute to this pool. Anyone within the community who needs help, it comes out of that pool.
It's not as shitty as insurance.
Yeah, it's much better, but the out of the pocket fee is kind of expensive if your income is not, at least $80,000.
But it's the same with even regular insurance. The deductibles are super fucking high too.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly that's how I got screwed with my surgery. I didn't realize that even with my insurance, it was still going to cost me an arm and a leg to actually get any meaningful care that counted for anything. I've heard though that some of these doctors will give you, even some of the mainstream hospitals will settle for a lower bill knowing that you're uninsured.
They do.
So I might even be better off.
Apparently, if you just say you're uninsured, then they'll just give you the cash price. Apparently,
not quite. I don't think they quite give you what it would be, but they do give you something closer, because part of the way that they get away with charging such high bills is that nobody cares. Nobody cares that ultimately it's $32,000 for your surgery, because they present your out-of-the-pocket cost as no more than $2,000 or something, but it's still $2,000, and it's debatable whether it's really fair.
My whole problem with it is I moved out really young, and when I moved out really young, I couldn't stay on my parents' health insurance. So I was 18, 19.
Why couldn't you stay on their insurance?
Because when you moved out and you weren't going to college, you couldn't stay on your parents' health insurance. It was just like a rule.
You couldn't like work it so you were still on there.
No, and it was fine. I didn't. I moved out specifically to not be.
Okay, sorry, right.
I moved out specifically to be separate from them at the time.
Right. You were emancipated.
Yeah. So I was 18, 19, paying like $300 a month, because I had I was healthy, 18, 19-year-old, blah, blah. Probably up until the time I was 24, I had a job that would pay in health insurance. And then I was like, fuck this bullshit. Like, I never used it. I was super healthy. And then, so I dropped all insurance and I said, listen, I'm just going to keep myself as healthy as I fucking can. And hopefully I don't need it, And then, I've still never even needed anything. Obviously an emergency can fucking happen at any time, but I haven't needed anything. I've never been hospitalized for anything. And then a couple years ago, I found a direct primary care doctor. So I didn't go to the doctor for a long time, but so my primary care doctor, I pay him $1,000 for the year, and I can go to him anytime. And we do like tests. All my tests are at cost. Like it's like a club, a concierge doctor, basically. So I'm hoping we can do more of that, especially all these doctors quitting from the system.
Yeah, and we would too, because I almost
it's hard for them to get out of it. It's hard for them to start it.
Justin said like they'd rather get some money than no money. When I was on this topic, like really interested in this, I watched this. Colin Dunn is this guy. I think he's actually British, and he made a documentary called "Wait Till It's Free." And it's implied that what he's saying is, if you think that your healthcare is expensive now, wait till it's free. And he was basically giving a message about why single payer isn't all it's cracked up to be, and why a free market would be better. And he looks into the NHS and the Scottish system, as well as how they consider their ambulances almost like the big white taxi, because you can just go and drink too much to drive and then call the ambulance and they'll give you a free ride home. He in the documentary.
Do people do that?
Apparently in Scotland they do that.
No, the whole so that time I was talking about when I had that accident with the garlic bolt, that was on a Friday night that I went to the emergency room.
So they were suspicious.
you know, I was at the back of the line basically because everyone coming in was having to have their stomachs pumped. Was just the regular alcoholics. Like Friday night, people are fighting and stuff, and they've got an NHS, so they don't have to worry about really getting, paying for being patched up after fighting on a Friday night and stuff. It's
that reminds me too.
Yeah,
I
it's
had
just
a
there.
passenger once. I had a passenger once who was an ER nurse, and she was talking about all the weird shit that she sees late at night with people coming into the emergency room, like people who are like heroin overdosed and they've got like a butt plug. Just kind of like deal with all this kind of stuff. But of course, it's going to cost them here.
So, Dickie, in America, have you found like? I mean, is your job offer insurance here in America or something like that?
Is my what?
Is your job offering you, and can you get insurance through your job here?
No, I'm self-employed, so it's
me too. I'm uninsured. I'm self-employed. You're self-employed too.
Yeah, and that was the case with one of the people in that documentary. Was an American that had his own small business, and that was one of the cases they could point to. Is like this is one of the cases where it's really not good, because if he calls like a doctor or something about that, and then he says like, no, I don't have insurance, they're like, what? You don't have insurance?
I get pissed off because I've paid in so much during the beginning of my life, and I still never fucking used it. So especially during all this COVID shit where they're like, well, you're gonna be a drain on the system. I'm like, listen, bitch. First of all, I paid in so much and I never used it, and I never been in hospital. So, and I'm not going to be fucking hospitalized for COVID anyways. Like, I hate this shit.
And that's why I opted out finally, partly because I realized how much of a racket it was and I wasn't using it for anything anyway. And the time I had surgery, it still cost me all this money. I was like, no, I'm not even going to bother with it at all. And I was thinking about 3 years with the same employer, always opting into the annual enrollment, and all the money that was coming out of my paychecks for absolutely no reason, because I eat a nutritional diet and I don't need to see a doctor.
Exactly. If you added up all the money you've paid out for your insurance, and then you don't need it, and then when you actually do need it, if you just had that money,
right?
I mean, who saves the money? But you had that money, you could spend it on
your I wouldn't have saved the money, right? But
we need the catastrophic plans again. No, we need the catastrophic plans again. And like, I get in
a competitive market.
I have a friend who's a nurse, and she said literally every time her shifts, she worked on this floor, it was all obese alcoholics. And it would be the same ones coming in every fucking week.
Yeah.
And they were all on Medicaid. And like, I'm like, really? And that's why I get so pissed off.
And you're the one who's a strain on the system.
I'm the bad guy. Oh, Jessica, 2 other 70 doctors. Yeah. Anyways, Dickie, welcome to America. We're glad.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I keep on wanting to mention, I'll just cut straight to the chase. Part of the documentary too was this lady in Texas that was a doctor with a practice that she was like, yeah, I allow people to pay me whatever. Like, because that's how it used to work. Even in this country, that was the old way.
Oh, really?
Ron Paul talks about it too, but it's like this Texas doctor, some poor farmer is like, hey, I need to see a doctor, and she's like, come on in, what you got? And he's like, how about some eggs? I got plenty of eggs on my farm. And he's like, okay, that's what you got. I'll take a few dozen eggs, absolutely.
Barter and trade. So what made you want to move to America, Dickie?
Well, I thought I would come here and be a movie star.
Oh, you try. Oh, you went to California as an actor.
That's badass, though. I like that.
No one's done that before, so I thought I would try.
That's all right. I had like 3 or 4 friends that moved from Colorado to LA to be actresses, and then they eventually came back.
My sister in New York to go to grad school. She wanted to be a Broadway star, but she couldn't with New York City.
It's so competitive. It's so competitive. Dickie,
I haven't given up. I haven't, but I
good. You shouldn't. You should do skits. Make skits for YouTube.
I wish you were here so you can do skits with us.
Oh yeah, let's do it. But I feel like I'm on a hiatus because my manager says she can't submit me for things because I'm not vaxxed. So
you're a dirty
everything.
plague rat. You're a plague rat like the rest of us.
I'm unclean. I am.
Right, ceremonially unclean.
It's so stupid. Isn't this so weird?
Yeah, I thought that was the funniest thing. The first I heard of any of this stuff was when I was taking somebody to a Fish concert, and he was telling me about this tree that just had a bunch of Fish tickets on it because these people who got turned away because they hadn't had a vaccine were just all like, okay, whatever, and they didn't know about that until they got there, so they just ended up leaving their ticket for whoever had a vaccine and wanted a free ticket.
Yeah, it's stupid because Red Rocks, we have the Red Rocks amphitheater here, which is an outdoor fucking theater, and they turned to vax only, and it's like,
follow the signs. Just follow the signs. That's all.
It's so stupid.
Follow the edicts.
That's what's nice about being
scientists.
self-employed, though, because I'm sure they'll come after my license eventually, because my license is held by the same people who hold the healthcare licenses, which they.
Oh yeah, your social credit can't be very good right now.
No, my social.
They know who you are and what you say on social
That's
media.
why I got.
There's no way.
Yeah, Dickie, did you follow my Forest Mommy account at all, or did you just? Find me
a little, yeah. I saw the profile picture that got you.
Oh, good.
I saw
it. It wasn't a bad picture. It wasn't even.
It was a beautiful.
I mean, how could I could say it was an enjoyable
and
picture.
I've used it before. When I first started Forest Mommy, that was the picture I used.
Forever.
Not censored.
That was you.
Stupid. Anyway.
Do you think it was just the profile picture that?
No,
I guarantee you that they would have given her another chance, but they took a look at her timeline and they were like, oh no, like we would have loved to find any excuse to yeet this person.
They're like, this bitch is talking. This bitch is
those
saying
nips. Whoa.
And that's exactly it. Any chance they get, they're just looking for an excuse to get rid of the undesirables.
Yeah.
So is Liz your wife or your girl?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
And she's in England.
She is. She's in England because we tried to fly back last week, and you have to get a COVID certificate to fly back, and we hadn't.
Was she a citizen of America too?
Yeah, we both are. Yeah.
Okay.
But we hadn't checked the certificates that you get from doing the test. So we got up to, and it was like 4:00 in the morning. And the certificate she had said that she was a man, and that her passport numbers didn't match her passport.
Oh, good government doing good there.
So yeah, she had to go back to her mom's house, and I came back to Texas.
Does she have to wait a certain amount of time and then she can come back or something? Or
she's got to test again, but yeah, it's
funny too, because if my passport wasn't expired right now and I tried to use it for something, I guarantee you they would have a big problem with it because I misspelled my middle name on the form.
Well, it's like anything like that. But I think they were kind of pissy with me because I gave my American passport over because I'm an American citizen, and then they said, and your vaccine status as well, and I was like, well, I don't need one because I'm an American citizen. And they're like, oh no, you need to have a vaccine. And I was like, no, I don't.
Like, can you hear me talking? You can tell I'm one of you.
Yeah.
Thing though, because if you are a citizen, supposedly you only needed a test to get back in. But if you're not,
American citizens don't have to have a vaccine to fly back into America.
Right.
And I knew
so
that.
You're like in a
catch 20.
Now. So it's just a catch 22.
As of right now, yeah.
You're in limbo.
Yeah. But no, because you're a citizen. So I mean, it's stupid that we have to do that. That's why I haven't gone to Mexico this whole time because I still have never tested, and I don't want to test. So that's why You've
never tested?
Never once.
I only did the one time, and I regretted it immediately. I was in New Hampshire, and I was under the impression they were even going to move me into a group that was going to Vermont, and I figured, like, somebody talked me into it. I was like, okay, I know I'm negative, so if I test negative, then they'll just leave me alone. Kind of like the Jordan Peterson thing, but
as soon as I tested negative, they said, well, we don't know if you wouldn't have tested negative the next day, so that you still have to quarantine. And I was like, then what was the point?
Well, Dickie, you said you were carrying around a gun earlier in Texas, right? You're a gun guy. You're pro-gun. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Somebody said they want to see him shoot. Oh, nice.
Yeah, someone said if you want to make
printing.
a YouTube about guns just because you're British, it would get a ton of subs.
Really? You think?
Would. I think so. Absolutely. People would get a kick out of that. You can use this as a gimmick, you realize. Even, I mean, do it completely shamelessly, mind you.
Do it. You want to be an actor,
I mean,
whatever.
I don't know what I'm doing with this. What do I do with this? Where do I point it? What do I have? Well, like,
What is it? What is that your everyday carry? What is it? Let's see.
That's my everyday carry because I'm a Texan now.
Is that a Glock?
Was it a Glock or what was it?
Yeah, it's the most boring. Like, yeah, it's a.
What? That's not boring.
I had my
too.
last boss was super into firearms, and he was an objectivist, like Randian type and stuff. So we talked about guns sometimes too. And I was getting my SIG at the time, and he was like, "Dude, you got to go with the M&P because once shit hits the fan, then you're gonna want to pick up magazines off people, and everyone's got an M&P. So it's good to have a basic."
Huh. Okay. I'm not thinking that far ahead. I'm just like, how is it? Like
Texas is
coming from England?
Carry yet, is it?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm not yet a Texas resident, I guess, but I can carry. And so this is my like second day of carrying a gun, which for me is kind of wild coming from where I come from.
Right, because no one's allowed to have a gun there, right? Or it's really hard. The cops don't even have guns, right?
Well, that's one of the arguments that we were talking about
exactly.
before, that they've got this idea that Europe is so much more advanced socially than America because they understand why it's better if civilians aren't armed. And
I don't know. I live in.
I'm glad you came here and can carry though. I'm glad you can like experience.
I'm glad too. Like, but
the idea. I mean, and what do they do with knives over there nowadays too? Don't they have some crazy rules about knives?
So I think you have to prove you're over 16 to buy a knife anywhere. And there is a lot of knife crime in the UK.
Yeah. And imagine, like, I'd rather get shot than get carved up. That's for sure.
But there's also like acid crime.
Oh yeah.
People throwing acid on people?
Not LSD, like acid, like battery acid in your face.
Gonna give you a chemical burn.
Does a certain culture do that more than others?
I've heard there is a certain culture that does that more than others.
I have a friend who comes on he's German. He lives in Austria now, and it's like he's actually had to fight off a knife fight from a certain culture before, and like it's crazy what's been going on,
And I've always said too, when people want to start getting on their anti-gun bandwagon about school shootings and stuff like that, I'm like, it's your school that's creating the aggression in these kids, and if they can't find themselves a gun, they're this determined to hurt their classmates. They're gonna find another way. If it means sharpening up a pencil and stabbing their classmate in the neck, if it means bringing a thing of battery acid to throw in people's faces, they're determined to hurt people. It's not about what tools they have at their disposal.
I would like to see that. No, I think they would be very good. I think the unarmed British cops would be quite good in that situation.
As they're drunk, as long as they're not carrying, I suppose. Are you, Dickie? Are you part of are you a libertarian, or are you just kind of like a liberty-minded person?
I'm not sure what I am. When I was in Los Angeles for the first let me think. Until after Trump was elected, I assumed I was just by default I was a Democrat. That's what I would have gone for. I thought Obama was the best thing in the world, and a few people said, "Oh, actually, Obama's not that good," and I was like, "Well, what are you talking about?" And then after Trump got elected, I was like, "No. When Trump, started to run for office, I was like, oh, that's quite refreshing. It's nice to have a non-politician, going for it, and we can see a businessman perhaps that could run the country. But I didn't really think he would, be in for a shot. And then he got elected, and I assumed he was all bad. I assumed that the Russian P tapes and stuff were all real, and I think it was when the Mueller report came out, I was like, oh, they're gonna get Trump on this because he's a Russian.
Well, the way they presented it, I mean, in retrospect, it's crazy that they presented it the way that they did when they had nothing the entire time. So one kind of had to assume that there was something to it. Nobody was expecting. How do you do something this extreme and knowing that it's a nothing burger the entire time?
That's how framing works.
Yeah, right. And there was also this thing about when was it? There was this thing about a migrant caravan that was coming up, and Trump was saying there's this migrant caravan that's coming and stuff, and all these migrants are going to come, and everyone was saying, yeah, I think it was probably the midterms, 2018 perhaps, and the Democrats were saying, no, this is all fake news. There's no migrant caravan coming. So they got through the midterms, and there was oh shit, yes, there's fucking a lot of migrants coming to the southern border now.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it might have been fake news, but it was actually a real op, if so, because it seems almost it looked almost as if this was a setup, some American political forces were like, oh yeah, let's get all these people to start making this caravan.
Yeah,
and then he'll comment on it. And where were they from? They were from Honduras or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
And it was how do you come? They're trying to walk across Mexico to the U.S. border, and they came all the way from Honduras. There was something incredibly fishy about that story.
Anytime they have a huge story on an immigrant caravan, I think it's all curated and created. The Haitians in why were there Haitians in California? Why were those Haitians coming over?
Right.
Right.
One of the wild things I heard driving random people around was these people, when Trump first got elected, were saying that they had some Jewish friends in San Francisco that moved to some island country somewhere else because they were like, oh, well, Trump got elected, so we're not safe anymore. So a whole bunch of Jewish people were moving to a different country because they figured that he was a literal Nazi.
So silly.
Which is the most ridiculous.
His daughter is married to a Jewish man,
and he moved the embassy
to Israel.
What?
It's all silly. Would you say you're maybe more anarchist?
He's pro-Israel to a fault.
I don't know. I don't think I'm an anarchist. I guess I would.
You don't trust the government. You don't trust the government at this point, right?
It's weird that I trust the government less since moving to America. Is that?
Well, I guess you might say, I mean, I could imagine that if you were at least a little aware of the problems with the British government, and then, so you had that sentiment about it, then what you would think from that perspective is that, well, this is supposed to be the country that's a little bit more pro small government, which is a farce that conservatives here still fall for. I mean, they won't even bat an eye when somebody like Mike Pence goes on the debate stage and says, this is America, we have a free market. And they're like, yeah, it's a free market. That's what we're about, without noticing that's not what the situation is.
Did you see what Pelosi said the other day?
We're a limited government theoretically country. But
Someone's Pelosi was taking questions, which fuck her, and they said, "Do you think it's fair for you guys for Congress people to be able to play in the stock market and all this?" And she goes,
insider trading.
"Well, yeah, this is free market, blah blah." And
Yeah,
it's
she said that. That's when she said that herself in that context, which appalling. When she's talking about insider trading, it's wild. I had a dream with Nancy Pelosi in it.
That's kind of. I think like most people in their hearts are just liberty minded as far as let me live my life, let me do what I want to do.
Just leave me alone and get
It's just it's stupid.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. Is that philosophically, I'm kind of an anarcho-capitalist, but I also am not convinced that like that's a realistic thing to hope for. But I understand how it logically works out, so I can defend it from a logical perspective. But at the end of the day, what am right now is just get the fuck off my lawn. Like,
right? Exactly. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. But some people also want to just point a finger and say, man, you've got to wear your mask. Got to wear your mask. Why aren't you wearing your mask? Like, people just want to point this finger and say, like they want to enforce their will upon people. And that is not why I moved here.
The imposing of a will is just so like.
Well, and even myself, I think ourselves included, like we actually would not have expected it to go this far. We didn't know how far gone people were in terms of how and it's even hard to even tell now because how much of it is artificial stuff that they plant on social media that makes us think because we're on Twitter, we think that there's some mainstream of people who think that free speech is not an absolute thing and it's okay to censor this and that. And we're just like, wait a minute. I thought that even like liberals valued some of this stuff. I thought that I thought I'd be able to talk to my mom and have her not think that contact tracing is a good idea. But she's the one who brings it up. And I'm like, what? Where did you even hear this? Because I heard about it from like James Corbett. And I'm like, contact tracing, that's messed up. And then she's like, yeah, I think that we will be able to get past this thing once we get some good testing and we get some contact tracing. And I'm like, what happened to you? Why do you trust the government this much?
Can you not see like liberal means like liberty, freedom. Surely that's what that means. And so the default position has to be freedom at all times. And
in England, is it pretty much like two parties as well in England, like a more conservative party and left?
It's not two parties, but that's kind of the way it works, that it's two parties. But there are other parties that it's a parliamentary system. So if one party doesn't have the seats that the other part that they need, then they can get seats from some random obscure other party. So I people say that the two-party system in America is a bad thing, and I don't know what I feel about that. But in Europe, you will have really not very nice people being represented in the parliamentary system, like the British National Party, like and really far right people will get a seat in Parliament because it's not. So.
Is it the same? Is right and left the same there as here, pretty much, or
similar?
It's different in Australia. I learned.
I'm wondering. What I'm curious about is like, would you get a similar impression there that there's a lot of fake opposition going on within the parliamentary system? Because
fake opposition.
Yeah, like where I mean, it's really two parties that act like they are in conflict with each other, but they're really forces that come together in this good cop, bad cop relationship where they're furthering the same agenda.
And I mean, to some extent, I think there's coordination in the American system with that. Like, I mean, George W. Bush and Barack Obama were only opposed to each other in on the surface. I mean, they're buddies behind the scenes, and we can see this through photos of them being friends, and obviously they really did support the same regime. But that's why I think the best way to understand the American two-party system, honestly, is the way that Ron Paul said it, which was when someone asked him about well, what do you think about a third party gaining prominence? He's like, I'm still waiting for a second party, because in his mind,
Wow.
there's not two parties.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
At
At the end of the day, though, we get the finished product.
So you're talking about like a uniparty, like, but what do you think is the, like, where are they going with the uniparty? What do you think is the?
Well, another person I'll quote is Michael Malice, where he said that that progressivism is just cop thing. What you have is you've got one force that is just full throttle. We want more government, more government, more government.
Yeah.
And then knowing that there's going to be a certain amount of the population who is opposed to that, then the limited government solution that we get from the conservatives, or the mainstream conservatives anyway, is just that, well, okay, our spending bill is just going to not have as extreme of an increase as yours is. But ultimately, so
right,
it's
just like,
something
slow down.
It satisfies both sides on during the campaign, but at the end of the day, they're just increasing the size of government together, holding hands, and they're just, so it's like, it's never going to go as far as the progressives say they want to take it on the campaign trail, but then the conservatives, but then it goes way further than the conservatives say they want to go on the campaign trail, because they capitulate like as if it's part of their plan.
Because that's what happens, yeah.
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 And yeah, regardless of whether they are in on it and they're like playing a game, it doesn't, it's not even that material. It's just that this is what we get. We get the sum total of that side versus this side, lending toward, it goes up, it keeps getting bigger. They keep on moving closer to totalitarianism while they're both in power.
So what do you think would, like, if they, what would be their ultimate goal, and then what would happen after that? Like, I think, well, I don't know. What do you think would happen? Like, what if they just keep moving towards this goal?
Yeah, well, I think, the best way is, it's not moving toward communism per se, but it's moving toward what they're now, what some of these people have called,
wait, can I interrupt you really quick?
Stakeholder capitalism.
Everyone wants to know about your oven, Dickie, behind you, your brick oven.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's nice. Yeah.
Is it a pizza oven, or what is it?
It's it's a normal oven. It's just it's a bit of a feature. It's not really a.
It's not a wood burning.
It's just like decoration.
It's not a real chimney.
No, it is. It's a real chimney, but I don't do many pizzas here.
I see.
It's not what I do.
Stakeholder capitalism. I'm getting the dog.
So yeah, and I heard this term very recently, stakeholder capitalism. So it's basically a front, because
that sounds like a con.
Yeah, they're pretending that it has nothing to do with collectivism, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think the most accurate way to define it would be it's neo-fascism, because it's got the collectivist elements with the crony capitalist system that we have right here. And the idea is they would tell everybody that, well, we're all equal stakeholders in this economy, when in reality, the corporations are actually calling the shots as directed by the state, who, I mean, they're all in they're all in it together. And I mean, some of this goes to global bankers that are really trying to get the UN to become like the world government. So there are certainly forces involved in this whole scheme that's trying to move into that direction, where it's not even we're moving, because that's what they're on the surface opposition to nationalism is really about, is they're creating the dichotomy in people's minds of like, well, you're either a nationalist, which is a bad thing, or you are a globalist, which is obviously a good thing. And if you think that globalism is bad, then that's because you're anti-Semitic or something like that. But it's really, it's this Fabian society, wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to make themselves gods of the world. I mean, it's as crazy as that sounds. That's kind of what it's about.
So why is it? What's the argument about like nationalism?
That's a good question.
Like I hear that nationalism is bad. To be nationalist is a bad thing, and that I don't know. It doesn't resonate right with me. But what do you think? What do
I think that the actual like what the way they're presenting their problem with nationalism, or what the people who want nationalism are actually about?
If you were to criticize nationalism, what would you say is the problem with nationalism?
I personally, as like kind of an anarchist at heart, would say that the problem with nationalism is I don't really believe in nations. I think that
because you're like a libertarian.
Yeah, and I in a different sense of the word am kind of a globalist, but that's a bad word for me to use, because the only way I would accept anything that you might accurately call globalism is if it involves zero government. Because I just like the idea that we are a global community. We're all connected already, and the world has, as they say, gotten smaller since we've all gotten connected through the internet, and there's no real reason. But that's still fantasy land. It's this idea of a world encompassing and Capistan, where it's just free markets and zero governments anywhere, which would be my ideal, which is, from that perspective, I'm not for borders or anything like that. I also understand, like Dave Smith's argument for the borders, that, obviously, if you're going to say we have a nation and we have a country that is governed by a government, if you don't have borders, you don't have a nation.
Yeah, I'm for borders for sure.
Yeah, and I think you kind of can't. It's hard to argue against having borders as long as we're all being forced to fund this collectivist redistribution scheme, because that just means that they're going to incentivize people who want to be free riders. They're also going to, anyone who comes in, we're all going to be forced to pay for whatever their safety net stuff is. So if we have a safety net, we can't get out of that. They're not listening to us if we say I'm not interested. Then that's just that we're all getting fleeced for more people and the people that they decide that they want to allow, and it's just not really fair to anyone. But it's, I don't know, it's a weird topic though. But yeah, I guess I want to steel man what I think the leftist, because that's kind of where I grew up in, the leftist idea of nationalism, their criticism of that. I don't imagine it goes any deeper than the idea of like xenophobia or racism, where they would imagine that anyone who doesn't want immigration, the only reason they could possibly not really want immigration is that they don't like people who are from other countries that are like not white or something like that. I don't think it goes any deeper than that. They immediately hear white nationalism when somebody argues for nationalism.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
We're talking heavy shit, man.
Yeah. I never get into this type of subject matter. It's kind of fun.
But I don't know.
I wanted you to talk about yourself, but we're having good discussion. I like it. I love being able to talk to people who are from other places. That's been one of the best parts about this last 2 stupid fucking years. But just being able to find people on Twitter.
Stupid years. Yep.
Like to find people on Twitter from other places and like learn about them and how they and like it's been so nice in this world, in the liberty-ish community, that at least like where you can talk freely, like you said in Texas, how it feels so good just to be able to like talk freely. Like, because there's people that you can't talk freely with. And I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, that's like for now. What's like those T-shirts they sold at Hot Topic that would say "Think it's not illegal yet," and what that really means is that like, like it'll be okay for you to voice what you have to say for now, and until they literally like I mean, already it started, unfortunately. I mean, they could yank us off of YouTube if we weren't, if
I get bigger,
if we got enough eyes on us and we said like the I word, that the drug that shall not be mentioned, then absolutely we'd be done. But eventually it's going to move toward more of that.
Stoner always asks that question. I love it. Yeah, out of everybody.
Mountain Dew in English.
I don't know what that means.
No Mountain Dew.
Who asked Michael Malice about Mountain Dew?
It's a soda called Mountain Dew. Have you ever had Mountain Dew?
I don't even know what it is.
No, is that like the nasty green looking stuff?
Yeah.
But now there's multiple colors and flavors. There's Code Red, and now there's
got
Game
like
Fuel
Monster drinks and Red Bull and stuff.
I used to drink Baja Blast back when I worked at Taco Bell in high school.
Oh, you did?
Baja. It's Baja Blast. Okay.
Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Baja Blast.
It's like that. I imagine the Island Boys drink a lot of Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Is it late by you, Dickie? Sorry, I love that you're up late with us.
It's Texas. It's like Central Time.
I'm in Texas. No, we're good. Oh, no. It's like 10:30.
You're an hour ahead? Okay, that's not bad.
Central. I'm from Central Time. So I know what it is. My mom is in that time zone.
Where all in America have you visited, Dickie?
So I've been to California and I've been to Hawaii. Hawaii was
cool.
nice.
I haven't.
And what?
No,
wait, what was
Hawaii?
that?
Oh, Hawaii is beautiful.
You have to be vaccinated to go there now. I'm pretty sure.
You do now, yeah. So
then I guess I'm not going unless that changes. And it's not going to change. So.
No, it's rubbish. Rubbish. Hawaii is shit.
Absolute rubbish.
You know what? One of these days, I'm just gonna swim there. I'm just gonna take a boat out close enough.
You could swim there, yeah.
And then I'm gonna scuba on my way and sneak into Hawaii, and they'll never know what hit them.
This is always interesting.
I've been to Nevada. I've been to Arizona. I've been to New Mexico.
A lot of the West.
I like New Mexico.
Yeah, I've skirted around the bottom. Yeah,
that's good. What's interesting.
I've never been to Colorado.
Well, you need.
That's gonna have to change.
Yeah.
And I swear,
you should come up for our libertarian conference. It's gonna be fun.
I'm really scared of your airport.
Oh yeah, and you should be. That airport is the creepiest airport in the world, and I'm not saying that you should be scared as if there's anything that's going to happen to you that's bad, but definitely it's a scary airport.
The murals are a little weird.
They used to have a Nazi mural up there that was like unambiguously, and there was no explanation as to what the point of it being there was, but it didn't appear to be anti-Nazi, but it was very related to Nazis, and a bunch of the conspiracy blogs about it had that. And,
they had the mural with all the kids with masks on, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
of course they do.
There was a mural with kids that was.
It's an airport. You don't.
I mean, and they have a horse statue it's obviously supposed to be something related to demons. And
I like him. That's why we call him
demons in an airport.
He's outside of it.
When you're driving up there, I drive to the airport
If you
probably
look it
twice a
out-
day.
You
And
can look it up on
you
Google.
can't miss it when you're driving across any boulevard. And there's this big, giant blue statue of this horse. When it's in the right light, you can see that his eyes are glowing red, and it's really scary looking on
Maybe talk
purpose,
just a little quieter. Just these
probably.
boxes in bed, so-
And yeah, so you got this, and I guess he's a Bronco, and it's got the red eyes. The story too, and I believe it's true, is the guy that was the head of that project. When they were putting up this statue, it fell on him and it killed him.
Oh,
And they still
shit.
put it up.
It's very it's very deep and dark.
I think there's something weird going on. It's got to have something to do with demons.
Oh, fact check said this isn't the.
Love it.
They said that it didn't actually fall on the guy and kill him.
No. This is the mask.
The mural.
The mask mural.
That's factcheck.com. If you want to get anything out of factcheck.org, you have to read really carefully, because you'll always see the manipulation of whatever they're trying to do. It's always them trying to hide the truth. It's never about trying to tell you what's really a fact.
Yeah,
and what's
you've
really
got to sift between the truth. Yeah.
Sometimes the article has nothing within it that is actually incorrect, but it's designed to debunk a straw man. And it happened with like the French virologist Dr. Luc Montagnier, where he said that that this mass vaccination program was going to be a huge mistake, and that the vaccines are causing the variants. And then factcheck.org puts up an article that says, no, it's false. And then you look at it, and what it says is false, and it proves is false, is the claim that Luc Montagnier said the vaccine is going to kill everyone. So they post that, and see, you're wrong. Haha. Wait, I never said the vaccine was going to kill anyone. I said that Luke said that it's going to create the variants. It's not the same thing. They always trying to deceive people with those websites.
Yeah, they do. Did you see that question, Dickie?
I did.
Do you have what'd you say? What was your which one?
I have an answer. Oh, my dog's okay. I have an answer. I love a Whataburger.
Never been.
So you're like a Texan. You're a Texan now.
I feel like I probably am a Texan.
You're a Texan. What are they barking at? Good
Yeah,
Lord.
they're going crazy.
I've got some Twitter friends that are enthusiastic about Whataburger, and I've never tried it, but who am I to talk shit? Because I'm sure it is.
But the thing is, we get the wait, stop it.
You get the what? Are you drunk? Are you drunk, Dickie?
I'm a bit
Are you
drunk,
drunk
yeah.
Brit right now? I like it.
No, we get the in and outs here now. There's in and out in
Oh,
Texas. Can you believe it?
You're in Colorado.
They're spreading, especially because of COVID, because they stood their ground on the on like the mask or vax requirement in California, and so they're like, fine, if you're gonna force us to close, then you're gonna force us to close. We'll just open up in other places. So now, fine. If California doesn't care about In-N-Out Burger, other people would love In-N-Out Burger.
You guys got your citizenship pretty quick. How long does that? You just have to like do the process, right?
It's like 5 years. If you get a green card, and then you can get a citizenship after 5 years.
My business partner is he's never got his citizenship ever.
Really?
Well, he's old, but he will. But he's
don't have to. I mean, we just thought it'd be a good thing to do because I like the country, and I wanted to be able to vote and stuff and be a part of it. Really.
What do you think about voting in democracy?
What do I think about voting in democracy?
Well, it kind of works.
Like, do you think it works? Voting?
Such a
I like to think it does, yeah.
want to think that it can be that there can be some reason to do it and it making some difference, and there is some reason to think that it's so hard, though. They set it up so that it's almost like you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah,
Right.
the lesser of evils, lesser of two evils or whatever.
That's the problem with some of those conservatives too, is like they have a good argument for why they need to get involved, but what are they even really going to be able to do?
That's true.
I don't want to be too cynical, though. I'm not.
We can white pill and black pill.
I don't like it when people get really like religious about like, do not vote. I respect people who just say I don't do that.
I don't vote. Yeah.
So,
but
are you?
Don't tell other people what to do. Yeah.
What was that?
You're like, from a libertarian point of view, it's not worth voting, or
My biggest argument against voting is that I don't think it's a legitimate system at all. I don't, and so I think that I am lending a gesture that says that I think that it's legitimate. Like I'm in a sense consenting to the outcome of whatever these elections are by even participating in the process, where I don't want to consent to anything they're putting in front of me as an option.
right. So,
Because the choices suck.
Because we had a South Park episode where they put it as this, like that, especially because oftentimes we think of it almost as if the only election that happens is the presidential one.
yeah,
And
exactly.
they personified it as a like they basically give you the choice of a giant douche or a turd sandwich. And so you're basically arguing over which one. What do you want? Do you want a giant douche or do you want a turd sandwich? And when you're like, why am I having to choose one of these two things? This doesn't seem right. Like,
You guys have that Boris guy in England, right?
Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
the rule of six. I was trying to have fun, like make a Monty Python thing out of his speech he did with that. He's like, we all it reminded me of the Monty Python Holy Grail with the holy hand grenade. And he's talking about, 3 is the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. The rule of 6, it is 6 feet you must be standing apart, and then it's a 6. And you've got to no more than 6 people in an establishment.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
The number of the people shall be 6.
Are you falling asleep, Dickie? We don't have to keep going if you're tired.
No, I'm good. No, but they just dropped the whole COVID restrictions things now. So
Yeah.
because he
That's
was
good.
having parties and stuff when the whole COVID stuff was going on. So
They all were. All the fucking people in charge.
yeah,
were
all
doing
of them
shit.
were. They all were. All of them.
And even the more zealot plebs like us, the more zealot ones, they were out doing shit the whole time too. They're just, it's just like a guilt thing or something, like just stupid.
The whole thing is stupid.
It's dumb. I don't get how we are here. When it first happened, the first 15 days, I had this impending doom. I knew like we weren't going back.
Yeah, I was already there as well, and I remember like riding my bike home from work, like always having this look on my face, like I'm just like I'm already in Mad Max territory right now. I'm like,
it was Mad Max, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, even it didn't help that my objectivist boss was kind of like, he was speaking a bit hyperbolically about things like that. Like he was suggesting consider like carrying and stuff like that, because he seemed to be concerned that any minute now, like everything was going to fall apart, and it really was going to be like just chaos, violence everywhere, and every man for himself. Because that's why he was telling me to get a Smith & Wesson. Because he's like, yeah, you're gonna want to have something where if you find a body and you find out that if he has any magazines, you want it to be compatible with your gun.
Do you think it will come to that?
I don't not think it'll come to that, but I also don't think it'll come to that.
Yeah.
I think it's probably going to be something different, but who knows? It's just so
definitely
hard
my
to
line.
say.
It's definitely my line if they come to the house to either force the vaccine or take guns. That'll be
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, because I'm actually really I used to be a staunch like pacifist, and even though I defend the
Well,
right
they're
to
aggressing at that
self-defense.
point.
I absolutely am defending the right to self-defense on a personal level. I can't even say how far I would go, but if it came to protecting other people from something like that, like I will cross that bridge when I get there, but it's very likely that would be
I
the
was on
line.
a stream last night and they're just like, just don't be the first person through the door because that's the person I'll get, but then they'll have more people to get me. And you know, like if they have they have armies and fucking tanks and shit, but I'm going out fighting. I'm not like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna go to a fucking camp or like, oh God, I'm not gonna do that shit.
I think honestly, in some sense, I think that one of the only purposes of me having a weapon is so that when they murder me, they will see that they murdered somebody who was willing to stand up or something like that. But of course, then the propaganda would say they only killed me because I had a gun. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, we have red flag laws here, so that's what I feel will happen. They'll say if you're not vaccinated, we have a red flag law.
Yeah, that's a good point. That probably. I can't believe anyone fell for that. Well, I can. But
do you know what red flag laws are, Dickie?
Mm-hmm. I've heard, yeah.
And it's one of those things that they floated out and they're just completely dishonest about what they're really going to use it for.
What's so stupid about them is like we actually just had a weird shooting here where this guy, he went around and shot people at like his old business and then somewhere else. He killed 4 people total and then the cops killed him. But the FBI and the cops had contacted him at least 2 or 3 times before this all happened. So it's like, how good what's a red flag law if even the FBI can see that this guy, but then it's like, well, they probably fucking made him more crazy and that's why he fucking did this shit.
So as far as politicians,
and then they said, oh, what? And then one more thing, they said then he was a MAGA,
right?
You know, Republican.
Well, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So my take, at least that I just came up with now on red flag laws, Justin. 2 words: Joseph Rosenbaum. You've got this guy who is a multiple child rapist who they intentionally allow, and they know that he's mentally unstable.
Yeah,
and he's out here. If anyone has a red flag, if anyone deserves a red flag, it's that guy.
But he just got let free.
But so if they really think that there's some reason to try to keep potentially dangerous individuals away from, you know, where they can harm people, that's obviously not their concern.
No, over the whole country they've been releasing a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, they're not actually worried about real legitimate red flags. It's just a
so
front.
Why are they releasing people?
Pull that card selectively to say, oh, this political opposition is dangerous, and then they can selectively decide who doesn't have a right.
That makes sense.
They keep saying like this. There was a guy in California just recently killed a girl at a store. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, in a furniture store.
He shows how many times he's been arrested.
Yeah,
and he got out on bail.
Yeah,
just like the Waukesha guy
murdered a girl. What the fuck?
Did you hear about that? It was California. This like they call him a homeless guy, but somehow he had $1,000 for bail and got out on bail. But that's the same.
They knew him. They knew him. Like they knew he was a bad dude, and then
he had like literally at least 20 mugshots.
Right. That's right. There's they play these games and they know that their propaganda will cover them for it and enough people will fall for it. And then even the people who don't fall for it, I mean, even though nobody believes the Epstein thing, the fact that they don't make a big deal of it on the corporate press means that it didn't happen effectively. So it doesn't even matter.
No, it's all like that's what the Waukesha thing. Like he literally had like black nationalist stuff on his feed.
Oh, but the guy with the SUV,
the parade. But then you had in like Charlottesville and stuff. If you have white supremacy stuff, they're going to talk about that, you know. But this guy was like,
we really are people talk about anarcho tyranny. That's absolutely what's going on here. It's anarchism. For the elites, they get to do whatever they want. They're completely.
They've always had the control of everything. That's for damn sure. Wow, we're
If
really
only, if only there was more white supremacy to go around.
It's everywhere, man. And if you don't say you're a white supremacist, then you're a white supremacist.
Is this how we
That's
do
the
it?
fun part, isn't it?
You can't win.
Well, yeah, that's proof. That's
Right.
I mean, it's weird the way that they managed to make a cultural phenomenon out of a Kafka trap that is so ridiculous
just
on
like-
its face.
It
Every-
is. It's tough.
Every human has dark within them, and they have to face that and control it. But these people have turned that into it's only white supremacy. It's like, no, you just have something bad in you. It could be white supremacy, but it could be you're just shitty this way or that way. Like whatever your shadow is, like you have to face it. But they're like, no, I'm a white supremacist. You're a white supremacist. Like, it's
Well,
so
but that's actually that's the reason why back when Quincy was on here, I remember saying something about how, like, ultimately by the new definition of racist or white supremacist, all it really has to mean is I'm not on board with this communist stuff. And it really that's exactly how it works its way down. Is first you've got this critical race theory stuff and the neo-Marxism, and then they define that, well, okay, racism doesn't mean what it used to mean, it's a system, and then they keep on with these mental gymnastics to the point where if you don't agree with them that I have inherent like white supremacy, I'm like I am a bad colonizer. If I confess that sin of what I am by the color of my skin, then I have salvation in the woke cult. But if I don't confess this, then I'm automatically a perpetrator of it. And that's how, if I'm not a communist, I'm automatically a racist.
It's so fucking stupid. Did you see James? Did you see James?
That.
It's just stupid. It's just like, yeah, you could be a bad person, but you just face it, and it's not necessarily like it just seems so easy to understand to me. But
that's ridiculous. They're not in good faith.
They can't say they're bad.
It is easy to understand. That's the point.
That's true.
It's easy to understand
because it's shallow. It's at least they can go, oh, it's just because I'm white that I feel bad once in a while. It's like, no, because you probably are bad and do bad things and fix that shit. Did you see James Lindsay on Dr. Phil?
Oh no, that's gonna be good.
Show you. Do you know who James Lindsay is?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see him when he was on Dr. Phil? The clip of him? All right, I'm gonna play it. Let's see. You should be able to hear. So he was in the audience, so he only had a quick little bit to talk, and he knew exactly what to say. Really? I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but let's hear it. Hold on.
Please welcome co-author of book Cynical Theories, James Lindsay. James, thank you so much for being here.
I have that on Kindle.
You say this should be an artifact. We should just put this behind us.
I do not believe the
Can you hear it, Dickie?
It says that racism is the ordinary state of affairs in our society, and if we don't dredge up a race consciousness, that we can't get over it. I think this is actually a lie. It's very annoying to me to listen to the back and forth here. In fact, I'm glad to be here to bring some knowledge. I take a lot of umbrage with the idea that we're going to talk about should we have critical race theory, this or that, because it's talking about racism or history, when the fact of the matter is it's not are we, it's how are we. And I am shocked and appalled to hear the defensive side for critical race theory misrepresented this way. They don't explain, for example, why the first paper called Toward a Critical Race Theory of Education by Gloria Lads and Billings was published in 1995. They don't explain why Richard Delgado's 2001 book explains on page 5, for example, that it rapidly spread from law to other disciplines, especially education. They don't explain also in the exact same situation that Gloria Lads and Billings is one of the chief authors of a ed equity in Virginia that's bringing critical race theory into all of the state schools of Virginia right now.
You must breathe through your ears because
you had to get it out so fast and so quick.
Yeah, good man. Good man.
Critical race theory that went published since 1970 to the most recent things, including,
for
example, in 2017, we have Alison Bailey writing a paper for Hypatia, an education paper, and she says that there's a critical thinking tradition. But what we're doing in critical pedagogy, which critical race theory is an integrated part of, is from a different set of tradition called critical theory, which is neo-Marxism, which is interested in studying the relationships of power rather than epistemic adequacy. You can look the paper up. It's called tracking privilege-preserving epistemic pushback in critical race and feminist philosophy classrooms.
That's not being taught in K-12 schools.
That's all they responded.
Yeah, that's the
not
talking
actually
point.
being taught.
I was thinking about this the other night. So this is probably my grand conspiracy theory. If there's anything else, it's that it looks like, at least on Twitter, the way that this stuff happens is that somebody will carefully decide what the talking point is, and then the talking point that doesn't have to be good by any means. It just has to be presented on one of these topic threads, and then enough artificial likes have to be added to it. And all of these people who their only concern is fitting in, right? So in California, you've got all the people who really, you just want your community to accept you and not think you're one of the bad people. So you want to just go on board. So most of these people agree with that talking point, because that is the talking point that if that's my argument on this topic, then I am exempt from you calling me whatever. Then,
why wouldn't
that's
you?
How it spreads. So it's not being taught in whatever age. Like, you hear that everywhere. It's the same talking point. It's the same talking point when that guy from the UFC was defending Joe Rogan on the Schmeckton thing. The talking point that somebody threw out almost like clockwork was, "Are you a doctor? Are you a like, as if that is going to kill your argument automatically. Or if you're not a doctor, you're not allowed to have an opinion.
Right.
Even though if you are a doctor and you have the wrong opinion, that doesn't count.
It is stupid. You still drinking, Dickie? You doing what? Are you going to bed? Did you say?
Huh?
Are you doing okay?
I'm good. I'm here.
Someone said they want you to take a shot from the bottle or something. I think I saw.
Got a pizza in the oven. It's fine.
Oh.
You said you don't eat pizzas.
You said?
No, but
well, you said you don't do many pizzas. And
in the
pizza oven, so I'm good.
He doesn't do it in the fancy oven.
Oh, I see.
I can do a shot though.
I was just gonna pour a little bit too. Just a little. Oops.
I think I might just give you a heads up that I may as well be getting ready to jet by 10.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll keep going for a little bit longer if you want to keep going, Jakey.
So, people are chatting, and you can see the people chatting.
Yeah, it's hard. I should be putting it up. There's not much. You can open up YouTube on like your phone or stuff and kind of follow it on there as long as you have the sound off. Or the link actually, I think you should be able to see it from the link I sent you too. But at the top, it might say private chat, and then there's a comment tab. Hit the comment tab. I don't know if that made sense. Sorry, I'm a woman. I shouldn't be telling you what to do. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, stop
explaining. Telling me what to do.
Oh, good.
Hey, that's something we have in common.
Yeah, he sure as hell does. That's for sure.
Sometimes I've almost been having a hard time motivating myself, and I'm like, I just wish that I could pay a lady to tell me to do what I'm trying to get myself to.
It's the best thing. So many times. Just if I just had a woman to tell me, it's great.
All right, that's good to know. What kind of acting have you done so far in your life? Like theater? Have you been a theater actor?
No, I've done some other things as well.
Some what?
Well, it's kind of awkward because I don't really want to be
or talk about it because it's just your. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I totally get that.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Right, but you like to act, so that's all cool. So you have a hobby.
But it's like a hobby. Yeah, but I've done.
Because I always speculate with a lack of information, and I've got some mad stuff going on in my head. I'm not going to say what it is, though.
Go on, say it.
Are you a porn star?
Oh,
no judgment here.
No,
I
okay.
wish I wish I was. No.
Well, Well, then I'm glad I asked because I wouldn't have wanted to put you on the spot if you were, but now I can kind of put my hamster wheel to bed.
Too funny.
No, no. That's silly.
It's all good. We were singing earlier. I don't know if you heard us singing. We were singing a Beatles. We were singing a Beatles song. Hello,
I
Brittany.
heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is saying the rock, but he kind of that's John Lennon trying to do the American.
But you know what? Who cares? Like, I love had people who hate the Beatles have never heard all the Beatles.
That's one thing I have very little patience for Beatles hate. Like people,
it's a thing to do online. Basically.
It's as if it's a personality. Not liking the Beatles is not a personality, just as not liking Star Wars is not a personality.
Yeah.
If you've got the wrong opinion, you can just not talk about it and you're fine.
Yeah, you don't have to say like they always say the Beatles were overhyped and all this shit. And I'm like, you don't understand.
And now though I tried to, because has been a bigger Beatles fan in her generation, but she will I tried to bring up to her how I feel like the Beatles are underrated because of all the way that all these people talk all this shit, and she's just like, I don't think so. I'd say they're appropriately rated. I think
well, you have to have like an experience with them, almost like I grew up to
people either love them because they appreciate them or they don't like them. Yeah, I can sing. I can sing along to the whole album: Rubber Soul, Abbey Road, Sgt. Pepper's. I know all that stuff by heart.
Hell yeah! Here, I can put some of the comments. Rubber Soul's super good.
I love that. Some of my favorites too is it's got the Taxman song. I like got Taxman on my playlist when I'm driving people around because I know so many people are like leftists and stuff like that. And I love it reminding them that the Beatles made commentary on how taxation is theft. Like,
too funny. All right.
Well,
we should cut it. We can cut it.
Are you cutting it?
I mean, I can stay up for a little later.
Oh, I don't know. I already announced that I've got to get going because it's getting late for me, and I don't usually stream for 6 hours. So
he's got to go. I can always keep going. I don't know how you're feeling, Dickie. If you need to check on your pizza, you can check on your pizza.
I have no pizza. It's fine. But it was nice to meet you and so on.
Yeah, thanks. It was really good getting to have a little conversation going with that. Hope I didn't crowd everything out too much, but I enjoyed talking to you.
No crowding. No.
Oh, you were cutting out a little bit. All right. I mean, I can keep going if you want to keep going, Dickie. David's leaving, but I don't talk as much as him.
I'm about.
I always love just hearing people talk with their accents. But if you look, I don't know if you're too drunk.
Who has an accent?
I know. What do we sound? What can you do an American accent?
I've been trained to do an American accent. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You gotta work on the word accent because you said accent.
Accent.
We would say accent.
Okay.
No, you tried to kind of shorten the last syllable. Accent. We don't say it like that. Accent. Just a little coaching tip.
Thanks.
Dickie, I think Dickie, can you stay up? We can keep going, Dickie. If you want to stay up for a minute, I'll walk David out real quick.
Wingardium Leviosa.
What was that, Dickie? Sorry.
Huh?
Not Leviosa.
What?
You said okay. Let me walk him out really quick. I'll be right
walk
back.
Him out.
Yeah, get rid of this clown over here. All right, fam. Peace out. I'm gonna see you next time.
It's kind of fun to go long, isn't it?
It is. It is. I'm gonna talk to you though about like what, because I think for me, in the way that my way of managing time goes, I should set up ahead of time what my intention is. But I don't regret anything. Being such a generous host. I just feel so spoiled when I sorry for, I know I sorry to get mad out there. For some reason, I do it. Well, I think it's open to living doing them right. I think some of the reason I have to do that is that it's the only way to organize my thoughts. Believe in that. I didn't know any of the stuff that I just said. I was working it out. No, absolutely. I've been doing that.
Oh, you still there, Dickie? I gotta turn it around so I can sit in my other chair.
Who's that?
So you like being told what to do ya?
You what?
I said, so you like being told what to do ya, by a woman?
I guess.
I was gonna try and tell you how to find your chat thing.
Oh my god. Those your shoes.
Yeah, what do you think?
That's a lot of shoes.
You know, I like what I like. Normally I have a flag hanging, so it's not so like braggy. It seems braggy.
It's a bit braggy.
You know what? I'm not. That's all I have. That's the most I have anything of. So it's all good. So tell me, I always wanted what do they teach in British schools? Were they doing the CRT stuff over there too, or are they?
I don't think so. No, maybe they're not doing that. I don't know.
They're not doing the woke stuff.
I don't. I think they maybe are, but I don't have.
Don't know. If you don't know, you don't
Yeah.
know. You're pretty drunk,
don't
aren't
know.
you?
Huh?
You're pretty drunk.
I'm quite drunk, but yeah, I don't think they are. No.
It's all good. Do you need to? Are you gonna pass out? I can stop this if you're gonna pass out. You are British. You should be able to handle this shit, right?
You can handle it.
The drinking.
I can handle it.
Who's gonna handle it? I should try to get you to tell secrets and shit.
Secrets? No.
Too funny. Tell me something. Talk to us in your accent. In your accent.
My accent. Well.
You're drunk. You're too drunk. Let's cut this off. You're too drunk right now.
Huh? No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's like, he's good. I should just ask you to take questions. I should ask questions, but I think you're too drunk. We can cut this off. I think you're too drunk. We'll do it again when you're not so drunk. How about? What?
What's going to happen?
What do you mean?
Why why would you why would you cut me off?
Well, I mean, can you talk?
I can talk. Talking. I feel I can talk. Yeah.
I don't want you to crash and burn. How'd you find me on Twitter? How about that? Tell me about me. Let's talk about me.
Find you on Twitter? I have no idea how I find you on Twitter. I guess you were just there when I found you. Probably. No?
I mean, I am just there. That's probably true.
You're kind of there, but you're not there anymore, so.
I still am, but just not.
I miss you. I do miss you.
It's like my name, it's like my name and me, but
yeah.
I'm trying. I'm not an actor though, but I do like to have a persona,
You have a persona.
But it's really me. That. Yeah, it's really me. I like to put a name to it.
I can see it as you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Forest Mommy. Like, hello.
I know you are.
It's just how it is. Oops.
Oh dear.
What was
Sorry,
that?
That was my dog. Sorry. Do I have to do it?
Are you looking for the comments?
Myself or something? I don't know. What's happening?
Nothing's happening. We're just hanging out online together. How's that?
I kind of enjoy it. Nice.
It's nice. Well, if your girl's gone, it's probably nice to have company, right?
It is nice to have company. Yeah.
And you can say what you want.
Can I? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, you already said earlier about
no.
That you like women telling you what to do.
Did I say that? No, I didn't say that. Oh no, I'll be in trouble.
You're fine. It's all appropriate enough.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows?
Who knows? You're British and I'm American, and we're just chatting.
I'm American too.
Oh, that's true. You are American. Good job. You did the paperwork. I just popped out, but you popped out. I couldn't be an English resident or England resident. Oh, they asked what your dogs' names are. I don't know if you want to say that. Are they little dogs? They sounded like little dogs.
I don't want to bring my dogs into this.
Why? I love dogs.
Yeah, no, they're innocent.
What? I'm not innocent.
No, my dogs are innocent compared to you.
It.
Yeah,
I get it. My dog always pushes his way on the podcast, no matter what. So, it just is what it is.
Yeah. Your dogs are like a little whore. Yeah.
Yeah, my dog and my cat.
Yeah, they love the attention.
They do. I'm a good mommy, but I don't say I'm a dog mom. I don't say I'm a dog mom or anything, but I am a good mommy to my pets, aren't I? He's deaf, so he doesn't know.
Really?
You should go to the Libertarian Conference in Texas. It's in April, I believe.
Yeah.
I love it. You're out of it. Can you understand? Do you know what I'm saying? Can you understand me? Can you understand me? Can you hear me? Oh my God. Are you there? Are you going to vomit? Oh my God. I'm dying. I think you've totally. Are you even in this world? Are you in the world right now with us?
Which world?
Well, I don't know. Just this one right now with me.
This one. The best one.
It is pretty damn good, isn't it?
Okay.
Other than the bullshit. But we can have our own world right here. So it's all good. Do you have an early morning? Did you just fall asleep? You just fell asleep, didn't you?
I did not off. Wow.
What?
Huh?
You are fucked up. I love it. Great mood.
Leave me alone.
It's in Keensburg at a ranch, but we can stay. There's a hotel there to stay at. So, FYI, it's in March and it's got early bird. I'm talking to someone in the chat. Sorry, I wish I could show you how to look at the chats, but someone told you to have another shot. Are you just listening to me? Do you want me to read a book to you or something?
Oh, which book?
I could read a children's book to you.
That'd be nice.
Yeah? Let's see. Don't fall over, though.
Oh, boy.
You ready?
Yeah.
Davy loved food, all kinds, too. He loved warm slices of bread, crumbled pieces of fine cheese, and rarely did he turn down a savory snack or sweet delight.
Pretty boring.
That Davy found most enjoyable, strawberries. He delighted in their natural sweetness and always seemed to have just the right amount of juice. As often as he could, Davy would ask for small containers full of them, then place them in his lunchbox for school. One day, Davy sat down. Got it, Dickie. Sat down for lunch the next to his best friend, Alistar. What you got to do, Davy? Asked Alistar. Davy flipped open his lid to his lunchbox. There, staring back at him, among other less interesting things, was that familiar plastic container. Strawberries! Exclaimed Davy. Yes, it's great. It's great.
It's a bit boring.
You're fine asleep. Are you able to be with us still?
That was a good story.
Oh my God. I'm loving it. You should go pass out in your bed. You are so passed out. Post soda? You're fine. Are you falling asleep? Are you gonna do it? You gonna crash?
No.
I don't know what I'm gonna do because you're not talking to me, and I can't just sit here and talk. Oh my God. I'm dying. All right, I'm just gonna end this, Dickie, and we'll talk again one time when you're not so drunk. Does that sound good?
Okay.
Okay, you can make it to your bed tonight. Everybody else who's watching, thank you. Dickie's gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm dying. All right. You have a good night, Dickie. All right.
Okay.
All right, bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.